Don't
no
believe that.
gravity. No gravity. Oh. I'm holding a daisy camera. Daisy. There's been a lot of weird stuff going on in the world the last few months, you know. All over the world. Not just here. All over the world.
Right today. Yeah.
Weird stuff. Just oddball stuff.
What do you think about the new Pope?
USA. 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 I don't know. I don't know the motherfucker.
Well, all I'm saying is bet on Chicago. Bet on Chicago. The Sox, the Bulls, and the Blackhawks, baby. You know what I'm saying?
You know, they're blessed
all day,
now.
every day.
They're blessed now.
Yeah, because he said he was a Sox fan more than a Cubs fan.
Gross.
So bet on this. Look, man, say what you want, but when God himself is helping the team, they're probably going to take some dubs. All right? They're going to take some dubs away. All right? So
yeah, I bet. Is it God?
Can I just make my jokes?
No. You can. You can, joke. But I'm gonna come back at you with some philosophical.
It was a joke. Just like
joke, that's a lead in. That's a
like,
joke that leads in,
bro. If you remember, one of the first things I sent you was that advice for young and old alike, and there's a line in that song or poem, if you will, that was put to music. It says, "When you're doing business with a religious son of a bitch, get it in writing. Because there's no way you'll come out ahead with the good Lord telling him how to fuck you over on the deal."
Oh, I got a joke in there that's just so sharp and edgy, but I don't want to do it.
And I'm a Christian. I believe in God and love God. But you know what? It's the people that lead with that I don't trust. I don't trust you if you have to lead with I'm a Christian.
No.
Either I will see it in you or I will not. But if you have to lead with it, if you have to let me know that you are a sanctified special person and you have to lead with that, and you can't be a human, compassionate, living, breathing, being a normal dude who, when we get into it, I'm like, oh man, the reason that you have a little bit of a light, or maybe the reason that you seem to have an understanding is because you have a spiritual path and a walk with who you perceive to be your creator, right? Mm-hmm. And okay, and this book, it's not the Quran for you. It's not the Torah for ya. It's not the Dhammapada. It's not the Bhagavad Gita. It's the Bible. Oh, cool. Okay. And you believe that everybody should be allowed to do their own thing with that. And you don't hate the Torah. You don't hate the, Dhammapada. But for you, it's the Bible, and it makes sense. And it's really helped you in your life. And if you spend 10 minutes with me, you can explain to me how using this book and the people that follow this book have been there for you and helped you and prayed with you and helped you on a path that's made you a better person. Okay, cool. And that path isn't for everyone. And there are great paths for others that are different, but this is your path and it's called Christianity. Well, that rocks. Okay, good for you. That's a better human being, creating a better community, which ultimately leads to a better world. And this is the way you did it. And honestly, I couldn't be the Christian I am without Buddhism. Without what I learned in Buddhism, the psychology, the meditation, the understanding of the world around me. Christianity, it's all in the Bible too, but most Christians don't understand it because they've been taught any other teaching is bad. Whereas Buddhism is so much more of a philosophy and a psychology than it is a typical or classical religion, that when you can apply those things to your life all the time.
Buddhism. You can apply Buddhism. Yes. It's hard to do that, to apply the Bible. Right. Hard to apply the Bible, easy to apply Buddhism.
But not okay. So I have the book over there, but there's a great book called "Living Buddha, Living Christ" by Thich Nhat Hanh. Now, a lot of my hardcore Christian brothers and sisters will call me a heretic for even mentioning the book. But the whole book is an idea of if Jesus and Buddha met and they walked together and discussed philosophies. And the crazy part about it is it's pretty much the same philosophy. Love your neighbor as yourself. Put the teachings of God, your relationship with being the best you can be, above everything else. And then the very next thing that means, and that doesn't mean I'm great, it means admitting that you are so far away that you need dependence on a higher power. and you need to pray, and you need to stay in check and humble and thankful that you are blessed and grateful, right? So, and I'm not saying this for everyone. I'm just explaining to you.
Yeah, that's what that
be in tune with a higher spiritual connection. Always make that the number one thing. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, body, and soul. Connect to, the higher spiritual thing. And then the very second one, and then love thy neighbor as thyself. Right? In the Bible, Jesus says clearly the second and most command. And then he goes on.
Let's break that down. Let's break that down. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Simply be kind.
Well, it's even deeper than that. Love thy neighbor as thyself means, if we're both cold, I give you my coat. If we're both hungry and there's one bite of food left, I give it to you because I love you as much as I love myself.
That's being
like
kind.
Your health and well-being is as important to me as my own. And when push comes to shove, I sacrifice my own health and well-being for yours because I am voluntarily giving you that. Of course, I love myself. It's human nature. You know what I mean? If I'm cold, I'm going to find warmth. If it's raining on me, I'm going to find dry. If I'm hungry, I'm going to try to find food. If I'm thirsty, I'm going to try to find water. I'm a human being. It is human nature to love myself in those ways. Take care of myself, not the emotional love, not the health. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Love thy neighbor as thyself means to me. And then Jesus broke it down a little bit more. And if your neighbor is hungry, give him food. If he's cold, give him your cloak. Love your neighbor as yourself means voluntarily putting the other person before yourself, which Buddhism also teaches.
But that's a part of, but they don't teach it as love.
They don't use the word love.
No,
correct.
No, that's like it's like a kindness. It's a light. It's something that you give, and that's what I'm saying is that on that side that's what that is. Because I don't believe in love. I think I've told you that I don't believe in love. I don't really, and you corrected me. You corrected me on your side. Remember, that was a great conversation. We had like 4 hours that day on the phone, but you were like, no, there is, there truly is, and I'm like, no, there's not. I mean, that's just where, and then those are things we differ on.
You're saying there is not love in this world.
No, that word should not exist.
Okay.
I think kindness, being charitable, I think those are real words. Those are tangible words. I don't think love is tangible.
Okay. I'm trying to decide where to start here. Let me start.
You can go. I froze. You can go.
I know. Okay, so first of all, do you mean definable? Do you mean definable? Because kindness is not. When I hear the word tangible, I think material, right? Like this keychain is tangible because I can touch it and feel it. It's not an idea, right? Like oxygen is real, but it's not tangible, right? I can't hold oxygen, but it is very real. I can't see oxygen, but clearly if we have it all around me, we wouldn't be talking, right? So it's real, but it's not tangible, right?
But what year do we live in?
Huh?
What year do we live in?
25.
Okay.
According to the Gregorian calendar, but that's
go with me here. Yeah, it could be like 300 years.
I just wonder where you're going because you say what year do we live in, and I'm like, is he asking like 2025, or is he asking me if I understand that it's probably inaccurate and I don't really?
No. I'm not going that deep on that one. It's just we're in 2025, right?
As far as we know, yes.
There's no meaning behind it. The word love has been watered down to nothing.
Abused, yes.
Nothing.
I agree.
Nothing. So it can't be. It can't be. There can't be love when it gets that watered down in 2025. Now there can be love, I believe.
Like keep talking. I'm listening. I'm just going to stop.
I think there can be love between like two people, or and they can be love for a time. Love for a time. But there's no such thing as everlasting love. That does not exist. And the divorce rates that we have in this in the last 20 years. I mean,
fair.
But I come from a different life. You know, where I've witnessed it, where I've seen 5 divorces, I've seen 3 divorces of my own parents and remarriages. I mean, love is just, it's an L, it's an O, it's a V, it's an E. Kindness is pure. Kindness lasts. If you're a kind person, you're kind to everyone.
I agree. Now, here is my, you hang in there with me because it's a little long. That's why it's a big deal. Here is my core definition of love as printed a couple thousand years ago. If I speak human or angelic tongues, do not have love, I am a noising gong or a clanging cymbal. If I have the gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries and all knowledge and have all faith so that I can move mountains, but do not have love, I am nothing. And if I give away all my possessions, and if I give over my body in order to boast, but do not have love, I gain nothing. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not arrogant. It is not rude. It is not self-seeking. It is not irritable and does not keep a record of wrongs. Love finds no joy in unrighteousness, but rejoices with the truth. It bears all things. It believes all things. It hopes all things and endures all things. Love never ends. But as for prophecies, they will come to an end. For tongues, they will cease. As for knowledge, it will come to an end. For we know in part, so we prophesy in part. But when the perfect comes, the partial will come to an end. When I was a child, I spoke like a child. I thought like a child, and I reasoned like a child. When I became a man, I put childish things aside. For now we see only a reflection as in a mirror, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then I will know fully, as I am fully known. Now these 3 remain, faith, hope, and love. But the greatest of these is love.
Okay.
That's my definition of love. Now, anything that is not that is simply abusing the word love.
Okay. Go back to the beginning of the listings of what that was in the middle of what you just read.
Okay. Which part?
The middle part. You read through a little bit, and then
I read through. It's the whole chapter of 1 Corinthians.
And then it had like a.
Which I have. Just tell me what you want to reference. I have it all.
The love
is not
is
as
what?
good. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not.
Oh, stop. Love is no. Patient. But it goes back to the beginning before all that. It goes back to before.
If I speak in tongues of man and angels, but have not love, I am yet a clanging cymbal or a banging gong.
No, I'm not worried about that.
If I donate my body as if to boast, but have not love, I have gained nothing. Once again, I have this memorized. So what do you want? Tell me.
Where it says we're stood up higher up. Like the very second.
What do you want to say?
Love is kind. Simple. Yeah. Love is kind.
Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not.
No. Take out the patient. Take out all that because it wasn't that. It was a straight thing, and there was comma between comma at the beginning. Love is kind.
It's all of those things. Yeah.
Yeah, but kind is love. Love is
a part of it. It's a percentage of it. In the same way that if I make you a delicious sauce, you can say, I believe in tomatoes, but I don't believe in sauce. Okay, that's fair. You can do that. And yes, you cannot have this sauce without tomatoes, but it takes multiple other ingredients to create this sauce. It is tomato based. It is kindness based. Absolutely. But you can be kind and have not love. You can be kind externally. You can be kind for your own. In fact, I know super kind people that are some of the biggest hustlers and grifters on the planet, specifically in the religious sphere. They'll smile and they'll tell you God loves you and they'll tell you they love you and they'll pat you on the back while their hand is in your pocket. They are kind AF. You will never know that they're evil or their intent is to rob you or control you. You will never know. In fact, that's happening right now to millions of people. Kindness is there. There is no lack of kindness. There's no evidence of a lack of kindness, but there is a blatant lack of love. Because love does what does it say? Love rejoices in the truth. And the truth is, this person is kind to you, but they don't love you, and they're trying to steal from you. And that is their motivation of being kind to you, right? Kindness can go away.
But that's
love
not kindness.
Never fit. Love lasts forever.
That's manipulation. That's not kindness. There's a difference. That's an act. That's what narcissists do. So
I agree. Narcissists can be kind.
No.
By all practical. Okay, so what is your definition of kindness?
Love. For you. Well, you call love, I call kindness.
Okay. Okay, so you'd label it differently. The thing about that is simply that, the way I believe in, and like what I just described, it is definitely an ingredient of it. But you also have to have forgiveness. You also have to have long suffering. You have to also have faith. You have to also understand that you don't create love. Love is an energy, and I believe love is the energy. I believe that you can replace the term, and that energy is always giving. People don't want to get into that stuff, but I believe that you could almost break scientifically down the idea of love in that, just like energy doesn't dissipate. It dissipates in a certain place, but it never goes away. Once energy is created, it's always around and always flowing. Just like it clearly says in there, love never ends. So you're just tapping into something higher and better than yourself. Because you don't have the ability. Look, what I just described, brother, I do not have the ability to do in my own. I do not have the ability to love perfectly anyone in any way, shape, or form at any given time. I don't. I do not.
It's because you're human. You're imperfect. Everybody's imperfect.
Absolutely. And in the same way that I don't have the ability to be a perfect conductor of energy, my body would die. It's not capable. My body can't just grab this electric pole and this electric pole and just conduct energy, right?
But now that's not how it's supposed to be, though. The electricity isn't supposed to be pole to pole.
And we are not supposed to be able to love perfectly on our own.
Nope.
We're supposed to be able to take a little bit of that power that's flowing throughout the universe. We're supposed to be able to tap into it, to find our divinity, our ability to forgive when it's not a human nature thing, and sometimes not even that smart to do. But it's the ability to see someone as a creation and child of God. You know what I mean? Versus seeing them as someone who's wronged you, who's hurt you. You're supposed to, man.
Suffering's life. Suffering is life. That's what life is suffering. And then what you do in between all the suffering is you try to find those good bits of time, of joy, of happiness, and absorb those when they happen and take note of them. So they become a really positive memory in your life, because guess what? There's going to be more bad and more bad and more bad and more bad all throughout. It's about suffering and enjoying the little things and the small times you get.
I'm glad you said that, because boom, look at that. The Four Noble Truths are the foundational teachings in Buddhism that provide a framework of understanding. The first one, the truth of what?
Suffering.
Life involves suffering. Now, the way we were taught, all life is suffering. This is a little Americaned out. You know what I mean? And as you know, in Asian languages, they're not as flowery. You know what I mean? There's not as many adjectives and adverbs and pronouns. They come right out and say a lot of stuff that's just, their language is different in that way.
Yeah.
But the truth of suffering, guess what? Suffering is true. It is the number one truth. It is the most important truth. All life is suffering. And it can be experienced in various forms: pain, loss, dissatisfaction, disappointment. The truth acknowledges that suffering is an inherent part of existence.
And there's people that won't admit that. Yeah. There's people that won't admit that they suffer, that they're suffering. And they really don't think they are. But there's a lot of suffering that just needs to be admitted.
Once they can admit it, then they can go to number 2, right?
Yes.
The origin of the suffering. Suffering arises from craving, attachment, and ignorance.
Oh boy.
Refusing to take all information in because you've emotionally attached yourself to one idea, theory, thought, or side of an argument. Anyway, craving and attachment to transient states and things perpetuate this cycle of suffering.
Been through that. We got through, so I'm on 3. Let's go through 3. No, let's talk about 2. Talk about 2. Talk about 2.
No, you're right. No, it's just the fact that we're human. Everything, when you wake up in the morning, you crave something, whether it be coffee, water,
cigarette.
Cigarette, yeah, whatever it is. We're humans, and at our very basic core, especially the older you get. For me, it's coffee. I need my dang coffee. You know what I'm saying? Yep. I'm a coffee man. But yeah, man.
And craving,
attachment. I mean, who's not attached to something? I'm going to take that Jalen Hurts jersey right behind you. I'm taking it tomorrow. I'm going to come and grab it and just walk away with it. You're not attached to it. Come try to take one of these guitars behind me and see how that works out for you.
I get you 212 gauges between the knees.
You won't walk out of here.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. In fact, I'll make sure I end you in a way that when you fall, you don't even damage one of my guitars. Okay.
Well, I have chickens, and you would boom my cock.
Yeah.
I have chickens.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? So, attachment. I'm attached to many things, right?
But that's right. But what have I said? What have I said before? Detach.
Right.
Detach. So that attachment's part of the detachment of the negative.
And I'm aware. I'd rather admit it. You know what I mean? A lot of suffering comes from people just not admitting. Like you were saying before, and it's funny because it's so true. A lot, and you see it every day. A lot of people suffer just because they can't be honest. They can't say, hey, man, I might have made a mistake. And maybe I didn't. Maybe I don't even see where I made a mistake. But if you feel like I made a mistake, dude, our coolness, our friendship, what we're doing together is more important than that. You didn't call me out by name. You didn't steal from me. You didn't lie. You didn't slander me. You feel like I made a mistake. You feel like I didn't do this for you. You feel like I didn't talk to you, whatever. You know what, man? There's no reason to get too much into it. I apologize. Let's move on and do good things together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's, yeah, man. And people refuse to do that. They're like, no, you're bad. I'm good. I'm good. And I'm like, that's such suffering.
And that's the perpetuate cycle. That's the perpetuate cycle that they're speaking of, because they'll start that cycle with the negativity or the lies or he or she. And then guess what happens? Once you do that, gotta get to the camera. Once you do that once, you're going to have to do that again to cover up that once. And now you got 2. And then there's going to be another couple times, and then it's going to be 4. And then that's perpetual cycle based off of one untruth in any situation in life. For that kind of life, and that's what they're talking about. That perpetual cycle, you don't want it. It's a negative one.
Correct.
You know? Oh, I love this.
Yeah, so the craving, the attachment. Once again, I'm saying I crave and I attach. I want to make sure as we go through all of these,
I attach my cards.
I'm not pretending like I don't do all of these things and create my own suffering, because I do.
Yeah.
But I want everybody to know, hey, man, we're all just humans.
And we chose it.
You are. You know what we live in this thing because it's who we are, man. We live in a fallen thing. You know what I mean? And it is what it is. We have to sacrifice other things to live, whether it be animals, whether it be plants, whether it be other people's space, oxygen, water, you name it. You know what? We're humans. You know, the core of what we are is suffering, whether we're creating it for others or creating it for ourselves.
Yep.
Okay, so that's what it is. So where does that come from? Well, attachment and ignorance. Craving and attachment to transient states and things perpetuate the cycle of suffering. Transient states, transient things. Oh, I'm happy now. I am attached to being happy, but I'm only happy when I'm drunk. You know what I mean? I'm only happy when everything is perfect in my world. Well, how often is everything going to be perfect in your world, bro? Not you, everyone. Or me. Very seldom, if ever.
And I'll say a problem with that is a lot of people will base that happiness on another person.
Things they
How in the hell
a
can you
stranger
do
on
that?
Facebook. A stranger on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? A stranger on Facebook disagrees with me politically, so I'm not happy and I'm suffering. What, bro?
No.
Your origin of suffering sucks. That is way too easy of an origin. That is way too easy of a pathway into your soul to create suffering, bro.
Yeah, that's like that's the shallow end of the pool.
Oh, and by the way, I'm talking to myself here. I am.
No, I know.
The guy in the camera. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah, no, I know. But I'm just saying. I mean, this is just so dead on, and it's easy. Look at. I mean, there's just 4 steps, and they're very easy, really, to follow.
So, and I love it. And as Thich Nhat Hanh would say in Living Buddha, Living Christ, 1 and 2 are the same thing as we're all born sinners, basically. We are born in a fallen world to a sinful nature. We suffer. Our nature is suffering. Everything that is human and natural within us, not everything, but a lot of what is natural and human inside us just naturally creates suffering, bro. It just does. Lions eat monkeys, right? It's just lions create suffering for monkeys. It's just how the world is set up. Whales create suffering for smaller fish. It's just how this world is set up, right? The origin of it. I'm going to create things. I'm going to be attached to things, and I'm always going to be ignorant. I'm always going to be ignorant of something. Well, of something in the fact that right now, no matter how long I live, I will never know as much about geothermal engineering as a geothermal engineer. No matter how long. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Or the rest of the countries in the world and how they actually live and perceive. Because we might perceive, and this is that to us, but it's not going to be the same to them.
Yes, and I can never truly know how you're feeling. I can only assume to know how you're feeling or trust the words you're telling me. But I can never really know. There's always going to be some ignorance there. And in life as humans, we are a selfish species. Ergo, therefore, and because of that, we are always going to experience some form of suffering because we are humans. So we live in some form of ignorance. Because ultimately feeling good or happiness is always, as humans, going to be at the front of who we are. Cravings, attachments. We're attached to the things that make us feel good. We crave the things that allow us to feel good.
Yeah.
So we're going to be ignorant to other things because those things are going to come first in our mind. And that's okay. We're humans.
Hey, after selfish, I think there should be parentheses or a slash, selfish or self-survive.
Meaning,
well, like when you're your only person. When you're your only person, you're self-surviving. You're not being selfish. You're self-surviving.
Right.
In our world. You know, when you are on your own, when you are just a soul entity, you know, you're self-surviving through this path in this world. You're not being selfish. How can you be selfish when there's no other responsibility around you but you? I mean, you see that view?
I do. However,
come on, bring it. Bring it, sucker.
You know, the Buddhist monks would say things like, you can be selfish by being indisciplined. You can be selfish by choosing to sleep or read a book rather than meditate. You can be selfish by choosing to not work on your garden for self-discipline and mental, acuity, and do things that lower your body and mental acuity out of comfort and wanting to feel good. And I'm not telling you I'm necessarily.
No. You're right. If you're following,
this is what a Buddhist monk. If we're just gonna go that far with it, No, I'm not scared. Look, dude. Look, man. I have a hard time not eating too many cookies before I go to bed. So I am nowhere near any of these guys. Let's not. You know what I'm saying? No. I am a sugar coffee addicted man. And
neither one of us has gone over to be a monk. And I mean, you can go be a monk for a week if you want.
we're just in-theoring this stuff. But I'm just
I
saying,
wish
you can be selfish even if you're all alone, in that you're serving your physical earthly needs. And by yourself, can you become attached to something? Absolutely. You can live by yourself and become extremely attached to television shows, podcasts, certain snacks.
Michael Mann would be attached to his wiener. I'll throw in a Michael Mann joke right there. Thank you very much.
He's attached to I think his wiener's attached to a chicken. But anyway, regardless of that, that's a whole nother thing. We love you, Michael Mann.
Yes, we do. Good clip.
But if craving and attachment leads to suffering, and you live on your own, but you're craving nicotine, you're craving coffee, that craving is ultimately going to lead to attachment. It has nothing to do with anyone else, right?
That's your own self. That's your own self, sort of. But you do that. Everybody does that.
Oh yeah, no. Once again, I am not saying I am good at
no. But that's not a bad thing. That is self-care. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying some people might say is selfish or something like that. I'll turn around and smack them with the self-care. Fair. Because that's what I think. I think that for everybody. And I think everybody should do that more. Self-care instead of worrying about what Joe Schmo or Low Smo or Ho Smo or Holo, whatever. Holo, remember? Wigger and Holo show. Let's go.
Wigger and Holo.
Yeah, Absolutely. Yeah, man. It's everybody.
And what I like is you're walking right into 3. I don't know if you noticed this, but you are literally walking right into 3.
Let's go.
The truth of the cessation of suffering. Suffering can be ended by eliminating craving and attachment. When these are extinguished, suffering ceases. Which what I feel you were saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that when we take care of ourselves in the proper way, in the way we need to, spiritually first, then soul, then physically, mentally, emotionally, however, whatever order that is. When we take care of ourselves in the proper order, we don't crave and we don't attach things that we don't have control over that give us power over our misery. Ergo, suffering can be ended by eliminating craving and attachment. When these are extinguished, suffering ceases. Am I right? Did you walk kind of right into that?
That's why I
don't. Cardman is like, I love it when a plan come together.
That's why I don't suffer. I mean, I'm sorry, but I'm not reading ahead at all. I don't know this. We don't plan this. We don't talk about this. This is just off the cuff, bro. And I'm sitting here just telling you how I live and explaining things and talking about just little things. And then it's like, oh, we're leading into how Vern's living. Here's his next step, how he believes. So I'm through step 3. At least I'm on 4.
Absolutely. I love the fact that it's a natural flow. It's a really cool natural flow. I really dig that. And then finally, 4, the truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering. The truth of the path of the cessation of suffering. The Noble Eightfold Path is the method to end suffering. This path includes right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration.
Boom. Boom.
Now you get all that in a row for me, and I'll take you to Vegas, and we'll win $1 billion. Because
dude,
I don't know anyone that does the Eightfold Path right every day. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, that right there is why I need Jesus.
Let me look. This path includes right understanding.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's looking at both sides. That's looking at all sides, no matter how many sides there are, and then making your intelligent decision. That's what that is. Right intention. That's just being a good person every day, as good as you can be. That's it. That's all they want, as you can be. Right speech means no hate.
Real fast on right intention. I think that also means right motivation.
Yeah.
And I think right understanding is where compassion, what the Buddha calls the human staple. In the way that Christianity prioritizes love, Buddhism prioritizes compassion in almost the exact same way. However, the right understanding to me is understanding the motivation. That's what compassion is okay, you're coming at me, or we're friends, but I understand where you're coming from. I've taken the moment, I've taken the minute to understand where you're coming from. So when I deal with you, I can deal with you from a place of compassion, because I understand you're not just coming at me as something that I accept or do not accept. And I get to do whatever I want and behave in any way I want until you conform to what I can accept, or I've hurt you enough to get you away from me. But I've stopped that. And it's not about what I accept. It's about where you're coming from and me understanding that, right? So that would be right. That would be right understanding. Then right intention. Then that comes. So right understanding is about you, right? And how I deal with you, how I see you, what you are to me. Then right intention has to do with me. What are my motivations for dealing with you? Are they pure? You know what I mean? Are past traumas coming out when I'm dealing with you and I'm throwing that shit on you? You know what I mean? All kinds of stuff. Like
big shoulders.
Right. But well, I don't mean me and you specifically. I was using the term.
Hey, I'll play into it though. I'll carry it. Come on, bring it.
Right. Right intention though.
You're my homie.
Me is that and I got you, dog. But right intention. You know what I mean? To me, that's what that is are my intentions right? Am I going out when I deal with other people? Are my intentions pure? Am I trying to slam this dude? Am I trying to sham this dude? Am I like, yeah, you're the best. Come kick it with us. And then when you get there, I don't record your segments. You know what I mean? Like, where you try to record your segments and not only do I pull your phone, that's not right intention. That person at that
still point, do this, but you blocked me. You blocked me on everything else, but we still do this.
It's and then you realize, in that moment, you probably realized, oh, this person never had right intention. Their intention when they first picked up the phone or reached out to me was never right intention, because look how they're behaving. Right intention. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. So
I was a bad judgment on intention.
Aren't we all, brother?
Yeah.
But and to be completely accountable, that goes back to the first one. Yeah. I did not have right understanding of this person. Therefore, when they moved with wrong intention, my misunderstanding of them allowed me to get caught up in their wrong intention.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yep, gotcha.
Yeah. So anyway, moving on.
Right speech.
Yes.
I mean, that's simple. You know, I think it's different than let's say a debate. It's different than that sort of conversation in speech. I mean, that's different. That's allowed, to talk like that in a debate and get a little heated and stuff like that. But in your everyday right speech is just kindness and not saying words that cause any hurt to anybody. True. That's what that is. No words that cause hurt. You do that and you've successfully had your day. Go through your day and don't say anything to hurt anybody else.
I love right speech, man, because it's one of those things that's complex and simple. Mm-hmm. Right speech on a surface, yeah, man. Don't use your words to hurt other people. Use your words to build up other people. Absolutely, yes. Right speech, yes. Yeah. But what else?
Then after that, you take the right action to back up that right speech.
But is lying right speech? Maybe I'm not using my word specifically to go, fuck you, you stupid piece of shit, blah, blah, blah. But I'm lying about a person. Or, you know what I find to be the most cutting and the worst of all, bro?
Go.
This is something that's very popular now on social media, and it's not a blatant lie stuff. It's the dishonesty. It's the casting aspersions. It's the whole, I don't know about that guy, man. I got a weird vibe off of him. You know, the other day he was on his show and he kind of alluded to the fact that he might be into some weird stuff. He was talking about, you know, that he likes to watch old movies and some of them are weird. And he was talking about a crazy scene in a movie and seemed to really turn him on in a way that if you twist it and turn it in a certain kind of way, it could be really weird. I don't know if we should trust this guy. Something's not right about him. Well, yeah, no, yeah, he paid us, and yeah, he was cool, and yeah, there is nothing ever we could ever point to that he was wrong or disingenuous or dishonest in any way, shape, or form at all. And in fact, we have a mountain of evidence to the contrary. But man, there's something about that guy. He sniffled wrong. He touched it. I literally have had this. I had one show I was doing. I had bad allergies, and I was like doing this with my nose.
Oh yeah, you can't sniff. Don't sniff. You can't sniff on the podcast.
I go online and they're like, "You're a cokehead. You're a cokehead." Like all these people on Facebook are calling me a coke. I'm like, I will take a blood, not a piss test.
Do not sniff on a podcast.
Test, and you will find no drugs in a blood test that goes back a year. Right? Like that, or a follicle test that goes back 90 days. Whatever. I will take any test. No drugs. Bro, I would be happy to admit it if I did. I'd be like, yay, drugs. No drugs.
That's why I always keep my roll of toilet paper right next to me. Because if I do have a runny nose, because of my medications and stuff,
yeah,
I want people to wipe it.
Yeah.
You look at a show we did. It was one of the, or no, maybe it was one of my live streams on YouTube. Right in the middle of all this Buddhist stuff. I had a snot. That was coming out, but I was looking at my cards. Card camera. And I look over at the camera and I just see this long string of snot hanging out my nose. So I had to get the old toilet paper out and wipe it down.
You don't have to tell that story, dog. You don't have
to. I do. Yeah, I do. I'm 51 years old.
I mean, you may feel you need to, but you don't. I mean, you could.
It's a great story, dude.
You gave me the story. You gave me the extended dance mix, and I appreciate that. But you could have gave us the radio. You know, you could have sheened it up. You could have polished it up. You could have been like, you know, I had some allergy problems going on, and I wasn't looking right, and
I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, fair. It was just you did all that coke.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, and then that LSD, and then the heroin.
Hey, don't pick on the good ones. Hey, easy. You know what I'm saying? If you start talking to shrooms and ayahuasca, I'm going to be personally hurt.
Ones alone. And go after those happy 3-day ones.
Yes.
I love it.
Here's how you know a good drug is when you get done doing it. You're like, whoa, I need a couple of days or a couple of weeks. I do not want to touch that again for a minute. I got to come back down and readjust. That's how you know it's a good drug.
Give me a year and I'll be back. Yeah. I'm a white trash man. I'm from the Midwest. I'm a white trash man, and I like Milwaukee's best. I'm a white trash man. I love NASCAR. Goes hand in hand. And I score PBR. Ain't got no class. Ain't got no cash. Been on over. You can kiss my white trash. All you white trash folk who like your smoke, gonna step outside, gonna get real high. Ain't got no class, ain't got no cash. Been on over. You can kiss my white trash. Oh, yeah, boy. Ain't got no class, ain't got no cash. Been on over. You can kiss my white trash. Ain't got no class, ain't got no cash.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Along with the card man himself, we are making it happen. He's your friend. He's my friend. He's everybody's friend. We love him. We know him. It's the card man, Vern. You got a shout out on Slap News last night. The Slap News podcast, very popular podcast, showed you love, had you on screen. That was pretty kick-ass. Shout out to that. Guys, this is, as you know, the Friday edition of the NoONER Show where we watch along. We have uncovered a conspiracy, guys. We have uncovered a cowboy conspiracy. You know what I mean?
You better kill me.
I'm gonna be another honky tonk dad.
But shit, I shouldn't have said.
So here's the thing about it. As you know, we've been enjoying the quality programming that is the Cowboys of Moo Mesa. Yes, there they are, the Cowboys of Moo Mesa. Now, if you dig into the lexicon, if you dig into season 1, episode 2 of Cowboys of Moo Mesa, something interesting is going on, card man. Something very interesting is going on. Here's the thing about it that's very interesting is that I can only find it underground. I can only find, and then if you go to your main sources, like your YouTubes, like your CBS's, episode 2 is a different show, different title, different show. You don't believe me, fellas, ladies, fans, friends, loved ones, check this out. Okay, so, bam. Let me share this tab. Okay, as you can see, we are on YouTube. Wild West Cowboys of Moo Mesa. Season 1, Episode 1. Boom, right? Mm-hmm. Then there's Season 1, Ep 3, Ep 4, 5. You know what I'm saying?
That's not how you count.
6, yes. Where's 2? Where's 2? And you go, oh, okay. Well, let me go back and find 2 then. Let me find another playlist here. Oh, okay. Well, here looks like a pretty good playlist of Wild West Cowboys of Moo Mesa. So let's just, go over here. Let's just look at this playlist and see what we're looking at, right?
Cool. Yeah.
So, yeah. So Season 1, Ep 1. Season 1, Ep 1 again. Stolen on the River. There you go. Okay, so it's called Stolen on the River, right?
No. Not in my memory. When I was a kid, it had something to do with reptilians.
Right. So, the Wild West Cowboys of Moo Mesa, Season 1, Episode 2, via YouTube is called Stolen on the River. However, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring you over to Rumble, where they tell the truth.
Word.
And as you can see here, what does this say? Wild West Cowboys of Moo Mesa, Season 1, Episode 2.
Let's read the title.
A snake in cow's clothing. So, wow. You know what I mean? Wow, guys.
Let's see what's in this episode.
So
I'm very interested.
Somebody doesn't want you to see Cowboys of Moo Mesa Season 1, Episode 2, A Snake in Cow's Clothing. But we're showing it here. They said,
do not come.
With Wild West Cowboys of Moo Mesa Season 1, Episode 2, A Snake in Cow's Clothing.
I'm going to come.
All right, so guys, you're going to have to bear with us. There's a little bit of rough audio in the beginning, but that's because they don't want you to see it. But we have unearthed the truth. Cardman, how you feeling about it?
I'm really thinking there's something in here.
We're gonna
Illuminatus.
Illuminatizzle. Illuminatation.
Wordizzle.
All right, so we're going to start from the beginning, and let's go.
Let's go.
Comet breeze the mesa to the western skies with the sound of 1,000 cattle drives. The chosen few would see the light and find the wrong with right. Up on the mesa, above the Cleaning up the territory, keeping evil on its toes. Takes a different breed of ride, up and crazy road.
On the mesa,
if the real cowboys standing up for law and order and living by the code
on the mesa.
Pay close attention to this episode. Snake in cow's clothing.
A snake in cow's clothing.
And I'll probably have you hit pause. I got a moment, I think. Go.
Yes, I am turning you up right now because you are quiet on your mic, my brother.
Oh, I talk quiet. I need to talk like a human and not like a guy that lives in his own head. Okay.
However,
that's all.
It's okay because we know you do live in your own head and we like that space. Thank you for letting us in sometimes.
There you go.
However, let's A Snake in Cow's Clothing, the episode they don't want you to see. Train's rolling in.
1 o'clock on the dot.
Is it
Pause,
there?
pause. Pause. I see something scary.
What? What's scary?
We've already got cannibalism going on.
Okay.
Do you see? We've got cases of beef. Cases of beef. Jock's beef.
But that's it's not beef. It's Jacques
lobby. Lobby.
You have no idea what that is, man. And also
overseas.
Not for nothing. But don't those look like little caskets?
Yeah. Ooh. What's that good stuff called that people eat that I don't? That's about the pâté. Is that made out of like baby cows or something? No, that's baby chickens. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. Baby chickens and baby cows are delicious.
Yeah,
veal, I think you're thinking of, and it's
there. You go. Thank you.
However, I just wouldn't have noticed unless you pointed out coffins, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? So coffins, I don't know, but
jocks.
Poor cow.
Hi, Miss Lily. All I see are these trunks from a Mr. Jack's. That's Jacques, as in Jacques Le Beef.
Oh, no!
I hate him already.
Of course he has blonde hair. Every bad guy always has blonde hair.
I hate him already.
Yeah, no. Nobody likes Jacques Le Beefs and his weird caskets full of other cows. What's going on, Jacques Le Beef? I don't trust you. Why are you talking to the only woman in town?
And who is this lovely mademoiselle whose beauty makes the sun's rays pale by comparison?
Oh, show. What Lily
she blushed good.
Très bien. Now that I see how lovely this town is, I think I must stay a while.
Ladies, be careful. See, that's the problem, ladies. You get swept off your feet by these no-good-nicks, these ne'er-do-wells. Jacques Le Beef types are always there.
Well,
never trust a man that has a blue flower.
Exactly. I was going to tell you, that's that blue flower. That's a special flower from France that puts off an essence that hypnotizes the woman cow.
It makes cows crave beef, yo.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
Their own flesh.
I don't need proof. I have suspicions.
Exactly.
If you will please unpack my trunks.
Unpack my trunks.
Oh.
Oh, no.
A little care, s'il vous plaît. The trunks are filled with fine goods.
Fine goods.
A little cow.
Did they hire me to do this French accent?
Oh, man. Oh, this is great.
Pale by comparison.
Oh, show. What Lily Bovine's my name.
Lily Bovine's my name.
Now that I see how lovely this town is, I think I must stay a while. If you will please unpack my trunks.
Lady. Talking about banging.
Yeah.
A little care, s'il vous plaît. The trunks are filled with fine goods, which I, Jacques Le Beef, sell only to those with superb taste.
Ooh. Oh. What's up, 1%? 1%.
Like, I just,
here we go.
You know, they got a real Frenchman to do the thing. You know what I mean? This is totally a real.
Oh, for real. It wasn't Chico on the corner that was taking a nap for $10.
The only people who watch the noodle show have the finest of taste.
Perfect. Cut. Print. Put it down. Dude, and then he says he's fallen in love with the town already. What? No. It's straight banging. He's straight.
We gotta get through these first 2 minutes.
All right.
We gotta get through the first 2 minutes. All right,
There's so much
go.
going on.
Look! Oh, it came!
Well, there it is. One bona fide safe from Jersey City. Allow me to escort you.
Jersey City.
And your safe home, Mademoiselle Lily.
Nothing good comes from Jersey
For
City.
your trouble.
You are a very generous
wait,
man,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
LeBeef.
I know. This is great.
Dude, I'm telling you.
I need to hear For Your Trouble again. This is.
Trunks are filled with fine goods, which I, Jacques Le Beef, sell only to those with superb taste.
Yeah.
Look! Oh, it came!
Well, there it is. One bona fide safe from Jersey City. Allow me to escort you and your safe home, Mademoiselle Lily.
Home.
For your trouble.
Oh, you jet.
Yeah, dude.
That is
Isn't it trouble?
Maybe they hid this because they didn't want us to hear the worst French accent ever in the history ever on recording.
Came!
Why, there it is. One bona fide safe from Jersey City. Allow me to escort you and your safe home, Mademoiselle Lily. For your trouble.
You are a very generous man, Mr. LeBeef.
Mr.
You're
LeBeef.
too kind.
LeBeef.
Oh, look at what is it? What? Ah! Ah! LeBeef, you bastard! I can't stand you. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Did you know it? Did you see it coming?
It felt funny.
You
I had a
son
funny
of a
feeling
gun.
in my tummy. But yeah, it's gone bad already.
Oh, this is upsetting. For those of you listening and not watching,
It's traumatic.
Jacques Lebiel has a magnet that literally pulled the coin out of the poor train conductor's pocket. The one that was flying shabla.
Look!
Again.
Oh, it came!
Why, there it is. One bona fide safe from Jersey City. Allow me to escort you and your safe home, Mademoiselle Lily. For your trouble.
You are a very generous man, Mr. LeBeef.
LeBeef, you
You're
bastard!
too kind.
I've dreamed of being called Mr. LeBeef.
We're not talking about your porn career on this show, sir. Okay? It's not what we're doing today. Oh,
Well, maybe it could go over in the corner.
Ooh, nice.
No, I think the corner, is better.
Here they're teaching kids what a
Oh,
woman
I'm
is.
sorry, Dakota.
Mhm.
I just got
Move it
so
here.
excited. I'm not thinking straight. It's fine right where it is.
Who's gonna
You know, the first thing I'm going to put away is my secret recipe for sarsaparilla.
Right? She's a doozy,
secret
all right.
recipe for
I heard it's the
sarsaparilla.
new safe, Miss Lily, and I was just wondering if you got some extra room inside for my prize tool set.
Sure, Buffalo. I got some room.
Yo, she said she's got room.
Oh, fit it
you-
in.
Like,
Fit it in.
okay, can we just ask ourselves, when you think of a buffalo, if you were to hang out with the buffalo and you were to hear him speak, do you feel like that? Let's just hear that again.
Right? She's a doozy, all right.
She's a doozy,
I heard about the
right?
new safe, Miss Lily, and I was just wondering if you got some extra room inside for my prize tool set.
He's an Irish buffalo.
That was just out
Irish?
gold mining. I just found my gold.
A gold mining Irish buffalo. Well, of course. I mean,
Sure, Buffalo. I got some room.
Yo, she said she's got room.
oh my God.
Did you see that? I'm positively appalled that the townfolk are withdrawing their money from my pocket. Safe.
Downright criminal. What's Miss Lily got that you don't got?
All my money. Now, I just have to devise a plan to get it back.
You are all gussied up, Moo.
Okay. Are we seeing it here? Are we seeing it? You know what I'm saying? Are we seeing it here? You know what I mean? Are we seeing the message of taking the power of the central banks away from them by pulling your hard-earned money out of the central banking system and holding it in a community bank or in a place where the community comes together, small savings and loan style versus the main bank? What if this is what they were talking about? I don't know how Jacques LeBeef plays into it, but it's going to be a thing. Believe you me.
Because he's a foreigner.
Well, he's French. I don't hold it against anybody who doesn't like French people. I mean, you know what I mean? Here's my guy. Here's my dude. I had to wait a minute. All right.
Colorado.
Yes.
Colorado.
What's going on?
Well, Miss Lily, she invited me to dinner.
Just have to devise a plan to get it back.
You are.
You are all gussied up, Moo. What's going on?
Well, Miss Lily, she invited me to dinner.
Don't get excited, Moo. It's just your turn.
Yeah, you and the whole town.
Clip of the year. Oh my word. That's it. Hey, the rest of the town.
But you don't have to take my word for it.
Oh my.
All
Miss
right.
Lily must be serving some special today.
I think it's more than her sarsaparilla that's bringing in that crowd.
Oh, I think it
Let's have a
is.
look-see.
Way more than her sarsaparilla that's bringing in that crowd.
This is our tonic extraordinaire. A mere drop, and soon you will have the most luxuriant girls.
Is this enough? I left the rest of my money in Miss Lily's safe.
Safe? Most interesting.
Smooth.
I, Jacques Le Bif, will accept this as a deposit. Au revoir.
I'll always have room for your prize marble, Cody. I think.
Excuse me, most lovely mademoiselle. I, Jacques Le Bif, must assist.
Hey, at least here it is, episode 1, season 2. We have solid proof and verification there are other women in the town.
Yes, we did find them. They came from downstairs, like I told you last week.
Oh yeah, the other half.
Yeah, they were just upstairs busy.
And they and they haven't existed outside the brothel yet. So there is that. Or
and she was
salute.
rolling so well. Look, good. Look.
Salute.
Episode 2, she's rolling with the safe. She's got all the town's money, man. This chick's mafia level.
Yeah, she's a little gangster. Good for you,
Cow.
bro. Selling what you can sell and pimping what you can pimp.
Miss Lily.
Oh, Jacques.
Move aside, Miss Lily. I'll take care of that in a jiffy.
Oh, Colorado.
Yeah.
10 bulls.
Excuse me.
Oh yeah.
This is Tasmanian Devil.
Lily.
Ooh, there's a note in there.
Why, thank you, Mr. LeBeef.
Anytime, ma petite vache.
Oh, I just love when he talks.
You know, Miss Lily, you could get mighty dangerous keeping the whole town's valuables in your safe.
Well, I reckon so.
Yes.
But I can't turn down my friends.
Okay.
I do.
I can't. It writes itself, Cardman. She can't turn down friends, Cardman.
No, she can't. Literally. It's 1879. They're in a brothel. She cannot hurt anybody.
Do not besmirch the good name of a saloon, sir.
I think it's called Saloon Brothel. I think that's the name under it. Cow Brothel.
Ah, I see. Like
or El Brothel Cow or something. I don't know.
Kind of like a KFC Taco Bell.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Good. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Just a bit. All right.
I'm ma petite vache.
Oh, I just love when he talks.
You know, Miss Lily, you could get mighty dangerous keeping the whole town's valuables in your safe.
Well, I reckon so. But I can't turn down my friends.
No, she cannot.
They pay.
Oh, who is that guy?
Don't know.
I don't trust him.
Me neither.
I think I'm going to put something in Miss Lily's safe to keep it safe.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sounds
yeah.
good, Lou, as long as I don't have to
Baby?
shut the door.
You gonna put a baby in her safe to keep it safe?
Nope.
I mean, like,
Nope.
A plug.
Maybe.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Now that is some high quality detective work right there. That is how you solve cases. Okay.
See, Big Brother facial recognition right there.
That is.
Give that flag.
Nope.
Meanwhile,
Nope.
back at the ranch.
Nope.
The police ranch.
Maybe.
Wait just a cat and picking minute.
Oh.
We drew a stash on him.
I know I've seen that Jacques character somewhere, and it wasn't on the right side of the law. Keep looking.
That mustache wasn't quite him.
Mademoiselle Lily.
Wasn't right mustache.
Oh, really, Mr. LeBeef? You didn't need to drive me to my door.
No, but I, Jacques Le Bif, am honored to do it. Oh, a mud puddle.
Could you imagine if you referred to yourself by your full name when you did random stuff? What? How annoying! Like, yeah.
I'm Mr. Vern White. Vern ain't white.
Hey, Vern, say, do me a favor. Tell me, hey, thanks for giving me a call.
Thanks for giving me a call.
Okay. Well, that's fair, Vern, but I, Michael C. Hall, like to call my friends because I, Michael C. Hall, am a good person. You know what I'm saying? Could you imagine? Like, that would suck, right?
Man.
Who does that? So,
well, I like this whole, like, ooh, a mud puddle. A mud puddle. But right before that, he's like, a mud puddle.
Yeah, all right, let's, but they're on to him at least. And then now he's making time with her.
Lee.
And you were supposed to have a date with her
Mr.
tonight.
LeBeef? You didn't need to drive me to my door.
No, but I, Jacques Le Bif,
Yeah.
am honored to do
Honored.
it. Oh, a mud puddle.
That's the Frenchy face when that noise comes out.
I can't. A mud puddle.
Oh.
Really, Mr. LeBeef? You didn't need to drive me to my door.
No, but I, Jacques Le Bif, am honored to do it. Oh, a mud puddle.
Oh,
S'il vous plaît.
My goodness.
Like it says in the code, a snake in cow's clothing is still a snake.
Yup. Hey, yonder comes Miss Kate.
Yeah, cowboy.
Howdy, Miss Kate.
Oh, we got a new woman on the scene, yo!
Her own land. She's her own woman. She is not upstairs.
Miss Kate is in the building, y'all.
Loving her.
Lily has a little competition. You know what I'm saying? She's getting romance in Miss Kate.
Competition.
All right, cow.
You got it. You did it good. You did it good on that word.
Move over, Lily.
My goodness.
Like it says in the code, a snake in cow's clothing is still a snake.
Yup. Hey, yonder comes Miss Kate.
Yeah!
Howdy, Miss Kate.
Dakota. Hold up there, Mr. Jock.
Oh,
Oh, look
No
how high that
nonsense.
scale is. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
no nonsense. Know what I'm saying? No nonsense. I love
Yeah,
it.
she's the PD police.
She's
Public displays. PDA police. PDA police. That's what she is in town.
nice.
That's belt buckle.
And that you are correct there. You are correct there. So
I'm
yes,
reading
no, this is amazing because she didn't wait around like the boys in the law did.
No.
You
Right
know
back.
what I mean? She didn't be like, people looking, we gonna draw mustaches on pictures. No.
Nope.
No.
Coming in
She
like Lone
just
Ranger.
came in hot. You know what I mean? Didn't get swept off her feet like stupid Lily. You know what I mean? Can't refuse her friends. Now, Kate is coming in and wrecking shop. You know what I'm saying? Ladies and gentlemen, Kate. All right, let's go back. What did you need to say, Vern? Sorry about that.
No, I mean she chicken blocked him. She male chicken blocked him.
Right.
You know, I mean she just boom came in and just like I don't know. I'm feeling some girl vibes here. Let's go.
All right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Dakota. Hold up there, Mr. Jock.
Why is she protecting herself?
I decided I couldn't miss your once-in-a-lifetime sale of that new riding jacket.
Excellent choice, Mademoiselle Kate. It is made of the finest fabric from the south of the Mesa.
Rein it in, big fella.
Rein it in. Oh, he's mad.
He done called her Kate.
Yeah.
Set off the sparkle of your eyes,
Oh, go on.
as well as this valuable gold belt buckle.
My champagne rodeo buckle? Heck, I'll take 2 jackets. Jock, you sure can turn a heifer's head.
I know what you mean, Dakota. That jock steams my hide, too. Let's boot him out of Cowtown, Moo.
Yep.
Afraid not, boys. He hasn't done anything wrong.
You got shot down,
When
Calvin.
he does, we'll be there.
We'll be there.
They call it mud.
Back at Lily's.
Happening.
A royal flush.
A real flush.
Gosh, golly. So the pot is mine. Okay. Well, gentlemen, I, Jacques Le Bif, must take my vast winnings and retire for the evening. Au revoir. Tarnation! What a dreadful week. First, all those withdrawals from my bank, and now I lose to a charlatan. Oh, it takes a cheater to know one. Let me run him out of town. No, Sheriff. I have a better idea. A means to eliminate my competition. And that charlatan in one swell swoop. Baloney, you are the best.
Baloney. Baloney? His name's Baloney?
You are the best.
My little beauties. With you, I never lose. Too bad they call it cheating.
Cheating.
One part sugar, 2 parts water, and voila! We have air tonic, elixirs, and whatever else I, Jacques Le Bif, can sell to the imbecile of Cowtown.
We knew it. We knew it. He's just a grift. He's just a base level scam grifter. You know what I'm saying?
Snake oil salesman.
Snake oil salesman, correct.
Another day, another dollar. Especially when I figure a way inside Lily's safe.
Ooh, he's trying to still get in Lily's safe, though. Wants in that. Got a superhero out there, real.
Oh. So is this the bad guy from the last episode being the good guy from this episode? Or is this a completely different masked vigilante running the streets of Moo Mesa? Oh, did I lose?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Let's go.
But I'm scared.
Were you successful? Of course. Oh, happy day. Now I just need a juicy diversion so I can set the rest of my plan in motion tomorrow.
Hey, where's my mercantile? There's a mercantile this way. Wait, no.
Nope. Nor Miss Kate neither.
Oh,
They're smart.
they don't call it a menage a trois for nothing. You know what I'm saying?
He's got them all. He came into town and he ranked the whole herd of heifers in.
He had a plan all along. So this is what we know so far. The boys are dumb. They have no idea what's going on.
And Frenchie is a heifer herder.
Frenchie is a heifer herder. He's pulling the ladies, but he's also an evil, low-down, 2-bit, grifting son of a gun, stealing from people in town, selling snake oil, and caveat feature, exciting twist, there's a masked vigilante in Moo Mesa who knows his identity. But we don't know who that masked vigilante is.
Frenchie can make sugar and water turn brown.
Wait, is it brown sugar?
No. It looked like
a little bit of Frenchie love.
Candy. Yeah, it was white. So
it was his lunch first, and then the brown food coloring it later.
He didn't do it that. Nope. He's magic. He's a warlock. Also, he's a warlock.
You don't know. All right, let's get it.
Hey, pretty heifers around here. I think I might just give them something
pretty
to
heifers
swoon
around
on.
here.
Let's see that jock feller beat my singing.
Word.
All
All
right.
right, folks, get yourself a partner and let's rodeo. There's a big celebration tonight. Big celebration tonight.
There they are. We can hear it dance.
What he said?
Fellers, you're sweet to ask, but we're waiting for Jock.
Oh,
He's gonna teach us
Vern.
the latest dance from Jersey City. Well, look there. Here it comes now.
Oh, les jolies vaches. Shall we dance?
Look, say what you want, but he's kind of gangster. He's Big D in him. He is Big D in him hard right now. Love him or hate him, the man is pulling like a champ. All right.
He's got Scarface's suit on.
And that's true. He does. Except for the well, it's actually also Colonel Sanders' suit. So because of the tie. See the
yeah, that little bow tie down there. Got that poison flower.
That's right, gals. Line up. Jock will teach all of us.
Line up. Jock will teach all of us.
Kick up your boots, everyone. Kick up your boots.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Over here.
Wow. They have a lot of ladies in Moo Mesa.
I'm finally happy. They got ladies in Moo Mesa. I ain't just watching bows.
Can you die happy now, Vern?
Except
all right.
I'm not too happy with their waistlines. It's not really natural for a cow.
Need to be thick as the Snickers. All right, fair enough. All right, say let's go.
Mr. LeBee.
Well, we don't need to stay where we ain't wanted.
We don't need to stay where we ain't wanted.
Let's go, pal.
Dude, didn't you see the other 10 chicks, bro?
Dude, I know.
Well, hey, boys, what happened? You guys missed the...
And you know what? See? Go ahead.
See? Look who they leave with. The guitar player.
The cool guy.
The guitar player.
Not all up in not all up in his feelings like some kind of bitch. He's like, hey, man, dance with who you want. I'm going to bring the party, be on stage, dance with whoever you want, because at the end of the night, I'm saying? I'm going home.
You'll be dancing with me at the end of the night.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? The after party is where I shine.
Best darn hoedown we ever had in Cowtown. You said it, Louie.
Oh,
We
yeah.
plumb tuckered Jock out. He left early. No! It can't be. I've been wrong. All my valuables gone. Even my sarsaparilla recipe.
Oh, no.
Here's a hoedown was a diversion for a safe robber.
But who would have done such a rotten thing?
That's what I'm here to find out.
You heard about this robbery right quick, Sheriff.
Nothing escapes the sheriff's eagle.
There's our guy, the Scorpion. He's here.
Love it.
Hey, guys, I don't have any problems back.
And was a diversion for a safe robber.
It's Michael Mann.
Put 2 cigarettes in its mouth, in its claws. Put a cigarette in his pincher. It's
Where were we?
burning.
Where were we? No, we're past that. And safe is empty. Safe is empty. Where's the safe empty? There they are. There we are. About right here.
There.
Yeah.
Hey, that stands for Jacques Le Beef.
Jacques.
Where's that funny talking sidewinder?
What are you gonna do, Sheriff?
Throw that lily-livered vermin in jail.
No, you
Lily.
can't let him do it. I'm sure Jacques is innocent.
I don't know about that. He smells rotten to me.
Yep.
He ain't no good.
They ain't no good.
Please, Moo, come on. You gotta help him. Do it for me.
Oh, yeah.
Miss Lily,
Stupid.
when you put it like that, how can I refuse?
Oh
Besides,
my word.
Like it says in the code, you can't call a bull a
Gross,
weasel
gross.
unless you see him steal your eggs.
Hold on. You got it. Hold on. We got our code. We
talked
got our code lesson for the day.
to-
All right. It's the Moo Mason code lesson, y'all. Everybody, listen. It's the Moo Mason code lesson.
You gotta help him. Do it for me.
Well, Miss Lily, when you put it like that, how can I refuse? Besides,
First of all, if you had just dissed me at the dance for the guy who I'm pretty sure is a criminal, and then you're like, do it for me, I'd be like, get on, you skank. You know what I mean? Get on.
Yeah,
You
why are
know
you
what I
even talking to me? Why are you even talking and then like pouring out? You know, to get what you want. Oh, will you do it for me?
So you mean you for the dude that you dissed me for that we're pretty sure is a 2-bit hustling criminal, you're saying for you, for some reason, I got to do you a favor after you done hustled me over for the. Okay, Miss Lily. See, I liked her, but now I'm not so sure. All right. But once again, we got to focus here, man. It's code lesson time.
Yes.
Yep.
He ain't no good.
Oh, please, Moo, come on. You gotta help him. Do it for me.
well, Miss Lily, when you put it like that, how can I refuse?
Womp, womp,
Besides,
womp.
like it says in the code, you can't call a bull a weasel unless you see him steal your eggs.
You can't call a bull a weasel.
Lesson you see him steal your eggs. Call a bull a weasel. Lesson you see him steal the eggs. That is who
I think I
smelled it,
broke my
felt
QQ
it.
machine.
That's like number
That's what
4.
I'm talking about. Yeah, man. I mean,
Number 4
it
in the
is.
code.
That's I wake up and I tell myself, hey man, before you go calling a bull a weasel, you can't do it less than him. You see him going and stealing your eggs, bro. You know what I mean?
That's code.
Sage,
That's code.
sage wisdom, sage wisdom.
Code.
What?
Live it.
I'll look into it. Well, Miss Lily, when you put it like that, how can I refuse? Besides, like it says in the code, you can't call a bull a weasel unless you see him steal your eggs.
What?
See, I was out on you, Lily, and then you go and redeem yourself. Congratulations, Lily. You came back to us. All right.
Look into it. This chalk just might give me the answer.
I am innocent, I tell you. You should have thought of that before you beat Mayor Baloney at cards. But I, Jacques Le Beef, am no safe rubber.
Wait. How does beating Mayor Baloney at cards equate you going to prison? I don't. Wait, can you help me here, Vern? Like,
Where's
you're well
where's the
educated in
evidence?
law of the West.
Where's the evidence? Where's the weapon?
But he's in jail.
Where's the body?
Okay, so yeah, and he's clearly saying, I'm being thrown in jail for a crime I did not commit. But then they're saying, regardless of any crime you did or did not commit, you beat our mayor in a card game. Ergo, here you are in jail. You know what I mean?
Welcome to North Korea. You do not beat Kim at cards.
Moo Mesa. Who'd have thunk it? You know what I mean?
Worldwide.
We'll soon know about that. Let me see your boots, Mr. Le Beef.
Hey, for Forget it, Marshal. We ain't disposed of him yet. Besides, I got dibs on him.
Your boots, Mr. LaBeef.
Here they are.
Here they are.
Clean as a whistle. No sign of chalk.
Chalk.
I left some chalk in Miss Lily's safe. That way, if someone robbed it, I could find the culprit.
Oh! Oh no! It's Michael
Hold it,
Mann!
Salvatore.
Yes.
Go, boot hell! These catching up.
I see a little bump in the road.
Oh!
Ooh. Oh, that was fancy.
That was nice. That was nice.
Wait,
Let's go through that again.
these catching up.
I see a little bump in the road.
So he shoots gold star bullets.
Yes.
His gun shoots gold star bullets, bro. That's pretty good.
Kid, let's rodeo.
Let's cash it up.
Bump in the road.
Love that.
Way to go, Move.
Okay, so we're not gonna break that scene down anymore. But do you see how that didn't? How did? Okay, wait. No, oh, dang it. Okay, here we go. Because there's not. Okay, so the question is this: how did shooting that rock with that gold star affect anything to do with the bad guy's escape?
The angle of the rock.
Oh, he changed it. Okay, I'm gonna have to see that again because
Move it into the wheel. That way the wheel hit it. So he had, gangsta.
I see a little bump in the road.
I just want to say this is slowed down to half speed.
Yes.
And the action is still very fast. You got. What angle change? What angle change, Vern?
What angle changed? What did you just not see rock move? You didn't see the rock move still? He shifted it.
I see a little bump in the road.
Shifted it.
Come on, man.
Shifted it that half inch.
Okay, and I think I could make the argument that it wouldn't have mattered. You know what I'm saying?
I
Either
think
way.
you could probably make that argument. You're pretty right. Yeah.
Way to go, Move.
Oh no!
This is dirty pool mess bull.
I accept the compliment.
I accept the compliment. Oh.
Woo!
PETA got involved. That's why I'm not looking at my horse.
Somebody do something!
Yeah!
I think the rest is up to you, Dakota.
Yep.
I mean, you could have just used your gun to shoot the guy that had you tied up.
Ankles.
Yeah, or you could have just shot the guy, and then you wouldn't have had a right. Like, couldn't you have just shot the guy?
Yeah. Or the rope that. Why? I mean, it was right on your hip. The rope
could have
on
done
your
before
hip.
you did that, and you would have not been dragged through town. All right.
One day I'm gonna catch that masked rogue.
Oh,
You could have just shot him just then.
Right now,
right
you got.
now
You got.
I'd settle for catching Saddle Sore and Boot Hill. Oh,
Like,
oh yeah.
Michael Mann.
Who is this Joe? Get up, buzzard breath. You're supposed to be guarding this here.
Is that Michael Mann in Superfan? Look at Superfan. Look at. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
You have to give him goatee. Kinda got a goatee.
We love you, Doc.
Yeah,
Love
but
that.
they'll skin us alive if anything happens to that trunk.
Too bad, boys, because I'm taking you in.
Whoa.
Guess who?
Always look where you're running.
Yeah,
Always.
just like I thought. You two robbed Miss Lily and framed Jacques LeBeef.
So what's your point? You didn't like him no more than anyone else.
Yeah,
That's true enough, but he's still got to go free.
But I'm gonna keep this chest.
Except for the other stuff he's done.
What you got there?
Oh, just a little something for Mr. LeBeef.
Well, we didn't want an innocent bull to starve.
Let me see that.
Uh-oh.
Sauce.
Never trust him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, man.
She
I'm like,
she's on the bad list.
you know, man, I think of these women in Moon Mason. I'm like, it hurts me, dog. It hurts.
I know.
It hurts.
Because they're cute.
Oh,
They're cute little cartoon cows.
cute heifer. Oh, and it's a pie.
Whoops. Now, how'd that get in there?
Helping a criminal escape is against the law, ladies. You're lucky I don't run you all in.
Population will be doubled by next week.
Hey, ladies, pleasant afternoon.
Mo, you just gotta do something to help Jacques.
Babies.
He's just rotting away in that jail. He didn't rob no safe.
I know. I've got the real culprits right here.
What can I do for you, Marshal?
I've got some thieves for you to lock up, Sheriff. And while you're at it, I'd like to have a word with Mr. LeBeef.
What in tarnation?
What in tarnation?
Where'd he go?
Appears you lost yourself a person.
He escaped.
Jacques escaped!
Get out. Yes, someone escaped. Nobody escapes from my jail unless I say so. I mean, nobody escapes ever.
Well, there's a first time for everything. Sheriff, I feel I've imposed on your hospitality long enough and bid you a pleasant au revoir.
I am furious.
Hope the sheriff has better luck with these two.
You bet you will, because he's going in there with them. And as for you two sorry sirs, you're going to rot in here for a month. But Mayor, that's Vern right there.
Oh, yeah, you said the wheel.
What are you doing? You can't do this. I'm the sheriff. And I'm the mayor. You do remember who paid
Mayor's
for
never
it,
like nobody else.
you?
Speaking of money, Mayor.
It'd be a badass
I got
mayor
a
if he did.
safe you might be interested in.
Why, thank you, Mrs. Lily. I knew you.
What the hell's going on in this show?
It's all yours.
So wait, so central banking is good?
The wheel.
Now she's getting out of
Luck with
it.
these
All
two.
back in.
Plot
bet he
twist.
will, 'cause he
Sorry, say what?
I said so she's having to the insurance was so high after the thievery, she found out that she can't play with the big boys. So she's now throwing in the towel and giving it all back to the big man.
Or yes.
Let's
Or I
just go back to Warren life.
she feels weak and scared and vulnerable, so she needs the big, powerful banks to come in and protect her. She needs to give them all the power, cede her money and resources to them for protection.
Yes.
He's going in there with them. And as for you two sorry sirs, you're going to rot in here for a month. But Mayor, it's Vern right there.
Just for a month? You mean you get to rob all of the town's wealth and you only, man,
Rot
come
in this cell for a month.
a month.
Rot.
That's just a vacation. I would love to just hang out with the homie for a month. Everything fed, just chill. What up, dog? Let's stream live for a month.
3 hots and
Yeah,
shots.
you said the wheel.
That's what I said. What are you doing? You can't do this. I'm the sheriff.
I'm the sheriff.
And I'm the mayor. You do remember who pays
Establishing
your
power
salary,
in the
don't
show.
you?
Speaking of money.
So why are they locking up the sheriff now?
Just power. The mayor is just
because.
throwing in there just because.
Just swinging his
there.
D. Okay,
Mayor.
all right.
I got a safe you
Thanks,
might
kid.
be interested in.
Why, thank you, Miss.
Who'd have thought the
Lily.
plot
I knew you'd
would be
come
so
your
hard to
senses.
follow?
It's all yours.
Yep.
Oh, thanks for clearing Mr. LaBeef, Moo. Moo?
Moo?
Now, where did that little riblet go?
Riblet.
I don't know.
Riblet.
One secret sarsaparilla recipe. Yes.
That was the whole thing. He wanted the secret sarsaparilla recipe.
Everybody was looking up, and he went down.
Yep.
Gold belt buckle. Yes.
And the gold belt
One
buckle.
marble. No, I don't think so. A good week's work.
Oh no!
Oh, I thought you got there.
It's a wire from the Home Office telling me to keep my eyes open for the notorious con artist Barney Finkelberg.
A wire from the Home. He had a toupee. He had a toupee.
Wait. Let's hear that last name one more time.
Finkelberg.
One secret sarsaparilla recipe. Yes. One gold belt buckle. Yes. One marble. No, I don't think so. A good week's work.
It's a wire from the Home Office telling me to keep my eyes open for the notorious con artist Barney Finkelberg.
Finkelberg.
Vern, there's a lot you're missing there because you're not on Twitter, but just saying. Shout out to all my Twitter friends.
I don't have Twitter account. But yeah,
do that one more time.
So. A good week's work.
It's a wire from the Home Office telling me to keep my eyes open for the notorious con artist Barney Finkelberg.
But you don't have to take my word for it.
I knew I'd heard of you somewhere, Barney.
Toupee. I'm saying.
Rip that hair off and show a tiny hat.
What's gonna happen now?
Oh, listen to his real voice.
I could take you back to Cowtown, but that would embarrass a lot of lady folk who believe in Jacques LaBeef. So I think I'll keep this and suggest I never see you around these parts again.
But my trunk. Everything I need is in there.
Exactly.
Oh, wait. He's from New Jersey or New York, but he has a Southern accent still?
And like the worst Southern, like he never even made it through third grade Southern accent.
He's a Finkelberg from New York, and he still has a Southern accent.
Who believe in Jacques LaBeef. So I think I'll keep this and suggest I never see you around these parts again.
But my trunk. Everything I need is in there.
Exactly. And if I even hear of Jacques LaBeef in Moo Mesa, I'm going to come looking for you, and you'll do time behind bars. Have a bon voyage, Monsieur Barney.
You're too kind.
You're too kind.
Wow.
He just has a bad accent no matter what. His real voice is a bad accent. His French voice is a bad accent.
I'm going to come looking for you, and you'll do time behind bars. Have a bon voyage, Monsieur Barney.
You're too kind.
You're too kind. How was it?
That's it.
Wow, that was it. Okay.
You know, the twist. That show caused children in '92 to have seizures. It was just twisting and turning, and everything's bad. Nothing in there is good. Everybody's cutting a deal on this one.
Yeah, no, it was, and what was crazy is like it was very adult themed. You know what I'm saying? Very adult themed.
Yeah, there's not a lot of fun going on there in this one.
And not only that, but like it was crazy at the end. You know what I mean? So all in a matter of like 60 seconds, one bad guy gets out of prison. The other local bad guys are in a chase to get busted. Then the sheriff ties up the good guys who busted the bad guys to bust the bad guys. Then the mayor comes and busts the sheriff and locks him with the real bad guys up. Then
just because he can.
Then Lily Cow turns the town's wealth back over to the mayor/banker of the town with the sheriff locked up. You know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh! No wonder they buried this thing. That we're going to be thinking on this for weeks, man.
Dude,
weeks.
I'm spinning.
I am spun out.
I mean, crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the NoONER Show Watch Along. Cowboys of Moo Mesa. Guys, make sure you tune in Monday at noon Mountain Time, 1 Central, 2 p.m. Eastern,
and
1 p.m. Western. 11 a.m. Western.
Yes.
And we are going to be hitting you off with that NoONER Show Monday meditation. It'll be our debut. We hope you've enjoyed this show. Drop a like, drop a sub, share. Make sure you drop in the comments. Let us know what you think. This is a deep deal, man. This is a deep deal. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. This has been that NoONER Watch Along show for the Card Man and Slapmaster Mike. We are out. We love you. Bye-bye. How you doing, sir? You good?
I'm doing wonderful. How you doing, bro?
Good, man. Let me figure this out and we'll be rolling. Things are moving painful. I don't know what is going on.
It's all good. We're always where we're supposed to be, right when we're supposed to be there. I got the sage rolling. Yeah.
Yep. Let's see here. So now my issue is settings. Yours. Okay. Okay, I am loving the final countdown of Curse the Cover.
Dude, this song.
All right. We're going to let that play for a minute. It's the cool thing about having a podcast, bro.
What's that?
I said that's the cool thing about having a podcast, right? It's not like work. Yeah, I'm clocking in at 1:08 instead of 1 o'clock. What do you know?
Yep, you're your own boss, bro. You're your own boss.
I'm yeah. 1 second, and then I'm gonna roll our intro, okay?
Right on.
All right.
you say? It's the final countdown. Yeah. I don't want to miss a thing, which is from the Asteroid movie. I'm with.
When Bruce Willis and Ben Affleck are the guys you're depending on.
Are you seeing these scenes tagging into each other though? These songs?
Yeah.
Into the World. Final Countdown. Asteroid movie.
As a guitarist, I do love this channel. Just it's well
chill.
done. Yeah, man.
The covers are amazing for chilling everything down.
It's great intro music as you go live to let people know you're live, you know what I mean, and that kind of thing. Or if you're having tech issues like I am, and you need a little bit of breathing room, and you're not going to get copyright struck because this is all,
you're good with that. You know that stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, I do have a question. Did you notice your typo last night on your scroll?
Yes.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Typos on typos, right? Anyway, give me 1 second. I'll be right there.
Okay.
Give me like 1 minute.
Don't be pissed. Ooh. Fire. Hit it and get it. Smack it, whack it, flip it up, rub it down. Ooh. The honky honk. Scorpions. Great song. Oh, fantastic song. Oh, yeah. Yeah. technical difficulty. They seem to happen sometimes. So just go with the flow.
I'm a white trash man. I'm from the Midwest. I'm a white trash man. And I like Milwaukee's best. I'm a white trash man. I love NASCAR. Goes hand in hand with an ice cream. PBR ain't got no class, ain't got no cash. Been on over. You can kiss my white trash. All you white trash folk who like your smoke, gonna step outside, gonna get real high. Ain't got no class, ain't got no cash. Been on over. You can kiss my white trash. Whoa, yeah, boy. Ain't got no class, ain't got no cash. Been on over. You can kiss my white trash. Ain't got
no cash.
Oh, yeah, we are back and we are live.
Much had your spot now. Oh, right there.
Yeah, baby.
Good Wednesday, good Wednesday, good Wednesday. Hump one if you got one.
Oh, my goodness. It's the NoONER Show with Mike and Vern. Oh, yeah. Slapmaster Mike at the card, man. I'm just being foolish. Bro, I got to say, man, I had such a good time on Friday. What a hell of a time Friday was, dude.
I know, and that's early for me.
I know, right?
I mean, this is early for me, but that was early for me, and it was really good.
Can I tell you the problem with this show is it's late, but it's early. It's for me, and that's okay, but it's that tricky time where you're getting stuff done in the morning, and you're like you start doing stuff in the morning, right? And you're like, oh, I got all, let me fix our background. Sorry about that. You got all morning. You're like, oh, yeah, man, that's not even till after lunch. Okay, cool. Pop, and you get busy doing shit. And then all of a sudden it's, 12:45 and you're like, so yeah, but we are here and we are
It's
making
all good, man. We don't run on everybody's time. I mean, yeah, clocks don't run for us, really. I mean, we do much as we can and try to get in, try to stay on what they would call a schedule, but it's not really like that for us. It's just like, let's just get together. When it happens, it happens. If it's 10 minutes late, it's 10 minutes late.
Shout out to Captain Paul Stewart all the way out there in Hawaii. He's definitely cut from our jib. You know what I mean? Very cool guy. Radio DJ. Loves sailing on the water, fishing, being that dude. He's a cool dude. Awesome.
Mana Kaliki Maka.
And it's Mele Kaliki Maka. But, no worries.
Not Nebraska, motherfucker.
Exactly. Yeah. Why would we respect the indigenous people and their language when we can bastardize it to sound cool? I get it.
I mean,
but anyway.
There's been many silver beards before me that have said the same.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure they've said and done worse. But,
well, hey, I didn't throw any actions. That's just how I talk.
But what's cool? That is a cool thing is that when we get old, all our shit turns gray. Black people, white people, Latino people, everybody as they get older, their stuff turns gray. There are clearly exceptions, but for the most part, you know what I mean? There are clearly exceptions, but everybody gets a little touch of gray in them as age and wisdom sets in, I hope.
Oh, well, that comes with every white hair.
I know it does.
Every single one.
It would be nice if it did. I don't know if it does.
You don't know. You ain't got a clue. I'm telling you.
Hey, look at all those grays, dude. I'm rocking up. That's grays. I love how I'm telling you. Look, I got some grays coming in. What I'm saying? There's a little gray here, a little gray there. So okay. So let me ask you this. Cute. Let me ask you this. Did you go gray all it? Did you wake up one morning and it was all gray? Or because I got patches. I got like you can look here, you can see a little gray over here.
Yeah, and that's that. But mine were more like blotches. Just woke up. I noticed I had my hairline was receding, so I started wearing a mohawk, and I had dark hair, and with a beard, and then the beard just really. You notice one gray hair, and then just I had this blotch all the way down, and it was still dark up here, so it looked skunky.
That's cool.
So then they just all said, "Hey, let's go for the ride. That silver ride looks pretty nice." Notice I called it a silver ride and not a white ride.
Fair.
Just saying. Hey, the past couple shows you've had past nights have been really good, dude.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Sunday night. I enjoyed Sunday night. I don't know if you saw that I was there.
I didn't do a show Sunday night.
Was it Monday nights? Or was it Saturday? It was a live show.
Oh no,
You
okay,
had
yeah,
the
no,
three, you had
yesterday,
the
last night with Power Slap time, I missed you in our chat, and I felt like shit because okay, so the way it works right now is I have
Oh
three
no,
different
that's all different. You're on different
chats, and I gotta incorporate it. In fact, Superfan had a talk with me. It was so I love that guy. He's so awesome.
He's straight
Shout
up,
out to
dude.
Superfan. You
I know, I love him.
But
But
he
he'll
does-
tell you if he thinks something needs to be something, he'll tell you it's something.
Well, you can tell he's been a father, right? Because he hit me in the dead way. He's like, isn't there a way you can incorporate all those chats into one screen? And I was like, yeah, there is. I just, you're stupid. You know,
I know.
My response is like, I don't have an excuse.
Well, because sometimes the things he says are so logical.
Cool way.
They're just so logical.
Yes.
I mean, when you're finding yourself not even looking at something, he's like standing on the outside. He's like, hey, should you do it? Why aren't you doing this? I mean, I've got it a few times myself.
Also, yeah, it's tricky because he
But I love the dude, man.
He doesn't
absolutely
fight.
love him.
Yeah, he doesn't fight to be heard. So unless you're taking the time to pay attention, you'll miss it. You know what I mean? He's not one of those guys who's like, oh, I got something to say. He'll just sit back in the cut. Like I noticed that with our show, I have to make sure I'm like, all right, everybody, shut up. Because
you got to hit the mute buttons.
Yeah.
But
my homies talk.
I talked to him. A few days ago. Yeah, and I said, I go, hey, yo, you got to talk more, bro. I said, you just got to talk more, you know. And he did, but
yeah,
you know, some things are tough to jump in on. We'll say.
Right,
you know, especially for Don. Don is not going to partake in any of the any female talk. Don's out. You know, I mean,
you mean like female slappers?
Well, no. When the jokes get going, right? That's not his style.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so that's why he just kind of, you'll see him just sitting there backing off with this just.
Honestly, as much as he chills and waits, believe it or not, dude, when you have a show and you're running 3-4 people,
dude, it's hard to manage.
Do you remember the show What's Up With That on Saturday Night Live? The sketch.
What's up with that? What's up with that?
Okay, so do you remember that show? He's my Lindsey Buckingham.
Okay.
If you get that, do you get that? Lindsey, where's my man, Lindsey? You know?
Yeah. Help.
Yeah, he's my Lindsey Buckingham on the show. I've got all this shit going on, and he's just right there, solid. And I know
it's
no matter what's going on, no matter how many cigarettes Michael Mann is sticking up his nose, no matter, you know what I'm saying, what hot news Terry's trying to drop in front of Michael Mann talking shit.
And it was,
you know what I mean?
It was good last night because it seemed like there was some information that was brought to the show.
Well, when you have information to bring, you know what it is, dude. It's very hard to do a kind of a sports news show when there's no sports news. When you're depending on a for-profit, individual, solely owned company that's getting their news secondhand leaked or literally from the Nevada Athletic State Commission and not the promotion putting on the event, and that's all the information you have, it's really hard to build an entire show around that information. But, you know, when you got the fighters and you know who's fighting them, they're talking smack back and forth and, you know, bop.
Yeah,
I did find it interesting. One thing I wanted to get your thoughts on, since you've been to a couple.
Every single one Don's been to, bro.
Anyway, oh my gosh, man. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me find
it's competitive.
Let me find my trophy. Anyway,
you know, it's competitive.
Hold on. Let me find the trophy. Good Lord.
Did it. It's got to be a hand. Like, no, let's make it a fit. And Don's gonna get on here and say something. I know he is now.
What's funny? I'm not on IG today. I didn't. Because, like I said, so I'm waiting on him to jump into the Facebook. I'm waiting on.
Yeah,
him, so.
Yeah, he will.
I almost want to send him a. Like how obnoxious would that be? It's like, oh, hello, we're doing a show. I don't know what's going on in your life right now, but drop everything and listen to my show, sir.
Oh, it's a busy time right now for you, Don. Is it busy? Are you managing everything, Don, right now? Are you? Well, sit down.
Bro, I have to be 15 minutes late to a podcast, okay? I don't know why you're not paying attention. I don't know why you're not just sitting on your phone waiting. For us to go live. What are you not?
I mean,
a fan?
Come on.
I thought you were super fan.
I thought you were my bro. Love you, Don. For real, man. Yeah. But he catches that's the thing. He catches no flack on the show at all.
No, man, we love him to death.
Yeah, he's so awesome.
Since he's so part of the crew now, I'm gonna bust on him a little bit.
Yeah, oh yeah. But sometimes you might have to say, "Hey, yo, kidding, joke," right? Just like he says to you in his way, "Hey, yo, why didn't you think of this?" Then you'll have to throw something at him, and then just be like, "Oh, okay, all right, joke." I love him so much.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing about that too, is that he doesn't give you a lot of he doesn't give you a lot of material. Like, he's so stone cold and hardcore, like, you know what I mean? You can't.
Well, okay, here the philosophy, and this is I learned from him in PS6. This was his philosophy, and I was so confused. And he said it on Marcus Deegan's show. It was a podcast that me and Lee Cook walked in on. Just walked in in the middle of a podcast. I was closed off the round table. And we just walk in because Lee's so drunk. But anyway, Don's there, and they ask him for his pick. He goes, "The super fan doesn't have favorites. I'm the super fan. I like everybody." And that's kind of where he leaves it. And that's how he comes across too, right? When he's discussing things, he does not like making the choice. And that's why him and me were always a good little combo to hang out, because he wouldn't really want to make a choice. And me, I'm like, that guy. Boom, this girl, right? But I mean, he would divulge to me on occasions beforehand who he thought, but it's not like we run around and tell everybody.
Right. And that's
because they're sensitive, man. Them dudes are sensitive too. Well, some of them.
Right. Yeah, that's fair. That's true. So,
and that's just in humans in general. You get a certain group, and there's going to be a few that are sensitive. So you got to watch how you talk to them or pick them or whatever.
Hey, but that's why I have a strict no fighters policy on our show. We're more like okay, so my vision, I was like, how do I, the idea is when you have a vision, how do you clarify it? How do you distill it down to the most simple and easy way? The elevator pitch, if you will. And the idea of Power Slap Time is that it's the TMZ of the slap fight world.
Where you talk about it, you just don't have any of it on.
Yeah, well, we will have it on.
Talk about the people,
but yeah, we're not beholden to any single one of the fighters, so we can give you all of the fighters. And we want the fighters to have a something that they can enjoy too, that they don't have to worry about being a part of.
Yeah, where they might hear their names.
Yeah. Yes, well, they know they're going to hear their names because we talk. That's our job. I mean, they are our content, and
they're starting to learn.
Is to a certain extent our content too, but they also know they can listen to us as much as they want. They can drop me messages. I've had fighters drop me hate messages. Whoa, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm peace. And I've had fighters drop me love messages. Yeah, and no hate. Yeah, of course. I know what it is. I'm not worried about it. But
I'm a card man, and I've had them yelling at me in Messenger.
Yeah. So, but the fighters, I think at this point with that show understand it's like, this is where we get to go. This is maybe the only place in the slap fight world where, we get to just sit back and watch it happen and hear people's opinion, right? Like, you know what I mean? This one guy watches the fights on YouTube, might not ever go to the fights, but loves the fighters and is going to like our stuff. Michael Mann. You got a guy like me, you're like, oh, you've got a high level fan, somebody who's going to go when he can and watch him and like everything. But, that's about the extent of it. You got somebody like Superfan who's like, I'm going to go to every one. I'm going to collect the memorabilia. I'm going to raise the value of the sport in that way, because really it's the fans, right, that raise the value of any sport. And so, you put that together with, sometimes with the insider on location like Terry and that kind of thing. And the fighters know they get all of those perspectives and opinions. They get from the most casual of fans all the way to the most super of fans, literally. And they get those guys talking. So if they're smart, they'll sit back and listen. If they're smart, they'll go, okay, who are these guys talking about? Because whoever they're talking about are the people making the news, are the people in the front.
Yeah.
And, what are their opinions? Because their opinions, to a greater extent, represent the public's opinions, right? And that's the idea there. I love it. The triangle. Yes. Stop, man.
I'm saying that's what you're trying. That's what you're trying to get into when you're trying to get in any position with that company, though. You know what I'm saying? It's really flipping difficult, and I don't think Terry necessarily. I'm gonna talk. I have to talk to Terry because I don't know if he's a plant. That's starting to be my opinion. Is Terry's a plant? I like it like that outsider that does get the information, and is kind of inside, but is also outside. Do you feel me? And I'm not sure, and I don't want to upset him. I think it's funny. I mean, I'm not doing this in an aggressive manner or bringing like any subject matter to it, other than the fact that he gets his information and he's always got it, and so how do you get it? You just don't get it from the fighters. Some of it you've got to be able to get from, say, Erica, Frank.
Right. Well, and Terry is my guy that is.
He's inside though. He's inside.
Yeah, that's the idea. We have an insider.
Yeah.
Come on our show. With it, if I had a Wall Street Journal editor come on my show and go, okay, the story's hitting the press tomorrow, are A, B, and C. That's a hot drop. That's a value take. If he can provide
that's
information,
your plan.
No one else has. Yeah. And I mean, that's the way good shows. That's the way TMZ works. They have people at other magazines and reporting to them, and they literally just scour news reports and then have contacts at those places, and then they contact their contacts to get their information. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's the goal. Our goal is to be the TMZ of
the insider traders.
Yeah,
the insider traders.
If you want to know all about it, but you don't want to have to get it filtered through the fighters' opinions of themselves or their opponents or that actual industry and what they're quote unquote marketing. But you want to know what's really going on from a fan's point of view who loves the sport, who's put the time and work and effort in, but also at the same time wants the fans to get a deeper level of interest and insider info. That's where we are. And once again, as I said last night, man, we are Jack and Coke.
Yeah,
we are not rum. We are not. We are not a margarita. You know what I'm saying? We're not a mojito.
You're not a tall glass of milk.
You are. We are what we are.
Yeah.
And either you like what we are, and you want that, or you want something completely different. Because no one provides what we provide in the slap fight world. No one. No one. There is no podcast of 2, 3 dudes. Well, actually, 3 full dudes. You know what I mean? Graphics. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Sound effects. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So,
but you don't have to take my word for it.
So the point is, making jokes, having a good time. It's Barstool. Barstool Sports figured it out. They just don't like power slap. They don't respect it. So we are what Barstool Sports is to power slap, basically. So yeah, man.
Well, I'm just telling you so. I've been telling you so with a lot of things.
Oh, did you hear? I didn't know last night.
True.
Yes, I didn't realize last night when it was revealed on our show that they moved rooms.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, clearly it's pretty public they've moved rooms. I'm not saying it was revealed like
no. But the script.
But the breakdown and the detail of the fact that it is less than half. As they said on the show last night, these are guys that go to all of them, and I think you were there at the last one with the guys talking last night. I was not, so I'm, getting the information this way. But they said they had to paper, and it's funny because they were like, they had to give away a lot of tickets. I'm like, we call that paper in the business, but I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to be that guy. But they were saying they had to paper the last one. They had to paper it hard, and now they've almost doubled the ticket price, but they're in a room half the size.
That's why this time you wait till 2 weeks before, and then you buy second row for $200.
Or you start making calls and you let them know you have a special show that gets tens of thousands of more viewers, and you put time and money and effort into promoting and marketing their sport. And you want a press pass.
Give it a shot.
You know what I'm saying? It's not rocket science.
Give it a shot. I mean, but this.
I think once Petty Quarter blocked me, I could kiss that shit goodbye. You know?
But remember, you're not just gonna get in because of experience, because of knowledge,
because of putting out a quality, consistent show that promotes and markets their brand and their fighters for free for them.
There's
nothing
hoops.
Out of their pocket. You know what I'm saying?
No, there's hoops though, I believe.
Oh yeah, no.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm starting to realize it's so small. It's such a small. Here's the thing.
It's a small community.
It's a small community with no real demand. That's the issue, man.
Only
the issue is market demand.
Only from the community.
If ESPN, Fox Sports, Sports Around the World, Sports Network 1, if they were all banging on the door, begging Dana and Hunter for power slap passes and power slap press and interviews with the power slap fighters, it would be a different story. Then you would have to show via merit why you deserved your pass, why you deserve to be in there. However, when there's no demand, you don't have to care. You just give it to your friends and the people who you want to control your narrative. You're like, these 8-10 people who I know, who I like, who hell might be married to my cousin. You know what I mean? Might be a homie that I went to college with.
Brother-in-law.
These people are going to start a power slap podcast, and I'm going to give them all unfettered access. It's like, yeah, but you weren't like, I started my podcast. You can look, I started my podcast over a year ago by myself. Nobody gave a shit, and I just did it because I thought it was fun and funny and wanted to fucking do it. Yeah. Period. I'm going to put together, in fact, this weekend, pay attention, guys. This weekend, I'm going to do a power slap supercut. And it's going to be from my very first show. Because, there for a while, I started the show during season 3, right? And it was because, once again, they had no after the slap. I was like, I can't believe I want more. When the show ended, I was like, I want more. And I was like, be the more that you want. You know what I mean? So I'm going to do a supercut. But, for over a year, man, there are at least 100 specifically power slap shows. So that's one of those things that you go to a fledgling operation like that. You go, look at everything I've done for free out of my pocket just because I truly love this sport and am a fan. And look at how I built it from me just sitting there talking to a full show, graphics, marketing, bop. And it's because I love the show. Yeah. And I love what you guys do and I love the sport. Normally in that situation, if they see that, they're like, you get a press pass. You may not be able to ask questions, but we're going to allow you in the room.
They don't care what you do, though. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to speak from experience for you.
No, I hear you. No, I know.
I know. It's just. I mean, that's what I wish that for you. I do. I wish that for Dawn. I wish that for Dawn.
Well, and that's what I'm trying to do is put some oomph behind Dawn, because Dawn is awesome, deserves it, and is the best fan and super intelligent, but. I think everyone in the world, including Don, would agree I'm a more pushy guy than him. Let's just be honest. I'm a pushier dude. I'm a pushy dude. I just said
they put a leash. They put a leash on me in Vegas.
Yes, I'm sure. And I feel like Don needs the pusher. And being a professional pusher, that's when you are a producer. That's what you do. You learn to push the lighting guy a little more. You learn to push the AD a little more. You learn to push the sound guy a little more. You learn to push the talent a little more. You know what I mean? You learn to push everybody just an inch or two outside of their comfort zone to get the absolute best out of everyone. But you learn how to do that. You learn what too far is. It takes years. You know what I mean? It took me 25 years and I'm still not great at it.
But but here, you say that. Let's break that down. There's some that don't care about too far.
Well, and that's what you got to know. Once again,
nothing
we're in the power slap business. We are in a business where men fucking hit each other for money. Okay?
And women.
Yeah, and women. And then there's that on the stage, and then you get out of the stage, and then it's this little soft kiss assy. It's like, no. I'm coming like a fighter's coming because I know you respect that. I know when you see somebody come with that mentality, you see dollar signs. Period. Right? Now, on this side, I'm the best, and I'm proving it, and I know you should be seeing dollar signs with me, and let's talk about how we both get a little something. But wait till I get to Vegas. I'm going to Vegas about a week before Power Slap.
I saw that last night.
Yeah.
Saw that. Hold on 1 second. Let me put my hoodie down. AC's up. Pretty hot.
Word. I thought you were just trying to be sexy.
No. There ain't no sexy till you see the man boobs.
Ain't no sexy till you see the man boobs.
But you don't have to take my word for it.
Look, dog. That's my new bumper sticker. Ain't no sexy till you see the original gangster. Mr. Reagan. That's crazy because look at the one I'm wearing today. The dark zone, son. We're the dark zone.
Nice. No, I thought I'd bring out some Irish and some Reagan.
There you go.
And then the OGs about both of us. This is a combination between me and Ronald. Me and old Ronnie. Those were good times in life, bro.
Oh, man. I'm a little young, but yeah. I mean, as a small
You're
child.
a Clintonite, right?
Yeah, Clinton, Bush won.
Oh, yeah.
I remember simply because of the
The
Iraq War was such a big deal. And when that kind of started, 9/11 and all that was when I really started like watching Comedy Central, staying up late and watching South Crowd and Arsenio Hall show. So I remember Bush for that. And then Kanye West. George Bush does not care about black people. You know what I'm saying? So I remember
and then
that.
something else happened. Something else happened about 6 months before they started the primaries for that election that really shot him down and brought Clinton up, brought the attention to Clinton. What happened? Because he was doing so good because of the war.
Wasn't that Bush Jr. though?
No, that's senior. That's senior.
And
I actually think part of it was pushed by like the FBI and the CIA because of his involvement in JFK's assassination.
Yeah, and they got so
had to
far
get
off
him out. They had to get him out.
They got to me. It's the same thing that happened with Biden, and that is, remember, these guys are just figureheads for a much bigger. They are the Trojan horse.
Yeah.
There's a much bigger thing going on behind every man that goes in.
DARPA.
Bunch of people with a bunch of agendas that have been negotiated and worked out. So anyway, I think the same thing that happened with Biden's team happened with Bush's team on the other side, and that is like with Bush Jr. It's like, okay, man, you guys got the connections and bop, and we let you in, but you guys have gone so far out of pocket. You guys are just doing your own thing. Like there's brown people. We want their oil. Send the bombs. You guys aren't even asking. You guys aren't even running it by us in the halls of Congress. We turn on the news and see, brown people exploding and the oil well getting put in, So.
It was over Kuwait, and they had already tucked tail and ran out of Kuwait before we even landed that one.
Man, that was. Anyway, so
we can talk about anything, bro.
And
even with Hillbilly.
I feel like with Biden's team, with the Israel and Iraq, and notice it was two. It was Kuwait and Iraq, and now it was Russia, Ukraine, and Israel and Gaza.
Now we got India.
It's always two. Yeah, but there's good. That's kind of been shut down, thankfully. And a lot of that, believe it or not, is because of Trump.
It is. Everybody's scared.
He literally got on the fucking phone. See, I get Trump. I get Trump in a way people don't. I really do. But that's a whole nother. We're not going to go into it. Is he a perfect man? No. But I understand. Did he fuck up? Did he mess up a lot?
Oh,
yes. Especially in the day one, the wars are going to be over. Day one, he screwed that up painfully. Should he have said in the first 6 months to year? Yes, because everything he said day one is getting there. And I'm happy about those things.
Don't you think maybe day one might be like kind of a broader statement?
Yeah, but
over everything, as that yes, don't worry, I'm going to take care of this. But he's got to tell everybody that he's talking to that day. Okay, this is a subject matter today. Okay, day one. Yeah. Day one. But day one's always on the list to get done. The list. It's a day one list, we'll say.
Well, bro, for something no one's talking about. They were so mad about the plane, which is hilarious. But I'm like, wow.
Well, why are they mad about it?
It's funny. It's like, okay, so
it's a grand gesture.
Well, no, yeah, it's a talking point that's been put out, and it wasn't. And everybody. And here's the thing. Specifically, Qatar, our largest Air Force base in the Middle East, is in Qatar. Okay. the Qatari Air Force and the American Air Force have a great relationship. This is a used plane they are gifting to the Department of Defense, but specifically the Air Force, right?
Yep.
And they're so mad about that, and they keep saying, now The Atlantic, a journal that hates Trump, now whether you hate Trump or like Trump, you have to understand a print article that comes out written by someone who hates someone is going to be one-sided, like it or not, okay? The Atlantic has had to print multiple and been sued multiple times for retractions they've had to print because they've said lies and basic wrong things. But they came out, and it's even in AI, according to The Atlantic. The only source is The Atlantic saying it was a personal gift. Now, all it takes is one guy who hates Trump to say it was a personal gift in The Atlantic, and guess what? All over Facebook, all over Instagram, all over Twitter, it's personal gift. Hey, personal gift, personal gift, personal gift. It's like, no. This was never a reporter lied, said it was a personal gift. It was not a personal gift, never was meant to be. Just like the Statue of Liberty, just like the Statue of Liberty. And then it was like, what's the difference? And the AI is like, well, the difference is the intention. Wait, what? Well, because the intention of the Statue of Liberty is meant to benefit all Americans. Okay, well, getting my president safely from one place to another in a timely and safely manner that saves us literally millions of dollars is also good for all the American people. Just because it's like the reason we're mad about the plane versus the Statue of Liberty is opinion, intention. We assign intention. I tell you your intention is evil, and that's why what you're doing is bad. But that's not my intention at all. Shut up. I've told you what your intention is. I've told you why it's bad. Now I'm emotionally attached to the story I've just told, and if you try to take it from me, you're hurting me. Because now it's my emotional teddy bear that it's a personal gift. When all of that is bullshit from the jump. When all of that is easily provably bullshit from the jump. Now, once again, not saying I love Trump and everything he does, but it's funny how they got all wrapped up in this plane shit. Now, what happened at the exact same time? Because I had people attacking me. How dare he get this plane? And I'm like, okay, what's happening at the exact same time? If I hated Donald Trump and I wanted you to hate Donald Trump, what would I do when he was doing really good things? I'm talking world-changing things and life-changing things for all Americans. Yeah. Let's talk about planes and let's figure out whatever we can do to call him an evil piece of shit. Because did you see the drug price lowering deal?
Oh, yeah. Everything's lowering now. Everything.
He told all the drug companies, and they've agreed now because of the money, that we had never had most favored nation status. I don't want to get too deep into it, but let's just say this. All the drug prices for all of the drugs in America are coming down.
Every one of them.
Now, in addition to that, did you see that the market shot up because we negotiated a deal with China?
That's why
we negotiated a deal, and they were like, Trump blinked. That's the only reason. Trump blinked on tariffs. It's like, wait. You screamed the tariffs were going to destroy and I mean word for word, they're going to destroy the economy. Trump came out and said these tariffs are not forever. These tariffs are to start a negotiation and bring people to the table so we can figure something out that's fair. We're not going to keep these tariffs. He said so many times, we're not keeping these tariffs forever. No. We're doing this right now to bring people to the negotiating table so we can figure out something that's fair. So he hits these super crazy tariffs, and what happens? They come to the negotiating table and they work out something a little more fair. Now, tariffs were destroying the economy, but Trump is a crappy so he's a crappy president. But then when he pulls the tariffs and makes the deal, which was all the intention in the first place, which will make us more money, he blinked on tariffs. I don't understand these people, bro.
And if you read his book, The Art of the Deal, you look at everything in the last 3 months. It's in the book.
Superfan in the building. Hold on. Sorry. That was 8 minutes ago. I hope he's still listening. We love you, Superfan. We love you, Superfan. Sorry.
No, but everything that he's been working on, he had a plan. And a lot of the things that he's doing, if you go read the book, The Art of the Deal, he's just doing those exact same things.
Right. Well, and once again,
it's just his process of business. He's bringing his real estate into it, his old business real estate and everything, and he's doing it around the world now in negotiations with all the other leaders.
And here's the problem. Is that when you tell anyone who hates Trump any of these basic things and go, take the guy Trump, take Orange Man out, and just go Joe Blow, put in robot guy, okay? Take your opinions on the guy you hate out of it, and let's just talk about America and what will matter in 3 years when he's gone. You know what I mean? Because in 3 years, that's another horrible. If I'm a Democratic Party guy right now, I'm losing my mind because for the last decade, we've built our party around hating Donald Trump. Well, in a year,
now they're hating themselves.
Yeah,
they're hating themselves.
In a year, he's going to face midterms. And if we as Democrats win the midterms, he's going to be lame duck with nothing the last 2 years other than fighting. You know what I mean? Yeah. Without getting anything
I don't think
done.
He's going to be a lame duck. I think he's going to fight and change things the entire way through.
Well, if he can. As much as he can, fair. However, the problem is he's gone.
Who's going to stop him?
He's got, if you know anything about politics, you know, while the current guy is in, you're looking for the next guy, just like in fights. Well, I've got the current champ. I'm looking at the next champ because this guy will not be champ forever. We know one thing. This guy will not be champ at 60. This guy will not be champ for 25 years, unless you have a John Jones. But come on, man, work with me here. Yes, you have anomalies. But even Mike Tyson gets old. You know what I mean? And the point is, we know one thing is that I need to be looking for my next champ. I need to be looking for the next guy to market, to promote, that gets my ticket buyers interested, right?
Now, which part of the line are you talking about? Are you talking about the Democratic line or the Republican? Because I think you got to be talking about the Democratic line.
Democrat, yeah. Oh yeah, no. We got JD. We got JD Vance on the Republican side. It's in fact we are spoiled for choice because you got JD Vance, you got Tulsi. I personally think of the Republicans.
Tulsi Gabbard.
I think if the Republicans are smart, they run Tulsi because the only thing they have now, and you knew they were going to do it. You knew they were going to run Kamala, destined to lose, didn't give her a full campaign. She would have never won in the primaries because
Hillary lost.
Yeah, the election before she ran. In the primaries. So, but they're all like, it was a woman of color, and they're all a bunch of racist woman phobes or whatever. Which is not true, but if we run a woman of color, they don't have that. You know what I mean? And I think she'd win. I absolutely
Tulsi? I think she'd have won the last one.
You know, I know Tulsi. Well, I don't know her, like I don't hang out with her, but
no, where was she? Where's she
Why? Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah, she's part of Samoan. And I actually sign waived for her when she ran for Hawaii State Senate.
And she's on his cabinet, right? She's on Trump's cabinet.
She's head of Secret Service.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
That'd be a tough boss to have, bro.
She's a hitter.
Oh man.
Also, when you know, and what people don't like to talk about, when you know that she literally in combat under fire landed into war zones where bullets were flying out of a helicopter and dragged wounded men off of a battlefield and pulled them back into helicopters to save their lives as a combat medic, which she actually real time in real life actually did. Why are people afraid of that? Why can't we make her a hero? Why, Democrats, do you hate this woman that is in every way, shape, and form a hero, a comic book level hero? Why do you hate her so much? All you can do is say she's nasty and unqualified.
Because
and blah, blah, blah.
They have to have the first female president.
And what's sad
they don't care about them just being a female president. It has to be a Democratic female president.
Compare right now the front runner in the Democratic Party, the number one person, the person that if by the numbers they had to run somebody right now, the person on paper they would run is AOC. Put AOC against Tulsi Gabbard. I'd say
that's like getting a hot dog from a hot dog stand in New York. Gone. That hot dog is gone down quick in New York.
Could you imagine those two in a debate with AOC? Yeah. And Tulsi, look,
dude.
First of all, I could murder you with my bare hands. First of all, I could do that. I'm Tulsi Gabbard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But yo, she's from the streets, yo. She's AOC. What's up? I mean, I could see her getting so mad. want to fight? If that's what you're saying, you want to fight me? I'll fight you. I'll fight you. I'm from New York. I'm from the streets, yo.
Now, and let me hit this disclaimer, and I want to move on, and I want to talk politics, but any more than we already have. But I want to hit this disclaimer. It's important. I'm extremely disappointed in Doge. Extremely. They come in and they say, we are going to break things that are not working well, that we're going to break these systems, these corrupt systems. We're going to break them. And we're going to destroy them. And you have to, because it's set up. It's a system. It's a self-feeding system that uses your taxpayer dollars to fuel itself. And we're going to break those systems. And we're going to save you. What did they say? $2 trillion. No. They said they were going to save us $2 trillion, which meant every American that is in the tax system.
We were never going to get anything back.
Oh, well, let me finish. They said we were all going to get $5,000. Like an extra tax refund of $5,000 because they found that money. Then they didn't reduce it by half. I could see if they were like, you know what, we said $2 trillion. We were a bit over our skis. It's $1 trillion. We can save $1 trillion. I'm still like, you know what? Well, that's only half, but $1 trillion back in the American pocket is way better than zero. Did they say 800 billion? Did they say 600 billion? No. They said, well, really, we're looking at 250 billion. And I was like, so what we spend on an aircraft carrier? So you're saving us one boat? Like, that's it?
Yeah.
And not only that, but they also want to increase the defense budget, which I'm not saying we shouldn't or should. Honestly, I don't know. I haven't looked enough into it. I don't think we should. Only because
increase.
Yes. Only because the DOD didn't have to do a Doge audit. And they've never passed an audit. Like the CIA, they don't pass audits and then they didn't have to do an audit. It's like, get the f out of here. Right? So just like I'm extremely disappointed in the Epstein stuff.
Oh,
we're supposed to have hard drives of video and pictures of who was in there. Ghislaine Maxwell is serving time for trafficking children to who? To who? You know what I'm saying?
They're there to who is the entire island.
I'm gonna be another rapper dead for popping off at the mouth with shit I shouldn't have said.
That's what I'd have done on Epstein Island. I'd have been there camouflage like Rambo. Let's go. There's one. Got him.
So you know what I mean? Like, I am not a Trumpite. I'm not like everything this man does is perfect.
No.
He's doing some great shit. Look, love him or hate him. If he was a Democrat, if he was if he was a, what do you call it? Libertarian, if he was a registered independent, I don't care. He's doing some really good stuff. He's also doing some shitty stuff. Like every president. I feel like the good bucket outweighs the bad bucket right now. And so I'm going to speak on that.
Bad bucket's coming, though, for some people.
Yeah. Well, for some people, it's deserving. But that's a whole nother story. So,
yes.
But my point is, man, it's like these people that like are just crazy. I mean, to give you an example, I posted the other day because I get mad at left and right wing media. I'm one of the few people who watches both on purpose.
Oh yeah,
and they're both so biased. On one channel, it's Trump is evil, Trump is evil, Trump is evil. And there's somebody who's like, well, maybe not in this case. It's like, you piece of crap, out there. You say Trump's not evil. And on the other side, it's Trump is great, Trump is great, Trump is great. And somebody goes, well, on this one thing, Trump might not be great. It's moving on about how great Trump is again. And it's just both sides are like that on each way. And I just posted a simple thing that said, if we could have the media be unbiased for a week, it would be best for America. Yeah, you saw that post. Yeah. What's funny is all of my conservative friends agreed, but I have a brainwashed liberal friend who was like, literally took that and didn't say it, was like, yeah, what about that plane and Trump and his plane and Trump and his plane? I'm like, do you not see how broken you are, bro? You're so broken that when I post we should have a non-biased right to free press, it's one of our core things that make us American is a right to free press. You know what I'm saying? We have a right to a press that is free, to be non-biased, to say what is truth. And we're not getting truth. We're getting opinion. Sorry.
I'm listening. I can still hear you when you're talking.
Yeah,
But,
no.
hey,
I'm on a rant, and I'm like, but we're getting opinion. But when you point that out to certain people, they lose their mind and just go, screw you for liking some of the things Trump does. How dare you? And
Yeah,
like, wait, I say I want unbiased media, and you attack me for liking some of the things Trump does. What is wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? I don't like.
We got right here where I'm at. I am literally 30 minutes from the Colorado border and 20 minutes from the Wyoming border. Okay. That Colorado border is something different.
Oh yeah. Oh, I've heard.
Okay.
No, I haven't been, but I've heard.
And I go to Denver. I go to Fort Collins. I go to Fort Morgan. I go all over Colorado. You know, it's beautiful. Estes Park is my favorite place in the world to go. Well, and I think I told you that. I think I told you that in the conversation we had, maybe, about Estes Park being my favorite. But their politics, even though we're right here, their politics are way different than ours. You know, I mean, you couldn't be more different, night and day. You know, but I have this other opinion on that airplane. Okay. How many people in America have shown so much hate already that they wish that somebody wasn't breathing out that was a manager, we will say. A manager of an entire country.
Right.
And there's a lot of people in this country that seem to have this issue with him breathing.
To the point they've tried to stop it actively. They've called
That's our country.
And actively, literally in real time, tried to stop that breathing. Yes.
So that's our country. That's here. How do they feel about him everywhere else and like in the Middle East? So if you have a random, where's he flying to? All over the Middle East. What's going to be the biggest target in the Middle East while Trump is there? Air Force One. Are any of them going to shoot down the Prince's jet?
That's true. Wow. It's a good point. That is a good point, sir.
That's Vern White, hillbilly, Nebraskan point. You know, I always look at the dangers of things. And this is a defense thing. I'm telling you, because it takes the complete risk out of any Arab shooting down Air Force One. And that's what the Prince is protecting from.
And to co-sign on that, General Michael Flynn was I watched him on an interview a couple months back, and they were asking him about security risks, former 4-star General Michael Flynn. And he said, I worry about the president the most in the air. He's like, that's when he's the most vulnerable, because he's like, takeoff and landing are when anyone is the most vulnerable, especially a president or a high-level leader, because once that plane has committed to takeoff or landing, it is committed. And the only other option is a crash, right? Like if you're landing, you are committed to land. Yeah.
Maneuvers.
Yeah. And it was like, once they're committed, and there is a specific path they take. And all it would take is one. Exactly. You already exactly. Vern, no! Vern gets it.
I do.
So, and
the world's dangerous, and you gotta police the world for yourself, not against the world. Protect yourself, police it for yourself.
Very true.
And that's what they're doing. And the prince or king, whatever.
It is what it is.
Yeah, he knew. He knew that Air Force One was in trouble, or else he doesn't offer that jet.
Something I didn't realize is he said that the current Air Force One, it's 2 planes actually. He's like, people don't know this, but it is.
There is.
But the one the main one they use is over 40 years old.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's why he would use his own Trump.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's far less safe. A 40-year-old plane is way easier to bug and to put things into and to mess with because it's way old. You know what I mean? It's wow. And I was like, wow, 40 years old? And he's like, we need a newer, better plane. He's like, I fly in the oldest, smallest plane. He's like, I come into Qatar and I fly in, and you look at all of these planes and all, that all these people have, and I have the oldest, smallest plane, and that's not how America should do it.
No, because it was like big in 1978. That was a big plane.
Well, and that's the thing. It used to be, hey, America, we want to show the rest of the world that we're a successful, industrious nation. And if you work hard and do good, and you allow your neighbor, regardless of race, color, creed, or religion, to stand alongside you, you have a successful, wealthy, strong nation. And now it's screw your neighbor if they're not your race, color, creed, or religion. Take as much as you can.
But if you look back at his first term, he was wanting to change the presidential plane.
Yeah, no, what's funny, no, I watched the whole thing on it last night. I went into it a little bit.
Back in 20...
Okay, so long story short, Obama ordered the new plane.
Yeah.
The new Air Force One has been ordered since Obama. That's how effective and efficient the government is, right?
They blamed it on him, but he was still pushing for it.
Obama ordered the new plane. He wanted it when he got in. He's like, where is it? Where is it? I want it. Boeing never had it. Then they were supposed to deliver it to Biden. He was mad about that, but he was like, okay, they'll deliver it to Biden. They still didn't get it done for Biden. So, of course, one of the first things he does when he rolls into office is, hey, Boeing, remember those 2 planes you were supposed to have 8 years ago? Done? Where are they? And then, they still don't have them. They still do not have them. And he literally
got the money.
Yes, and he said, we are going to use Boeing. This is a temporary plane we're using that is safer and better, and then we're donating it. So anyway, long story short, there's like everything else.
Thank you for that.
There's always a story. There's always this plane was ordered by Obama. These 2 planes were ordered by Obama over a decade ago. They still have not been built and given to the government at a cost of over $50 million, right? Still not been given. Our president is flying in a plane that's over 40 years old, another country whose Air Force and our Air Force have great, strong relations. The largest Air Force on the other side of the planet is there in their country. They offer us a plane to be donated to America, just like the Statue of Liberty donated to America. And the only people that have a problem with it are the people that say, well, his intention is to get more personal benefit out of it. And it's like, yeah, but then he's going to donate it. As soon as those Boeing planes are ready, he's donating it to charity, right? So then they're either going to sell it to a personal thing and use that money for charity, or they're going to use it in, what do they call it? In not access. They're going to use it for the government to save money. We got a plane. We got $100 million worth of something, whatever, $10 million worth of something.
Make it the vice president's plane.
And yeah, so we got a plane from a place that likes us, and we get to use it to the benefit of America. Like what? The Statue of Liberty. So what's the problem? You don't like the president when we get the plane, so we don't get gifts because you don't like the guy who's receiving it? Man, fuck off.
A place that we do need to make amends for past wounds, right? And how about this prince that everybody's so hated on? And it's like he's really trying to make efforts to mend some of those past things. Let it fucking go. We're evolving. We're changing. So, hey, there ain't nothing wrong with having a good relation with a Mideastern country that actually has money.
Well, and yes, and one step past
that,
let's play out the inverse for a second, something no one ever does, because that would require critical thinking, and boy, do we hate that. But let's play out the inverse, right? It's called diplomacy.
Yep.
Imagine if you're the president of America and you have a country that you have had strained relations with, that you are trying to work peace deals out with, stop the murdering and dying and poverty and starvation of those countries, knowing that America has been horribly oppressive of those countries, and now you're the president and you're going, look, we don't want this. We don't want a war dead economy. I'm trying to build an economy based off shared resources, oil, gold, solar, you name it. But I want to build an economy based off that because that is antithetical to war, literally. Because look, the people in power are always going to be the people in power. This stupid Marxist idea of, well, just overthrow them and then we'll have all the power. First of all, no, you won't. Second of all, the Marxist ideology is dependent upon a slave class. legitimately. And if you don't believe me, look at the Democrats then. Look at the Democrats now and the illegal immigrants and who's going to pick your crops. Okay, so you want these people to come here with no homes, no benefits, no housing, no legal protections, and you want them to pick your crops and feed you. To the point of Jasmine Crockett's like, they try to put black people back in the field. We ain't picking your crops. And then there's thousands of American black farmers like, what the fuck are you saying? I feed America, and I'm very proud to feed America as a black man. But none of that matters. None of that matters. But regardless of that, you're the president of America who has a history of destroying and oppressing these poor brown people for decades. You're trying to make peace with them. You have a big military base in their freaking country. And for the first time in years, things are starting to look up and they go, hey, take a plane. We would like you to have this plane as a gesture of goodwill because we know it'll help you out and we want you to know we're serious about diplomacy and peace. And you go, well, there's people that really hate me in my country and they'll be really mad if I accept this gift, so no. Is that what you do? Is that the kind of president you would be?
You know what? That's offensive in their culture.
Yes, so offensive. You rejecting a gift in the Middle East? Bro.
Well, I think it's something like that over there or some shit.
It is more offensive to do that than to call somebody a mofo. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When somebody gives you a gift over there, and I've only dealt with Middle Eastern folks, like legit deep Middle Eastern folks.
But what am I telling
a few times in my life. But every time, yes. And it's when they give you a gift, it's a big deal because they come from so little. We're so fucking spoiled here. I got so much shit.
Turn it away.
I got shit. Yeah, man, let me give you something. Yeah. You know what I mean? Don't spend it all in one place, kid.
Yeah.
Right? Over there, they come from little. You know what I mean? They might live on bread, some of them. Tons of their population are one step before starving. So when they give you a gift.
A cup of tea is a gift.
When they give you a gift, you accept it, man, with some respect and freaking dignity. Like you're not the only thing that matters. Like maybe their sacrifice matters. Maybe you respect the other man and stop bombing the shit out of their country and saying it needs to be done because our president sucks. And if people don't hate him, racist. Whatever.
Yep. Well, hey, you're talking about this.
But hey, people that hate Trump said that he got a plane, so let's all be mad.
Yeah.
And ignore the Chinese deal that pulled tariffs back, that shot the market through the roof, and lowering all drug prices forever in America. Let's ignore all that. Let's ignore the good part about getting the plane. Let's just be mad because the president we didn't like. Now, if Biden got the plane, if Obama had gotten the plane,
it would need an escalator. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall.
So, yeah, man.
That's the diplomacy he has. He has the diplomacy of Reagan.
Yeah.
The foreign, overseas with the people that hate us. He's able. Remember Russia.
Shout out to my boy, real fast, Jackson Nichols in the building. He says declare eminent domain and just take Taylor Swift's plane. I agree. We should confiscate Taylor Swift's plane for the better of America. So, anyway.
I think we should send her somewhere else for the betterment of America. She can go sing overseas. Put her on a USO tour for 10 years.
So mid. Like, if I was Katy Perry, I would be so miserable right now knowing that
send them both.
You know what I mean? See, but Katy's cute, man. Look.
Go check out her last concerts. My word.
I go back
embarrassing.
With her. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. Hey, you can have your fans and your likes, and I can have mine that you don't like. But you cannot doubt her performances and the things she's been doing on stage lately. They're just
Katy Perry? Because she was the good girl for the longest time.
The astronaut?
She said she was an astronaut because she sat in the cabin.
I'm just saying, Katy Perry, that's the astronaut. That's the astronaut.
I feel bad for you. Like, she's not selling tickets anymore after that stunt.
No. But actually, her actions on stage, I would be embarrassed if I paid for that. I mean, I've watched 3 of her concerts. since the landing of the Origin.
Right.
I've been flabbergasted.
Well, I mean, clearly you're a bigger fan than me. I don't like sit around and watch her full concerts, especially not three of them in the past 30 days.
I want to compare them. I want to compare them and see if this is like just a one night concert anomaly, or if this is like who this person is turning out to be.
We got to get you a hobby.
She's a high. Hey, I watch all kinds of stuff. I mean,
I'm kidding, bro.
Research. And ever since she went to space, I've been interested in like, what the fuck are you doing? What exactly are you doing? You sing songs, you dance with your boobies. I mean, that's on stage. That's what you do. What are you doing? Trying to be political and
well, not to get too deep into the
astronomical.
Not to get too deep into that conspiracy, but just so you know, okay. During the election, she came out and was saying some pretty based stuff, right? Like, you know, we have too many illegal immigrants here. I see it causing suffering in America. I forgot, but she came out and she didn't like endorse Trump or anything, but she came out with some anti-woke based opinions, right? Couple of them. Then boom, she disappears. Then she comes back and she's pro-Democrat again. And then she's, you know what I mean, flying in an astronaut and getting all the Jeff Bezos love and hanging out with Kamala Harris. And I'm like, oh,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know that's exactly why I'm paying attention to things.
Yeah, man. Well,
it's more than her dancing and stuff.
Somebody
all
was
this
like,
other around it.
It was like, get her a check, you know, make the call, get her a check. We need her back on our side. It's that simple. And you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, guess what? Because all of these people are for sale. Your favorite, most integral person that you watch and pay attention to on Twitter, the internet, is for sale, bro. Don't believe that.
No gravity. I'm holding a daisy, camera daisy. There's been a lot of weird stuff going on in the world the last few months, you know. All over the world, not just here, all over the world.
I can't get my hand right today. Yeah.
Weird stuff, just oddball stuff.
What do you think about the new Pope?
USA. I don't know the motherfucker.
Well, all I'm saying is bet on Chicago. The Sox, the Bulls, and the Blackhawks, baby. You know what I'm saying?
You know, they're blessed
all day,
now.
every day.
They're blessed now.
Yeah, because he said he was a Sox fan more than a Cubs fan. So
Gross.
Bet on this. Look, man, say what you want, but when God himself is helping the team, they're probably going to take some dubs. All right? They're going to take some dubs away. All right? So
yeah, I bet. Is it God?
Can I just make my jokes?
No. You can. You can, but I'm gonna come back
joke.
with some philosophical.
It was a
shit.
joke. Just like
joke, that's a lead
very,
in. That's a joke that leads in,
bro. If you remember, one of the first things I sent you was that advice for young and old alike, and there's a line in that song or poem, if you will, that was put to music. It says, "When you're doing business with a religious son of a bitch, get it in writing. Because there's no way you'll come out ahead with the good Lord telling him how to fuck you over on the deal."
Oh, I got a joke in there that's just so sharp and edgy, but I don't want to do it.
And I'm a Christian. I believe in God and love God. But you know what? It's the people that lead with that I don't trust. I don't trust you if you have to lead with I'm a Christian.
No.
Either I will see it in you or I will not. But if you have to lead with it, if you have to let me know that you are a sanctified special person and you have to lead with that, and you can't be a human, compassionate, living, breathing, being a normal dude who, when we get into it, I'm like, oh man, the reason that you have a little bit of a light, or maybe the reason that you seem to have an understanding is because you have a spiritual path and a walk with who you perceive to be your creator, right? Mm-hmm. And okay, and this book, it's not the Quran for you. It's not the Torah for you. It's not the Dhammapada. It's not the Bhagavad Gita. It's the Bible. Oh, cool. Okay. And you believe that everybody should be allowed to do their own thing with that. And you don't hate the Torah. You don't hate the, Nahabapad. But for you, it's the Bible, and it makes sense, and it's really helped you in your life. And if you spend 10 minutes with me, you can explain to me how using this book and the people that follow this book have been there for you and helped you and prayed with you and helped you on a path that's made you a better person. Okay, cool. And that path isn't for everyone. And there are great paths for others that are different, but this is your path and it's called Christianity. Well, that rocks. Okay, good for you. That's a better human being, creating a better community, which ultimately leads to a better world. And this is the way you did it. And honestly, I couldn't be the Christian I am without Buddhism. Without what I learned in Buddhism, the psychology, the meditation, the understanding of the world around me, Christianity, it's all in the Bible too, but most Christians don't understand it because they've been taught any other teaching is bad. Whereas Buddhism is so much more of a philosophy and a psychology than it is a typical or classical religion, that when you can apply those things to your life all the time.
Buddhism. You can apply Buddhism. It's hard to do that, to apply the Bible.
Right.
Hard to apply the Bible, easy to apply Buddhism.
What? But and not okay. So I have the book over there, but there's a great book called "Living Buddha, Living Christ" by Thich Nhat Hanh. Now, a lot of my hardcore Christian brothers and sisters will call me a heretic for even mentioning the book. But the whole book is an idea of if Jesus and Buddha met and they walked together and discussed philosophies. And the crazy part about it is it's pretty much the same philosophy. Love your neighbor as yourself. Put the teachings of God, your relationship with being the best you can be, above everything else. And then the very next thing that means, and that doesn't mean I'm great, it means admitting that you are so far away that you need dependence on a higher power, and you need to pray, and you need to stay in check and humble and thankful that you are blessed and grateful, right? So, and I'm not saying this for everyone. I'm just explaining to you.
Yeah, that's what that.
Be in tune with a higher spiritual connection. Always make that the number one thing. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, body, and soul. Connect to, the higher spiritual thing. And then the very second one, and then love thy neighbor as thyself. Right? In the Bible, Jesus says clearly the second and most command. And then he goes on to say.
Let's break that down. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Simply be kind.
Well, it's even deeper than that. Love thy neighbor as thyself means, if we're both cold, I give you my coat. If we're both hungry and there's one bite of food left, I give it to you because I love you as much as I love myself.
That's being
like
kind.
Your health and well-being is as important to me as my own. And when push comes to shove, I sacrifice my own health and well-being for yours because I am voluntarily giving you that. Of course, I love myself. It's human nature. You know what I mean? If I'm cold, I'm going to find warmth. If it's raining on me, I'm going to find dry. If I'm hungry, I'm going to try to find food. If I'm thirsty, I'm going to try to find water. I'm a human being. It is human nature to love myself in those ways. Take care of myself, not the emotional love, not the health. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Love thy neighbor as thyself means to me. And then Jesus broke it down a little bit more. And if your neighbor is hungry, give him food. If he's cold, give him your cloak. Love your neighbor as yourself means voluntarily putting the other person before yourself, which Buddhism also teaches.
But that's a part of, but they don't teach it as love.
They don't use the word love.
No,
correct.
No, that's like it's like a kindness. It's a light. It's something that you give, and that's what I'm saying is that on that side that's what that is. Because I don't believe in love. I think I've told you that I don't believe in love. I don't really, and you corrected me. You corrected me on your side. Remember, that was a great conversation. We had like 4 hours that day on the phone, but you were like, no, there is, there truly is, and I'm like, no, there's not. You know, I mean, that's just where, and then those are things we differ on.
You're saying there is not love in this world.
No, that word should not exist.
Okay.
I think kindness, being charitable, I think those are real words. Those are tangible words. I don't think love is tangible.
Okay. I'm trying to decide where to start here. Let me start.
Go. You can go. I froze. You can go.
I know. Okay, so first of all, do you mean definable? Do you mean definable? Because kindness is not. When I hear the word tangible, I think material, right? Like this keychain is tangible because I can touch it and feel it. It's not an idea, right? Like oxygen is real, but it's not tangible, right? I can't hold oxygen, but it is very real. I can't see oxygen, but clearly if we have it all around me, we wouldn't be talking, right? So it's real, but it's not tangible, right?
But what year do we live in?
Huh?
What year do we live in?
25. I mean, 25.
Okay.
According to the Gregorian calendar, but that's
go with me here. Yeah, it could be like 300 years.
I just wonder where you're going because you're saying what year do we live in, and I'm like, is he asking like 2025, or is he asking me if I understand that it's probably inaccurate and I don't really?
No. I'm not going that deep on that one. It's just we're in 2025, right?
As far as we know, yes.
There's no meaning behind it. The word love has been watered down to nothing.
Abused, yes.
Nothing.
I agree.
Nothing. So it can't be. It can't be. There can't be love when it gets that watered down in 2025. Now there can be love, I believe.
Like keep talking. I'm listening. I'm just gonna stop.
I think there can be love between like two people, or and they can be love for a time. Love for a time. But there's no such thing as everlasting love. That does not exist. And the divorce rates that we have in this in the last 20 years. I mean,
okay, fair.
But I come from a different life. You know, where I've witnessed it. Where I've seen 5 divorces. I've seen 3 divorces of my own parents and remarriages. I mean, love is just, it's an L, it's an O, it's a V, it's an E. Kindness is pure. Kindness lasts. If you're a kind person, you're kind to everyone.
I agree. Now, here is my, hang in there with me because it's a little long. That's why it's a big deal. Here is my core definition of love as printed a couple thousand years ago. If I speak human or angelic tongues, do not have love, I am a noising gong or a clanging cymbal. If I have the gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries and all knowledge and have all faith so that I can move mountains, but do not have love, I am nothing. And if I give away all my possessions, and if I give over my body in order to boast, but do not have love, I gain nothing. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not arrogant. It is not rude. It is not self-seeking. It is not irritable and does not keep a record of wrongs. Love finds no joy in unrighteousness, but rejoices with the truth. It bears all things. It believes all things. It hopes all things and endures all things. Love never ends. But as for prophecies, they will come to an end. For tongues, they will cease. As for knowledge, it will come to an end. For we know in part, so we prophesy in part. But when the perfect comes, the partial will come to an end. When I was a child, I spoke like a child. I thought like a child, and I reasoned like a child. When I became a man, I put childish things aside. For now we see only a reflection, as in a mirror, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then I will know fully, as I am fully known. Now these 3 remain, faith, hope, and love. But the greatest of these is love.
Okay.
That's my definition of love. Now, anything that is not that is simply abusing the word love.
Okay. Go back to the beginning of the listings of what that was in the middle of what you just read.
Okay, which part?
The middle part. You read through a little bit, and then
I read through.
like,
It's the whole chapter of First
and
Corinthians.
then it had like a.
Which I have.
And then it had,
just tell me what you want to reference. I have it all.
The love
it's not
is
as
what?
good.
Go,
love
go,
is patient. Love is kind. It does not.
Oh, stop. Love is no,
patient.
but it goes back to the beginning before all that. It goes back to before.
If I speak in tongues of man and angels, but have not love, I am yet a clanging cymbal or a banging gong.
No, I'm not worried about that.
If I donate my body as if to boast, but have not love, I have gained nothing. Once again, I have this memorized. So what do you want? Tell me.
Where it says we're stood up higher up, like the very second.
What do you want to say?
Love
just say
is
it, brother.
kind. Simple.
Yeah.
Love is kind.
Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not.
No. Take out the patient. Take out all that because it wasn't that. It was a straight thing, and there was comma between comma at the beginning. Love is kind.
It's all of those things. Yeah.
Yeah, but the kind is love. Love
is part of it. It's a percentage of it. In the same way that if I make you a delicious sauce, you can say, I believe in tomatoes, but I don't believe in sauce. Okay, that's fair. You can do that. And yes, you cannot have this sauce without tomatoes, but it takes multiple other ingredients to create this sauce. It is tomato based. It is kindness based. Absolutely. But you can be kind and have not love. You can be kind externally. You can be kind for your own. In fact, I know super kind people that are some of the biggest hustlers and grifters on the planet, specifically in the religious sphere. They'll smile and they'll tell you God loves you and they'll tell you they love you and they'll pat you on the back while their hand is in your pocket. They are kind AF. You will never know that they're evil or their intent is to rob you or control you. You will never know. In fact, that's happening right now to millions of people. Kindness is there. There is no lack of kindness. There's no evidence of a lack of kindness, but there is a blatant lack of love. Because love does what does it say? Love rejoices in the truth. And the truth is this person is kind to you, but they don't love you and they're trying to steal from you. And that is their motivation of being kind to you, right? Kindness can go away.
But that's
love
not kindness.
Never fit. Love lasts forever.
That's manipulation. That's not kindness. There's a difference. That's an act. That's what narcissists do. So
I agree. Narcissists can be kind.
No.
By all practical. Okay, so what is your definition of kindness?
Love. For you. Well, you call love, I call kindness.
Okay. Okay, so you'd label it differently. The thing about that is simply that, the way I believe it, and like what I just described, it is definitely an ingredient of it. But you also have to have forgiveness. You also have to have long suffering. You have to also have faith. You have to also understand that you don't create love. Love is an energy. And I believe love is the energy. I believe that you can replace the term and that energy is always giving. People don't want to get into that stuff, but I believe that you could almost break scientifically down the idea of love in that just like energy doesn't dissipate. It dissipates in a certain place, but it never goes away. Once energy is created, it's always around and always flowing. Just like it clearly says in there, love never ends. So you're just tapping into something higher and better than yourself because you don't have the ability. Look, what I just described, brother, I do not have the ability to do in my own. I do not have the ability to love perfectly anyone in any way, shape, or form at any given time. I don't. I do not.
It's because you're human. You're imperfect. Everybody's imperfect.
Absolutely. And in the same way that I don't have the ability to be a perfect conductor of energy, my body would die. It's not capable. My body can't just grab this electric pole and this electric pole and just conduct energy, right?
But now that's not how it's supposed to be, though. The electricity isn't supposed to be pole to pole.
And we are not supposed to be able to love perfectly on our own.
Nope.
We're supposed to be able to take a little bit of that power that's flowing throughout the universe. We're supposed to be able to tap into it to find our divinity, our ability to forgive when it's not a human nature thing. And sometimes not even that smart to do. But it's the ability to see someone as a creation and child of God. You know what I mean? Versus seeing them as someone who's wronged you, who's hurt you. Right? So it's because I don't have that ability in and of myself. Right? perfect love is not something that's set up for you to be able to do. Just like being a perfect conductor of energy is not something that your body is set up to be able to do. Now, you got tons of electricity flowing through you at all times. You've got tons of energy. Think about all the atoms working so much overtime just to make you Vern, just to keep that beautiful beard on that beautiful face.
Dude, I think about all the quantum quarks that are just shooting through me. That's what I think about.
So, okay, so right, so you're an energy conductor, but if you grab 2 powerful volts of energy on each side, it would fry you, right? You're not capable. I'm not capable of being a perfect love human being. No one is, but I'll just speak for me because no one speaks for themselves anymore. They're too busy telling you what the people they hate think. But anyway, that they refuse to talk to. But
he said, she said.
Yeah, I'm not capable of perfect love. What I am capable of is being honest about it. I'm capable of going, I'm not capable of perfect love, but I'm willing to try, man. Because maybe that's the only thing. Maybe that's the only damn thing is putting myself and my needs second and putting others first. You know what I mean? And for me, I'm not saying this for everybody.
I do.
But for me, it's all I got. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I know what you mean about giving everything.
So I think we're having more of a label argument than an intention argument. Because I think what you call kindness is the same intention that I call love. It's just that the word love has been abused and used and whored and stomped on and shit on and ate and shit back out and stomped on some more and used to manipulate and abuse people and hurt them. And because I love you, I get to hurt you. And if you don't love me, if you love me, you'll stay for this abuse. And if you love me, you won't get the help you need. And if I love you, so you don't go do other things with you, on and on and on. But that's not love.
Love is a control label.
And for me, it's helped when people say they love me. I pull out my definition of love. And I go, are they displaying this or attempting to display this behavior towards me? Because this is my definition of love. And if they say they love me, yet I don't see them doing my definition of love, we got a miscommunication. You know what I'm saying?
Well, but there's probably things on that list that I don't do.
Well, I mean, there's things on the list nobody can do. That once again, we're not capable of being perfect in our love, but we're capable of trying to be perfect in our love. We're capable of understanding. Shout out to Amy in the building. So my point there is, I don't do everything on that list. Yes, of course I keep a record of wrongs. You know what I'm saying? Of course I don't always hope, always trust, always believe. You know what I mean? Of course I there's faith, hope, and love, but the greatest of these is love. Of course, I don't always put loving God and loving my neighbor at the forefront of all of my obligations and priorities of life. Of course, I'm a selfish man. Of course, brother. Of course, I'm grumpy. Of course, I'm you know what I mean? I have all the issues I have. Huh?
Every emotion.
Yes. Of course, I'm selfish and grumpy and sometimes inconsiderate and angry at others for not behaving the way I want them to, or stressing out over shit that's not in my control and making other people's lives bad because I'm in a bad mood because of shit I can't control. You know what I'm saying?
Boom.
So, of course, I don't love perfectly. Of course, I don't do everything on the list. But, man, it's a great reset. It's a great recenter. Okay, I love this person and I'm mad at them. Let me look at my definition of love.
Well, because the great thing about it is actually scripture.
Well, it is. It is scripture, man.
Is it actually? Because I heard scripture. I mean, I could repeat. Love is all things. It endures all things. It hopes all. I mean, yeah. I mean, yep. So I mean, that's why, and that's cool. I mean, that's why I was asking, because I mean, I was raised Mormon.
Do you guys? Can I ask you a question? And forgive me for not knowing. Do you guys use the? Please don't get mad for my ignorance. This is simple.
No, do you guys use
do you guys use the regular Bible too, or just the
King
Book of
James
Mormon?
version? King James version, Old Testament, New Testament. King James Version.
So that's 1 Corinthians 13.
Yes, Old Testament, New Testament.
And that was the first full chapter that I ever memorized as a kid. And
that's a great chapter, though.
Well, because it talks about, because it doesn't beat anyone over the head. No one's going, it's like, look, if you say you love someone, this is what love really is. And it's impossible to do. And you're going to fail a lot at it. But this is what you strive for. And if you can strive for believing in people and loving them and not keeping a record of wrong and trying to be the highest version of yourself when it comes to every human that you meet, you'll be a better person. And you're going to see that you fail. Because it's pretty easy if it was eat a chocolate bar and call it a night, and that's how you love people. Well, love wouldn't be that important. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
And then that's another thing. I with frequencies and vibrations and like the quantum physics and different realms, linear to ours, you know, and believing that, you know, because I believe that. I believe that, and I believe the earth, and I believe in the universe and all of that. I mean, I've had an experience with a tree and grass barefooted.
You felt the energy, right?
Oh no, I got talked to.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that you did feel the energy, right? You felt the energy so much that you were able to communicate in what you consider to be the English language, maybe, or maybe you guys were talking in another language. And the best way we can do it is I was perceiving it in English words because that's how I perceive ideas. But we were speaking another language. I've been there spiritually before. You're speaking another language, but you perceive it in English words.
Yeah. But that's how my brain interpreted it, what it was saying, because it was sending me a message. Because I was literally, and it was at a time, and I was asking questions, and I was looking at the sky, and connecting and meditating, just trying to do an, you know, a monk. And then I put my hand on a tree. My feet were on the ground, and except I've been here. I will be here much longer than you, and nobody cares about me. So why do you want everybody to care about you? Dang. I got it. Do you accept the things that go on in life and you just keep moving on?
Right.
Because life's going to keep moving on. And there's a lot of life that lives here that doesn't get anything. And they're going to be here for hundreds of years. You know? So that tree told me to quit bitching. That's exactly what that tree told me. Quit your bitching. I got to be here for the next 300 years with dogs pissing on me. You know, people pissing on me. Nobody caring about me. And you only got to be here for 60 to 80.
If you're lucky.
And you get to go inside when it's cold.
So how did you feel? Like, what feeling did you have when that communication was going on?
It was that I wasn't here. That it wasn't like I was on Earth, but it wasn't like I was off the planet. You know, I mean, it was odd, but I was away. I wasn't this is just like in the meditation. This is only like just the brief moment of it. The meditation lasts so much longer than that moment of clarity from it. You know, so it had been there a little bit, and it went kind of dark, and then a lot of light, and then just comfort, pure comfort. Like my Mother Earth was wrapping her arms around me, you know. And then I had my questions that I actually verbalized out loud, I think. Maybe not, but I think I did. And it was a slight pause, and I stayed in my meditation, which I believe was a test, to see if I would stay in my meditation and wait for all the right energies to happen, vibrations to happen, for the communication to happen. And then it just did. After that, I was like, wow, that would make life a lot easier. If you things that were out of your control, the things that do happen to you, even if they're bad, but they're out of your control, you gotta accept it and move on. Why sit in that spot and fight it?
Right.
Why take up all that time and energy to fight? Because that's negative. And then fight something that is negative, that's a double negative. Look at all the negatives you bring in if you don't just accept and go.
So I got a couple questions. One, how long do you think in real time, do you have any idea in real time how long that took?
I'd say 15 to 20 minutes.
Wow. Because it feels longer when you tell the story, right?
Yeah.
like most spiritual experiences, I think.
And most of it, like I said, was just me knowing where I was, feeling the energy and meditating. And OHM, and then it was just like literally a 3-second thing. Pretty much getting told, quit your bitching.
So
go live life.
And the message basically was
accepting.
Yeah, and I want to make sure we're getting it right, because this is important, man.
That was the exact word. That was the exact word. Was it's time to accept. Accept.
And you felt peace when you got that message.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Cool.
It was the answer I was looking for.
See, okay, and the feeling you got when you felt that peace and that acceptance, to me, that is love, right? That I'm in tune with the universe. If somebody needed me right now, in a way, I could give. You know what I mean? I am within and without the. In the words of John Lennon, all in all, we are very small, and the universe goes on within and without you. Yes. That to me, that feeling is love, right? It's that feeling of acceptance for where I'm at, and knowing that I can be real with my. And I think, man, getting into it, I think that's a problem a lot of times, is that people can't love others because they can't love themselves. And I know that sounds cheesy AF. And I know that sounds cheesy.
Right.
And I don't mean it in the abusive way of love yourself. Spend $49.99 on this treatment. No. I mean, what I mean by love is
take a bath every day.
Acceptance. Yeah, well, that's huge.
I mean, it's that self-care. It's love. Self-care. Love.
But sometimes my funk is just, I like to marinate. But anyway, I'm kidding. But
your poor wife.
But it's when I say love, I mean acceptance. And that's another way they've abused that word, come to think of it, actually, right? Because
so if I'm out there and I might be, maybe I'm searching for that, right? For that love, but I can't find it in that word.
Right. Well, that's the thing. I can't accept others if I can't accept myself. Now replace the word love with acceptance. Replace the word acceptance with be kind. Replace the word be kind with patient. Replace the word patient with forgiving. Right? I can't forgive myself, so I can't forgive others. I can't be patient with myself, so I can't be patient with others. I can't love myself, so I can't love others. I can't accept myself, so I can't accept others.
You don't have to forgive everybody.
You don't have to. You don't have to do nothing but die.
No. But I don't believe you have to forgive everybody to still be in that position to be that good person that goes on And I believe there's people that are actually evil spirits, evil humans, that you don't have to forgive if they've wronged you. You just can't carry that negativity with you every day throughout the rest of your life. It doesn't mean you've forgiven them.
Right. And now we get into what does the word forgiveness mean to you?
To me, a lot of hate.
Wait, the word forgiveness means hate?
Because you got to go through a lot of hate to get to the forgiveness.
Sometimes, yeah, man. Sometimes, absolutely.
In your situations, you know, you got to go through a lot of bumps, bounces, and everybody knows about this. They just don't break it down like this. You know, but you go through all that negativity, hate, despair, and then really forgiveness is wanting to be accepted. Wanting to be accepted. And then forgiveness also is, oh, I forgive. And it's also another word, oh, I forgive him. So that means I'm a better person than him because I said it first. Or her, or them, or they, or whatever. But you got to go through all that to get the forgiveness. And then really the forgiveness is about them accepting. And then if she doesn't accept the forgiveness, that destroys a dude, man. That destroys people. That destroys things. So I can say, yeah, you say the word forgiveness to me and I think hate.
Well, yeah, well, and in that term, how you feel makes total sense. That's not forgiveness to me at all.
I know.
And let me
I get it, bro.
Forgiveness is a
selfless.
No. Hang in there with me. I'm trying to make sure I say the right words here. Okay, so forgiveness is a form of acceptance. Okay. Forgiveness is saying something bad happened to me that I could not control. And instead of internalizing that trauma and allowing that trauma to affect who I become and who I am because of that trauma, because something bad happened to me that I could not control, I have to forgive this person. I have to accept that something bad out of my control happened to me. I have to accept that no matter how I want to and what's fair, this person may never pay a price in this life or to my eyes. And I have to accept that is the way the world works. And however unfair it is, if I allow that trauma to influence who I am as a person, they continue to win every day of my life from trauma that hit me when I was a child or a few years back or whatever the case. So I forgive this person. They get out of my mental jail free. Their trauma that they caused on me, I accept it happened. And I accept that I live in an unfair world where I have to be more cautious. Frog and the snake, right? I have to understand that I deal with snakes. I forgive the snake, not for the snake's benefit, not so the snake will do anything I want them to do, because they won't. They're a fucking snake. They're not going to all of a sudden not have venom and not bite things. That's who they are.
Yep.
I forgive this snake for biting me. They're always going to be a snake, and there are going to be other frogs they bite. What I have to do is not let the trauma and poison they put into me continue to affect me. So my forgiveness has nothing to do with them. Literally, when I forgive someone It has nothing to do with them because they'll never be able to earn it. In the same way, once again, I believe I was forgiven and I could have never earned it. Forgiveness is not anything anyone earns and is not dependent on their behavior at all whatsoever. Forgiveness is an emotional and mental and spiritual process you undertake and go through, which is working through the hate, like you said, so that trauma does not live inside you. That poison doesn't live inside you and affect who you are and what you become in life, because you don't want them having that power over you anymore. So you have to accept that it happened, accept that it will not traumatize you anymore because they are a snake. You got bit by a snake. And the one thing you know from here on, the best possible lesson you can learn is that the world is filled with snakes and maybe you're a frog. And you know that this person is a snake. They are demon possessed. They are demon.
I'm a hawk or an eagle.
Yeah. Or maybe they're a lion.
It's gonna eat the snake.
Maybe they're a lion and you're a monkey. Neither one of you are evil, but both of you got to eat. You know what I'm saying? And to that point, there's more accountability and responsibility for humans, absolutely. Because humans choose whether they eat another human, whether they rip another human apart. It is a choice on their part. So yeah, there is way more accountability. However, sometimes we have to accept the fact that we were hurt, that we were bit by someone whose second nature is to be evil and using and abusive and destructive. And that's who they are. And that is not fair. And unfortunately, life is not fair.
But that's chemicals in their brains. That's chemicals in their bodies. That's just how they are. That's how some people, they just wired.
Right. And I'm not going to allow them being wired like that to create hate inside of me and poison inside of me. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to death. Always. Right? That's a pretty much constant throughout the human experience from time immemorial. You know what I mean? If you're afraid of something, you're going to be angry. You can't control it and it's keeping you in fear. If you're angry that you have something that is controlling you and keeping you in fear, you're going to hate it. If you hate something, you're going to try to destroy it. And either you destroy it, death, or it destroys you, death. Fear leads to anger, leads to hate, leads to death always. Yes. So I'm not going to live in fear because there are snakes. I'm not going to live in fear because there are demons that walk amongst me. I'm not going to live in fear because I have been bitten before, because that fear is going to be angry, and I'm going to be an angry man, and I have been. I've been all of those things. I've been full on ate up with anger, full on ate up with hate, full on ate up with death. Yes, I have. Yeah. All I wanted and all I saw around me was death, bro. So, man, I know we should be another type of podcast where we pick somebody out and just talk about what a horrible piece of shit they are for 3 hours, and then we get more viewers and blah, blah, blah. But that's not what we do here.
Talk about ourselves, our own experiences.
Well, hopefully to help others. You know what I mean? Hopefully people see us and they're like, I understand those dudes.
They can relate.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Because who talks about this, man?
Nobody. Who talks about mental depression? Who talks about the ups and downs?
We're freaking talking about forgiveness and hate. So weird. I didn't even realize it.
And the different opinions on it.
And we started with power slap. You know what I mean? We are real dudes. You know what I mean? Holla back.
Carnival ride. Hands up, carnival ride. Oh, ups and downs. We don't know where we're going to go.
So, yeah, man, just, sharing philosophies. And I definitely understand. And like trying to understand where you're at. I get like
you understand a little bit more because you know more about
it. Right. Well, and to the point of if you feel like forgiving this person somehow takes another chunk out of you, after they've taken so many chunks out of you and you're not ready to be there. Because you do have to give. You have to rip a chunk out of your soul to truly forgive somebody who's really damaged and wronged you. It takes a piece of you. Absolutely, man. No diggity. Especially if you
been
become
through it.
yeah. Oh, absolutely, man. So I also understand. I just feel like it's this person isn't ready, and that is fair. And they don't ever have to be ready. And if they go their whole life and they're never ready, that is absolutely fine. You know what I mean?
There has to be a sense that both sides are ready.
No. See, that's where we disagree. Forgiveness has nothing to do. If you wrong me, if you wrong me, forgiving you has not. If you wrong me, I can cut communications tomorrow with you. Right? If I feel wronged by you, if you genuinely hurt me, and I quit talking to you tomorrow because you genuinely hurt me, right? And you genuinely damaged me, and I never talk to you or see you again, I still need to forgive you because of what's in my heart. It has nothing, once again, forgiving you has nothing to do with you. You, the offender party, do not get to say whether you accept my forgiveness. You need
I love NASCAR. Goes hand in hand. Let's go. PBR ain't got no class. Ain't got no cash. Been on over. You can kiss my white trash. All you white trash folk who like your smoke. Gonna step outside. Gonna get real high. Ain't got no class. Ain't got no cash. Been on over. You can kiss my white trash. Whoa, yeah, boy.
I ended up not breaking because I was kind of upset at the end.
Right.
You know, it didn't turn out the way I wanted it to, so I didn't break cards. But it was different. It was something different that I tried. I tried a pizza party. You know,
it was fun. Yeah, man.
Yeah. While watching slap competition, you know, and just enjoyed myself because that's a sport I do enjoy.
Heck yeah. Yeah, man. And shout out for listening. Got to tell you, I'm already getting DMs. Hey, man, can you please? Which it's up on. Shout out if anybody wants to see last night's Power Slap time. It's up on Rumble right now. And then I'll put it back up on Instagram. But yeah, man, people are already wanting to share and make clips. So good. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it going. Why not? Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing about that, bro. Like I realize, nice.
No. I'm just
yeah. just to let you know, like they messed up for me when they were like, this ain't about money. No one's gonna make money. No one's about to get rich. I'm like, well, if it's not about money, then I can just do what I want. Then cool.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm about to troll the hell out of people. You know, I mean, let's go. So
there's a lot of feelings.
Yo, too many.
A lot of feelings.
And you'd think with something as fun and wacky as Power Slap, people wouldn't be all up in their feelings about it like that. You know what I'm saying?
But there's a ton. I mean, it's like it is. There's a lot of times you think you should be walking on eggshells, but you're just stomping on them. You know?
Or, there's me, and I just ask the honest questions, and people are like, you can't say that.
love,
I'm like, why not? Why not?
I mean, you were on point. There was nothing wrong with your question.
So
there's nothing wrong with your question at all. I just was waiting for the answer. Now you're in it. Now you're in it. You are in it now.
No,
bro.
hey, man, I think I gave the answer, right? I mean, if the answer comes down to you're not kissing the right ass, well, okay. Well, then that's what I
say. What did I say like a month ago?
Same thing, basically, man.
Yeah,
basically. Man. I thought about you. I was like, yeah, it's just about kind of kissing the right ass, then, isn't it? So, anyway, all good. That's why we're here and we do what we do, because we're not even interested in kissing the right ass, man.
My lips are too thin.
Yes. And that ass is too flat. So neither one of us are going to have a good day.
No, we're always going to have a good day, bro.
No, I mean with somebody who's is expecting us to kiss their ass. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. That's just not going to go well.
No, not at all. Never. So,
I think you, though, I think you're the type of guy that really, really gets your point across. You get it across. Right? I mean, if it takes 5-6 times, you can get it across.
Right.
And I'm more the type that just says one thing one time and then like I'm out.
Right.
But that's cool, man. That's cool. I dig it.
Well, I mean, if you're on a show and it's about creating something interesting, you know what I'm saying?
You did, man. You created some heat and then some fire and some smoke inside that show. That I'm gonna say that's probably your best show. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That
means all of it should be way better, Vern. Okay, that's all I'm saying, man. All of it should be way better. If that was
here on. Is that what you're saying? From here on, all of it?
Yeah, I will aim higher. Clearly, so. But that's kind of the fun thing about a Power Slap show is that as soon as people start taking it serious, they become the joke. Right? That's the joke, that you're taking this serious. It's Power Slap. Like, the only people that should be taking it really seriously are the people who are depending on it to pay their bills and feed their family, and dudes getting slapped really hard in the face. Yeah. Other than that, it's for your enjoyment. And at the point that, you're like, Stone Cold really doesn't like The Rock, and they mean it this time. Well, okay, you're the one. You're the mark. Okay, so.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna say though, I did see. Did you see that little clip from the champ from my boy Anthony Blackbird?
Which one?
About
people talk so much, and I try to watch them all, but
I know, but this is next level, bro. I would have think you might. He mentioned he got online and he just had his phone. And he made a post and it goes, I think he said 5'11" or maybe 6 foot, 188 pounds. Super fan as a slapper. Yeah. Yeah,
I didn't realize Superfan was so 5'11", 188. That's a big dude.
Dude, he's tall. I mean, I think he's a little bit taller than me. I think I got a little more meat on me.
Sure,
he does.
Me too.
But yeah, I mean, he's really tried and made an effort to get healthy, get healthier. Yeah, super fan. Yep. Since Power Slap 6.
Yeah, man, I would love to see him do it if he wants to, man.
I'm telling you,
he's a natural badass, dude. Here's the thing: he hunts. He we were talking the other night, man, and he just starts sending me pictures of dead animals.
Yeah, I got his
skulls.
beavers. He sent me pictures of all the beavers that he's caught in time. Like as he's walking out to the trap. I've seen his deer blind. I've seen his land. Where he's shown me where he hunts, and it's on his land and stuff. It's a beautiful, beautiful place, and he's got a beautiful family.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think. Well, because actually there was a time him and I were like, how about we do a card man versus a super fan?
Slap fight?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, the problem is I love both of y'all. I'll be like, no. Like my initial is yes, but then I'm like, no, I love y'all. I don't want to see either one of you slap fight. But
I know, and I got a big fat head, so and I know he's long and lean, so he'd be bringing that swing. I know I'd get smoked with some good shit, but yeah, I mean, we were joking around about it. Actually, I don't know if we were joking. I think we were joking about it. Yeah. I don't think it was serious.
Man, I mean, we can do it. We can do it. How about, and then I'll go up against Michael Mann in this slap.
Oh man.
Shizzle. Dude, it wouldn't be fair. An 8-year-old girl wouldn't be fair against him in a slap fight.
You have to go left-handed. You have to go left-handed, and it has to be from the opposite side, like you're right-handed. All right? Yep. That's how you have to do it if you're going up against Michael Mann. That's true.
That's funny. Let's see here. Let's make some. Okay, so
that's fun.
The Beyond the Slap Son dude versus Terry from, Welcome to Slap Son versus Terry from Beyond the Slap. That would be a good match.
No,
you don't think?
You're wrong.
Okay.
Slap Son versus Corey.
Okay. Yeah.
You see, because I mean, here's the thing. Terry, when he says he's sick and stuff, he does get sick, right?
Yeah.
He does. And like he even he gets to the point sometimes, like I used to be with like my sciatica, and I had to go to like almost a year of rehab to learn how to breathe, to walk with my sin, or how to turn everything again correctly. But like he kind of doesn't stand up completely straight. So I call that as an unfair match, and I don't think he's healthy enough to be in slap.
That's fair. I'm just
Corey
having fun
and Slap Son. That would be oh man.
Dude, yeah, no, dude from Slap News and Beyond the Slap. That would be an awesome women's slap fight. I would love to see. You know what I'm saying? We need more females in the sport, dog.
You better kill me. I'm gonna be another rapper dead for popping off at the mouth with shit I shouldn't have said.
So what's it up with you, man? So pizza party, why didn't it turn out? Okay, I got to be honest. So in my defense, I was with you for about an hour and a half.
That was awesome.
I'd already driven 4 hours and done a show that day. So by the time I got home and got in the groove with you, I was already like a little sleepy, dude. And I crashed out while we were watching the fights themselves. And then when I woke up, you're already off stream. It was like 4 or something when I woke up. So what happened, excuse me, where you said it didn't turn out the way you wanted it to? What happened?
Okay. Let's just say a month and a half ago, I would have been there.
Okay, sure.
At it. And I have a favorite. Because I choose to do that. I choose to have favorites and level them, And
that's your right.
Yeah. And I have a favorite, and dang, it ended no contest after one clubbing.
Oh.
And so then, though, I imagine to myself, it would have been a lot like PS7 for me when I went to watch Donnie and Makini, because they were both my friends, right? And it ended in the DQ that it did in Power Slap,
right?
And so, and I've made the statement on a couple podcasts before that I don't travel 2,000 miles round trip, 1,000 over 1,000. It's like 1,100 one way to Vegas from my house.
Sure.
And I was like, I don't travel that far. and pay the amount of money I pay for a ticket at the seats I like to have to go and see these fights, be like, oh, sorry.
Right, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah.
So I mean, and in Makini actually in another podcast, put me up as defense. You know, he was like, yeah, like Vern said, the card man said, it's like he said he didn't travel 1,000 miles to watch a DQ, to watch a foul. So it's just and I still love this dude, man. I love this dude. I just think the other fighter should have kept fighting.
So do you feel it's more on the fighters or on the promotion when all of us as fans have to experience that, man?
I think if a fighter can get up and keep going, it's what he's paid to do.
Right.
Right. I mean, geez, how many times do boxers just get, their bells rung? And if it's a three down TKO per round, you get knocked down 3 times, that's your TKO. Well, then they get knocked down twice every round for 10 rounds, but yet they keep getting up and going.
That's true. Well, and yeah.
I mean, there is a defense for the CTE. Go. I mean, that's fine, and that's cool, and I get that, and I believe in that also. But I'm also a little bit selfish because I want to see the fights.
Well, sure. Well, and I think it's up to the fighter in that they're grown men, and
exactly.
until it's not, I guess. But if it was one club and then they were saying DQ after one club. Either he was really messed up or it was
no
cheesy.
Contest. It's a no contest.
No contest.
There.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That was a no contest. But it's a no contest on their both the rec,
Right.
But I will say this: he shouldn't have kept going.
Well, there you go.
I mean, honestly,
but don't let that affect you, man. To the point of you don't do a card reveal because it's something you had no control over, man. Don't let that affect you like that.
Oh no, man! I'm just such a big fan, and I wanted to go so well for him. I really did. I mean, I'm so positive for him and his family and stuff. That I was just like, nope, in stream.
You know what really helped me with that for football was fantasy football.
Quitting watching.
Yeah. Fantasy football made me become so much less of a loyalist to any one team. And then it makes you realize that, like, dude, the problem is, if I get into it, and I'm studying, and you realize, man, this whole thing has to be rigged. Would you really start digging into the numbers and the way things work? And okay, so every year a hot streak team is going to have a weird loss out of nowhere. And that's Vegas odds. That's Vegas getting back. So last year was the Detroit Lions. No one expected them to be as good as they were. Don't even get me started on the fact that Washington should not have been anywhere near the Super Bowl. Get the hell out of here, dude. So anyway,
it was the rookie.
It was the
QB. It's all about
no, it was because the fix was in, bro. You know what I'm saying? The fix was in. So it was Washington and Philadelphia because it was an election year, man. So anyway, it's
remember back in 2001 after September 11. Remember that Super Bowl?
Was that the Giants?
No, it was the Patriots.
The Patriots.
It was one of their first or second Super Bowls. It was their first, I believe, 2001.
Yeah,
is what started the Tom Brady dynasty.
Right.
Wasn't that the year that Drew Bledsoe got knocked out and Brady stepped in?
Yep. And past that, man, think about this. KC, man, where unstoppable and Taylor Swift was caping up for the current administration at the time.
Yeah.
And as soon as they lost, Kansas City started magically losing. Dude, if you watch, you can see. If you watch football closely, and I love football, don't get me wrong, born and raised on it, especially, as we know, we're college football guys, right? Exactly. I mean, I got
90s.
That's one of the things I got right on my desk. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
I got so many more of those things all around here. But anyway, and I think college football is a little bit lesser extent because there's just a higher margin of error because they're younger guys. That's why it's more fun to watch, I think, anymore. But with the NFL, man, you just see those little calls. It's those little first down calls, and they even made a proposal. They've got a proposal out where a false start would no longer result in a first down. And I think that is huge because that takes a lot of power out of the ref's hands. Because you can call false start on just about any play, just like holding. You watch these slow-mo plays and you see all this holding. And the guys in the booth drive me crazy because they just, doesn't look like pass interference at all. No, it wasn't, Bob. Okay, well, that's a 40-yard gain on that penalty. Moving on. Not, wait, whoa. The whole game has changed on this one erroneous flag. Can we run it back, please?
Yep.
And that's why you can't have replay on pass interference calls because it's pass interference, false starts, and holding are how Vegas and the powers that be control NFL. I promise you this stuff. So,
well, yeah, I mean, why does a referee really need to have an earpiece during a football game? Why do they really need to be mic'd up? That's why there are hand signals. That's why the hand signals were developed back in the day.
Yeah.
We don't need the referee to talk. We don't need to have him being told what to do in his earpiece.
Well, and then they get the call from New York, as they say, right?
Oh.
Meaning the calls come in from New York. Shout out to everybody in our chat. Thank you so much, Amy. They talk about it. They're like, New York was watching the play and they called the refs in and they reviewed it. And so there's people in an office somewhere in New York that are deciding what happens on a field in Michigan or Texas or Florida or Nebraska. So it's nuts, man. So
and there were some absurd calls. I mean, I didn't start watching football last year. I was tired of it. I mean, I did hardcore fantasy. Since 2011, like in 2014, I was in 21 leagues.
Wow. See, I just have one league and I just take it way too serious. You can ask my wife. So last year I did the set it and forget it. Like literally I was live streaming during the draft. I pretty much set the auto draft on until I got Jacobs because I had him on the Raiders and I knew how good he was. And he was low. No one was grabbing him. I'm like, this dude is going to be one of the top 3. And he ended up being one of the top 3. And then I grabbed Jordan Love, who ended up being meh. But I later got homeboy from Detroit Lions. I got him, Jared Goff. He was on the waiver wire. I just picked him up, man.
See,
so
the draft really, I mean, it matters some.
Yeah.
Waiver wire pickups. That's where championships get won in fantasy football.
I'm so glad this year because now I got you.
Quarterback.
Yeah.
Notice that quarterback, the second week.
Yeah.
That's going to bust out and take the first and second down and then some of the third downs also. Especially these young ones, man, they use and abuse quick. When I grew up, you had to sit behind Marcus Allen until Marcus Allen decided to retire. You had to sit behind whatever veteran there was until they chose to retire. That's how that went. And nowadays, they get them in from college and boom, let's beat the hell out of them. Get them out there. Make those moves. Use their speed so long as they got it. Use it. Yeah. I think that's smart. I think that's the way to go.
I prefer, and I like the new running back by committee because you keep both running backs longer. And most of the time, you're going to have a lighter outside guy that if you can set the line well, he's going to break. And then you have your bruiser that's going to be good for your 3 to 4 yard, just beat them up, make them tired kind of guys. I like that. I think Indy is doing a great job with their running game on that level. They just need a quarterback. So,
did you say Indy?
Yeah, Indianapolis.
Yeah, the Colts.
Yeah, because they've got Sermon as their bruiser back. And no, they're not my team. I just was paying attention. I would say probably, man. I was cheering for Detroit because I wanted to see him win a Super Bowl. One, I felt like they had earned it. I felt like they were going. I also thought Green Bay was going to go. I cheer a lot for Green Bay. I guess if I had to be pinned down, I'd say that was the team I cheered for. So, but I think they were too young. Huh? Oh, Broncos. Oh, Jared out Buffalo Bills. You're a Bills man.
Bills. But that's because he went to Wyoming.
Oh, okay.
And that's where I went to school for 2 years with the University of Wyoming. So I was naturally drawn to Josh Allen and wherever he could have went to he could have went to Seattle. I was still would like him, But
Right.
yeah, and with that poor guy, he just can't get over that hump, that team. They just can't get over that last little hump.
Man, nobody's paying for them to go to the NFL, Vern. Brother, card man. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you don't have to take my word for it.
Yeah, the Cards, though, what was it? 2 years ago, Indianapolis, their rookie, the Colts' rookie quarterback.
Yeah, I know you're talking about because I had him for a second.
His name slipped my mind. But he was supposed to be the next best thing to
Anthony Richardson. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
And everybody, I want to say Anthony Edwards, but I know that's basketball, so I kept my mouth shut. But yeah, Anthony Richardson. But if you were 2 years ago, if you were to pull his card and it was an auto, a banger. You got money for that.
Yeah, man.
And it just shows.
They said he was, and he has a Jalen Hurts style to him. And I get it. They were like, he's going to be the next Jalen. And he has kind of that run style to him, but
he's not Jalen.
It just hasn't developed. But also, people forget, like anything else, the quarterback and running backs are only, 30-40% of the story. You got to have a great defense and your line. That it's very smart. Yeah. San Francisco, in my opinion, did it right when they saved money on Brock Purdy, invested in a line, and look, it took him to the Super Bowl. And they lucked out by getting McCaffrey from the Jags, but that's
all that kind of turned into a coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah.
San Francisco.
I feel bad for Christian McCaffrey is a perfect example of what you're saying. They rode him. He did magical stuff, and now his body is just like, I'm breaking down on you now. His body is literally breaking down. He tried so hard to rehab, came back for one game, got injured in that very next game or 2 games. He was back, and on the second game, he was out. So, hard.
And now what he'll be is he will hop around the league now.
Yeah. Well, and he's a prize fighter now. He's not going for the belt. No. You know what I mean? Now he's going for whatever fight gets him the most money. He's a prize. I'm not mad at him. Go be a prize fighter, dog. If people will pay to see you, of all the hundreds of people in the NFL, you are one of the biggest draws in people. Of all the people in the NFL, you're one of the top 10, 20 guys that they're going to buy a ticket to actually see play. Good on you, man. Go to the Cleveland Browns.
He's the closest. I had this just in my head of an all-time great. McCaffrey. He is the closest with his moves. He's the closest to Barry Sanders.
Very cool. Yeah,
Barry Sanders.
Yeah, shout out Oklahoma. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, dude.
Heck yeah.
We have to go. Oklahoma State, right? Oklahoma State, though, right?
Right. Yes. Yeah. Now, you don't got to look, dog.
You can't have it all. You got to say state or OU. You don't get to have. I get all of Oklahoma.
We got Jalen Hurts is the OU guy. Baker Mayfield, OU guy. Mark Andrews, OU guy.
I can't say nothing because Nebraska, they've had 2 years straight till this year, 2 year streak with no draft.
Wow. Well, we did bad in the draft this year, man. Look, since it's a whole nother story, man. Do we want to? I don't even know if we want to do a whole show about football.
We don't have to.
I love our show. You tune in
baseball. You want to go into frequencies. You want to go into some physics.
I know.
What do you want to do?
I was just going to complain about OU football for a minute because the once great dynasty that was OU football is now under a corporate shill of a guy, and he's the kind of coach. This is how crazy it is. Okay. Because it would cost us like $50 million to just buy him out, right? This is how crazy it is. They have replaced offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, athletic director, team manager. They've replaced all of these people because they won't just replace the crap. Oh, and quarterbacks, on and on. They just won't replace our mediocre coach, Brent Venables. So what are you going to do? Bring back Bob Stoops, I say. So.
Well, yeah, Bob Stoops. That's all right. Yeah, I like the way our Matt Rule's going, though. I like the way the Huskers. I mean, we're pulling in, we're taking players away from big time programs.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we just got the top ranked quarterback that was going to USC.
Yeah, you guys are looking mean. Yeah, so
we are mean. the whole state's mean. The state motto is Nebraska. It's not for everyone.
Is it? Is that?
That's it.
It's so funny, Midwestern, because Oklahoma is okay. You know what I mean? It's like Oklahoma's okay. Yeah, how do you feel about your home state representing with pride? It's okay.
Hey, here's a funny story for you. I was heading down to Austin for gigs. I had a weekend of 3 gigs on that yacht. I posted on my Facebook just recently. And to get from Nebraska down to Texas, you got to cross just like seriously 18 miles of Oklahoma through that panhandle, right? But there is a state sign there that welcomes you. It's nice and big and stone, and it takes piss so well.
Come on, man. What did that sign ever do to you? Okay.
The state. It was the state. It's the only way I could get back at him for a couple games at childhood.
Oh, man, Nebraska beat the hell out of us. It was a great. That was the respect we hated.
Years?
Yeah, man. It was a respectful rivalry. Are you guys still Big 12?
No, we're Big 10. We're in there with Ohio State and all the big boys.
Yeah, we're SEC, and some might say that's a pretty decent sized conference too. But
yeah, but we've just been stomped the last 12 years. So to be in a bowl game last year, holy cow! To be able to people be able to do something with football in December and celebrate it. We as fans, we hadn't seen that decade.
Yeah, I think one year we played national championship, Big 12 championship. But yeah, that's
we did against you guys many years.
Yeah, that was
Barry Switzer years.
Yeah, Barry Switzer. They still Switzer's liquor out here. He still has a couple liquor stores. So.
Hey, I like that guy. I respect that guy.
He was man. I remember, funny story, man. When I was a young comedian running the streets of OKC, years and years and years ago, me and a buddy of mine were in downtown Oklahoma City where the club was, and as stand-ups, you're club rats. Saturday night, you get in free to the club, you hang out, you shake hands with the headliner, you try to learn, and Barry Switzer came to the club, and he had to have been, I think he was like 72 at the time. And maybe 68, but he was well over 68 or 65. Let's just say he was well over 65. He had the biggest. I didn't even know they made Mercedes cars this big. It was a huge Mercedes car, and he had a woman who was maybe 30, because I remember at the time I was 20-ish. Yeah. And she looked way closer to my age, me and my friend's age, than she did Barry's age. And that was his date, man. I was like gangster. So, and he was literally drinking a glass of whiskey and ice as he was walking to his car. Like the bar just let him take the drink out because he's Barry Switzer.
Like a trailer park boy?
Yes. I'm telling you. He was just like, hey, boys. We were like, hey, coach. And he was like, hey, boys. He had his arm around this young woman. He literally, and he just put the thing on his roof, got in his car, grabbed the drink. And I'm like, well, yeah, because if a cop stops him, he's still Barry Switzer in Oklahoma. You know what I mean?
It's pimping. That is pimping now. Much respect. And then we've got Tom Osborne, who's been married since he was 19 and still married, and he's 98, and he still has a say in what goes on in the Husker football program.
Well, how's that working out for you, right?
Real damn nice. we got baby Mahomes.
Fair. All right, we'll see. Hey,
But
man.
no. I'm just that's kind of sarcasm. I tried
Yeah.
to throw a little bit of a tone of sarcasm in there.
Well, I know
Because
you were stoked because you guys got a new good quarterback. You were saying, yeah.
well, yeah, I mean he's good. We'll find out if he's good enough.
Right.
You know, I mean, yeah, he made it to a bowl game. It was his freshman year. That's pretty big. I mean, for a program that hasn't been to a bowl game in many, many years. You know, so I'll say that's something positive, but I'll also say that he didn't look like Patrick Mahomes to me on the field.
Yeah. Well, it could take, some time. Yeah. That's it. Look, it could take some time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I hope he sticks around for that time.
Right.
And he should, look at the NIL money that's out there.
Yeah, I mean, we've lost some good players at OU because of NIL,
Yep.
So what's funny is Dylan Gabriel, who went, wasn't that good. Like and they were clamoring for him at other schools. And I think we're just spoiled because we've had this run of NFL star quarterbacks always at OU since,
Well, not always, because when it was the Big Eight,
I'm talking about, the century, dog. Come on now.
No, I'm going way back though. I mean that Oklahoma used to be just like Nebraska used to be, pretty much just a straight wishbone up the gut. We're coming at you and we're gonna beat you down, and that's how we're gonna win. And we'll throw 5 passes.
Yeah,
that will be just over the line as like a screen. I mean, but that was what Oklahoma and Nebraska both were. But everybody's had to change and advance. And yes, for those 6 years, I mean, well, let's even go back before. I mean, he's in the line too. Dang it, no, he was an Oregon Duck. I was thinking Marcus Mariota, but there's another quarterback before those guys that you had mentioned also that spent many years in the NFL. So yeah, you guys had like a long run.
Jamel Holloway was the guy. But yeah, no, I'm thinking too, you got Jason White, and then you had, who wasn't great, but did play in the NFL, still is, but he's like a third string guy.
Yeah.
Then you had Baker. Then you had,
I love that dude.
Yeah, I love me some Baker Mayfield. I got to meet him and stuff. And he was our last Heisman Trophy winner, by the way. Then homeboy for the Cardinals. Short dude.
Yeah. Murray.
Yeah, Kyler Murray. And then Jalen Hurts was our next guy for a while.
For a year.
And then we had, 2. And then we had year and a half. It was like a year. He came in halfway through his season and stayed for a full one to get his degree. So, because he didn't want his degree from Alabama, he wanted to go to a quality university. So then,
I'll go with that.
And then, man. And then since then, we haven't had anybody. I mean, then Dylan Gabriel was supposed to be the one. And now we've got a dude out of Midwest City, Oklahoma. Shout out my hometown, a guy named Michael Hawkins Jr., who looks really good. And then we just got a guy, supposedly. But we'll see, man. I just don't believe the hype anymore. You know what I mean?
Because you're a coach.
Exactly. So
it's hard to trust any kind of player you get. I mean, and if a player of the quality, like you're saying, of Dylan Gabriel transfers.
Yeah.
Come on, whatever the alumni or whoever's in charge there, take a look at that and get yourself a new coach.
Fair enough. Speaking of coaches, speaking of players, the one thing I did want to bring up, I just had a topic mind idea, and I want to keep it a loose idea. I didn't want to come in with hard topics, but I was, I did a show Saturday. It was the first show I'd done in like 6 months, and it was the first out of town gig I'd done in like a year.
How was that? That was fun. I saw the ending.
It was a lot of fun, man. It was
I should be up there.
Yeah, everybody dancing. Yeah, man. It was an Oklahoma Tulsa party, man. It was a pure Tulsa party. It was beautiful.
Yep, looked fun.
It was just a lot of fun. A lot of my friends, those were all my friends. A couple people there I've worked with for years, and those are just. It's cool when you can work with your friends because a lot of gigs you show up to, you don't know anybody there, and it's cool, and you're nice to them, and you might make a friend. but it's work. It's fun work, but people don't understand. Like road gigs, you might show up and you literally know no one there, especially as a comic. You know, the band or whatever, you know, usually there's 3 or 4 or 5 of you at least that know each other. Yeah. But as a comic, you might drive by yourself 12 hours, show up somewhere. You don't know anyone. You do your show. You make local friends there, and then you leave. And so to be able to work with people that I know and I love, that was really cool. But dreams, that was the word, man, because I was there and I had a great time. But I was looking at how, I mean, there were 5 total comics. And there was a DJ there, and there were other comedian friends of ours and stuff that came to hang out. And I was just thinking about how everybody, we are all in this room, we're all looking or going towards the same goal, but we all have different reasons and we all see it differently. And then being a guy who's done it for 20 years versus watching a dude who's been doing it for 4. You know what I mean? And he's still got the stars in his eyes, where I'm like that old, bitter, jaded dude in the corner of the cigarette. You know? So I'm that old hooker. $25, whatever you want. You know,
you know, you got to give yourself credit for what you have done.
No, and I'm not hating. I loved it. And then there were people older than me. There were ladies older than me there, couple or one at least, who is still new in comedy, but just has that dream and that joy and just about what dreams are, man.
Yeah.
And how we achieve them. And the older I get, the more I believe that you create your reality. You know, it was cool. Rich Voss, if you know who that is. He was on the Tough Crowd days back with Colin Quinn. He was on O&A. He's just one of those dudes, but he was always the whipping boy, right? He was the one they always beat up on, right?
He was a Michael Mann.
Yeah, basically he's Rich Voss. Yeah. But you know, they invited too. It's kind of their role. It's every you know, you need that guy on the crew. So, but anyway, but but he was talking to him, and Rich Voss was talking about he's like, man, I've come so close so many times with TV shows or movies that just didn't get going. And he's like, I've had some of the nicest no's. He's like, but you know, I've come so close so many times. And Joe asked him in this podcast, he was like, do you think that has anything to do with you? Do you think you might be creating that? Do you think that's your energy? Because you're focusing on the no's, and maybe subconsciously, sometimes you get rejected so many times, you kind of expect it. You expect a nice no. You expect what you do to be perfect for them, but for some reason them not to take it. And then that's what the universe delivers to you. Now, I also understand there are talent levels. There's luck. There's breaks. There's somebody like, you know, for instance, right now, right? If Dana White called me and said, hey, man, I love what you're doing with Power Slap Time. You know what I mean? And, you know, what we want to fly you to Vegas and talk about putting you under contract. Well, that would be luck, or that would be knowing a guy, right? So I understand all of that. I understand there are very funny people in comedy clubs that, you know what I mean? You will never know on a national level, but they are hilarious. I can think of guys like Ralphie May, you know, who passed away, who was the next Sam Kinison, without a doubt. But nobody knows who he is unless you're a comedian, but he was a comic. All comics know Ralphie May.
Kidding me, Ralphie May?
Yeah, so you know who he is, but you're an inside guy too, you know. So, but you ask the average person on the street, do you think Ralphie May was one of the funniest guys alive when he was alive? And I got to open for him. He was one of the first guys I ever got to open for. So, yeah, man, I understand that. But I think about dreams and how your dreams also change. You know what I mean? My dream at one time was to live in a 1-bedroom, cool condo apartment. You know what I mean? In New York, Chicago, or LA. Now I want land. You know what I mean? Now I want a little land. Now I want to be left alone.
I do.
You know?
I wanted, my actual goal was to be an organist at a Major League Baseball field.
Nice.
That was my goal. But
that's hard in Nebraska, right? Y'all don't have a major league team.
You know, we have now a summer league.
Yeah.
Amateur team. But everybody's starting those leagues all over the nation.
AAA.
Yeah, to where college kids can play during the summer in a league for like a month and a half, and then go back to college and continue to get better at baseball. You know, so we get a lot of 2-year student baseball players here, and then they go back every year for their deal, and then it's just a rotation of kids from different places. So, but it's called the West Nebraska Pioneers.
Heck yeah, go Pioneers! So, so of course I got to ask, why was that your dream? As you know, a lot of kids have dreams. When I was a little kid, I wanted to be an astronaut. That's all I wanted. I remember that vividly. Like I remember that being the first thing I legitimately thought and wanted to be. Like in school, when they asked, "What do you want to be?" I'm like, "I want to be an astronaut." So, I realized how hard it was, and then I'd be a comedian. So I'll just make fun of astronauts.
I constantly said, organist at a major league ballpark because I love baseball. I played baseball. I wasn't too shabby. You know, I was pretty good. If I'd have been nicer to the coach, I'd have even been better. You know, it's just one of them teenage you grow up things, and you can tend to not have a lot of respect for others, and then that affects like your playing time, no matter how good you are.
Sure.
So I loved baseball. And then also as a younger kid, I would always say I wanted to be a baseball player, foremost. And my dad would always say, "You ain't gonna be no baseball player." That was my dad, you know. Most kids' dads are out there, you know, throwing the ball with them, throwing batting practice, you know, telling them how great they are and doing stuff. My dad tells me, you ain't ever be no professional athlete, and then takes me down to the armory, and we start shooting guns at targets, because that's what my dad loved, was shooting, you know. So it was like, he was like, "Oh, you want to be a professional? Well, let's go down here. I'll show you how to be a professional," because he was a professional, we'll say. When he was in the military, he was a professional.
Very good shot. Knew his way around guns.
Oh, wait. Whoa, wow. No, he could take a dime, and I have that set up out there. He could take a dime, shoot that dime, watch the spin of the dime through the spoke, say, "Watch this, boys," shoot again, and make it spin the other way.
Wow.
That's how good he was.
That is a hell of a shot.
Oh, yeah, I can do that. But I can do this.
Let's go.
Yeah, you're expecting that now, were you?
Yeah, no. So okay, so you went from wanting to be the athlete to training to be a shooter, which means you probably are a pretty good shot yourself, because anytime you do something from when you're very young, you know what I mean? You just get better at it. You know, that Malcolm Gladwell thing of anytime you spend 10,000 hours doing anything, you're going to be pretty proficient at it. So, which makes me think of something else, but which is nerves, but that's a whole nother thing. But so how did that translate into being a musician and wanting to be a musician at the ball fields?
Well, because at the time I really didn't like shooting. So that really pushed. It was either shoot or music. My parents were older. You know, they come from a generation where there was no plumbing indoors.
Right.
They killed to eat. Like hunting. I mean, they didn't not, you know, but they had to go hunt. They had to hunt their food. They had to have their own gardens. They had to have their own milk cow. They had to have their own meat chickens. They had to have their own layers. You know, they had, and their mules. My grandfather, he drove a team of mules. So I mean, they would go outside, because the outhouse, And everybody remembers I think is it the Montgomery Ward magazine that used to come out? Montgomery Ward?
Believe
Montgomery.
so. Yeah.
Yeah. And that was the ass wipe. Middle of the winter, go out there in a blizzard and sit in that. Oh man. I mean, and that's how they got around also, was in a wagon with a team of mules. That was on my mother's side, And my dad's side, his dad, Grandpa, he would go, Grandpa White, he'd go fishing every day for food. And then he'd catch enough fish to where he would go to town and go to the diners and then sell fish. Oops, sorry. Sold the fish to the diners for some money. I mean, my dad told me stories about going out in the fields and shooting squirrels with his 22 and cooking them on a shovel head and eating squirrel meat.
Nice.
White trash.
But
survival.
Think of how soft we've become in 40 years, right? Like think about just 40, 50 years. I mean,
well, this would have been back in 1950s, early 1950s.
60, 65 years, but in less than a generation or 100 years, we've gone from catching and eating your own food on a daily basis to starving to death if Uber Eats doesn't work. Okay, there are kids right now in cities that if Uber Eats didn't work, they would starve to death. They don't even know how to cook food in their home, much less go get food, right? So,
oh man, it's gonna be scary.
Yeah,
it's gonna be fun, scary though, because I'm gonna sit back and laugh and watch. Fun.
Okay, and so to kind of weave back around, so you didn't like to shoot and you wanted something else. And given your family's background, you knew you wanted to take a different path. You wanted to do something different than just be like a shooter hunter, hand-to-mouth survival dude.
Yeah.
You wanted to follow up. You were an artist. You had creativity in you. You had music in you. You had an expression in you that not everybody has. What they say, 8 to 12% of the entire population. So you realize you were one of the 8 to 12%. And did you think maybe playing organ at the baseball field was a good way to start? Or were you just young enough at the time that you thought that would be the deal? Like, what,
I just thought that would be just the biggest dream, because you'd get a paycheck, you'd go to the fields, and you'd watch the game, and then just do it. You can just play music. I mean, you can do it. Just do, take me out of the ball game, but do all that stuff. What a life, I thought, growing up.
I still think that sounds like a great life. Just say.
I know, but they've gotten away from that.
Yeah.
Everything's digital and everything's recorded and it's push button. Just like, I mean, it just is. There might be maybe, I'd say, I'm gonna guess maybe 5.
You muted yourself, brother. You muted. You leaned on something. There we go. Yeah.
I would say that there might be, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 teams that may have a live organist still. I mean, I'm not sure, but I'm sure that number is really low.
So the dream was to be a baseball field organist. Now, from the roots of that dream, for people that don't know, and get into it if you like, from that dream, you actually got to play professional music, big hitters, big stages across the country. So, that journey, you know what I mean? Like from wanting to be an organist at a baseball field to being a professional, you know what I mean? Pianist, professional musician. What's that like?
It's awesome.
Yeah. I love it.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I had a solid 7 years of just radness. When you're actually signing boobies behind a fence, that's pretty cool. You know, I mean, they got to come to you, and then they can't even get to you, but yet they want you. Rad, man. You know, that's a cool life. Being backstage with whoever. You know, I actually best advice that was ever given was at the Full Throttle during the 70th anniversary. And we were opening for Billy Ray Cyrus, and then after sound checks and stuff, we all hung out right off backstage in this backstage area that's just concrete openness. And you know, he was just sitting there talking to all of us. You know, his guitar player came and talked to us. His drummer was a chick, and she was sexy, man. I mean, and she could play them drums. Oh, I mean, it was just, I mean, those kinds of things.
Yeah, man.
Are rad. And then you're standing on the stage at the Full Throttle while the Full Throttle is a TV show, you know, and I mean, and then there's these cameras as you're playing on stage. There's the Full Throttle TV cameras like coming up right up to you on your face by your hands down their keyboard and doing all this stuff. I mean, it was I felt like I had done what I'd set out to do.
And you were where you were supposed to be, where the universe would have you. I think a lot of times we feel displaced. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times we feel like we're not in our mix. We're not where we're supposed to be. So, you know, yeah.
I think where I live, I probably am not supposed to be, but it's the easiest way to continue living the way I live, which I enjoy.
And that's key. So,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was it just, but the shooting never stopped. You know, I mean, you can still, there's still time that you go down and you got to compete against the other kids. And, you know, I mean, we had firing lines. We were at the armory. Yeah. And, you know, it's just a different kind of upbringing, I guess.
I'll say, yeah.
It's such opposite ends of the spectrum.
Right.
Brain, you know.
Oh, by the way, shout out Superfan in the building. Pew, 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 pew. Pew. Official crew on the PT Pod show now. Officially. We love you. We love you, dog. So that was 8 minutes ago. I'm learning to check the new chat. So basically, long story short, we're doing a whole new production thing right now. And we're trying to figure that out. So I am struggling through that as we do our show sometimes. But anyway, no, I absolutely understand it's where the universe would have you. And sometimes you feel born displaced. Like there are people who are like, you know, born, raised, never left this town. Or, you know, I know a few people that, you know, either have never been on an airplane or only went on an airplane once their whole life or only started going on an airplane in their 30s. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. Because I was traveling since I was so young, you know, but, you know, once again, never felt like I had a home. But I will say, like, dreams amalgamate, right? So, and that's one thing that the stand up remind. First of all, sitting backstage, man, you get that taste. It's like I could only describe, you know, don't drink, and I haven't drank, but it's that I can only describe it as maybe like that. I could assume in that. You get that tasting and you're like, oh, I remember this, and the rush and the feel and the applause and the laughter live.
Yeah.
But then, you know, you get home, your back hurts, you drove for hours, you know, through panic attack in the rain because you were stuck in between two semis and you know, and the thing is at that point, yeah, you're not making the money worth the time. Yeah. And then your phone is dying. And then for some reason, I got to get this looked at. For some reason, my charger in my truck just does not work, man. Like you can plug in my phone and it'll be like 17 hours before charged.
Yeah.
So,
does it read like use original charger and cord to?
Yeah, you know, try another something or something. Yeah. So I gotta get that looked at. But anyway, of all the problems I got, you know what I'm saying? I can charge my phone. So if I did more road trips, I would look into that. Fair enough. But yeah, man. But now it's about the streaming. I want this to do good. I'm like, I feel like it's been replaced. And at first you want to bite on it, but then I'm like, no, man, there's a better way to do this. And you work so hard to get 80, 100 people at a show. And, it's just, it doesn't make sense as much as what my friends are doing and what the business is going to, which are these meetups. In fact, there's another one going on, I believe, next month. There was a big one last month, and they're happening darn near monthly now. And it's, podcasts like ours. Shout out to everybody listening. We do meetups, you know what I'm saying? And we, do the thing where it's like, hey, we're all going to be in Vegas. Come out to Vegas. And we'll do a show maybe near or around a power slap time. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? Like, because I got the comedy clubs out there, so we can book our own comedy show and do a comedy show out there. And then go see the fights the next night, maybe something like that. Or we do a meetup in Dallas, who knows, or Nebraska. And we bring a couple of cool bands of comedians out. I'm talking about on your land, dude. I want to do it something like bring a flatbed trailer out.
My land's not big. I mean, it's big for the neighborhood. But yeah, I'm selling this shit, I think. I am. I mean, it's too much. Too much.
Come to Norman, dude. Come to Norman. Come to Norman. We love you here, man. You love it.
The thing is that I just would feel bad because, like, my best friend, my childhood best friend, the one I met when I was 4 years old when I moved to Geary, Nebraska. I mean, he lives there just right outside Oklahoma City. I mean, it used to just right there. And man, I would feel bad because it would be like I feel like I'd be like being encroaching on his happy life.
He doesn't own the city of Oklahoma City. It's a big city.
I know, man. But when we were together and we were younger, holy shizzle. We just, no, it was bad.
Is he a musician or artist?
So good. So good. You get so much trouble. But no, I mean, I've always been looking for a landing spot for like the last 6 months too. Because I think I can do better for myself somewhere else other than where I'm at in Geary, Nebraska. I'm not going to take part in the Oregon Trail tourism, anything like that, or the Mormon Trail or any shizzle. I'm just going to. That's why I just feel like I got to find a better landing. That's a landing spot.
All that corn going unhusked without you there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Shizzle. I don't even leave my house when I am here. There's nothing to see.
That's fair.
Well,
but hey, the older you get, I mean, that's kind of, I think, why I do this because, I
enjoy
get social activity and interaction without leaving the house. Maybe it's, you know what I'm saying? So I love that part of it. So, but hey, man, you got other people here too. That's what I'm saying. First of all, you wouldn't be encroaching on anyone. I don't think he would feel that way. Because at the end of the day, there's people that live in this town I don't talk to. Hell, my father lived here for the first 17, 18 years of my life. I don't know. I was in Hawaii when he died, and I never met the man. You know what I mean? And he was in the state. So, man, look, it's a big state, lots of space. Plus, I'm sure he'd love to hang out. What does he do? Is he in music?
He actually owns his own company. And it's what he does, it's he cleans people's trash cans.
Nice.
The ones that they plastic and they wheel them out and set them out. They get dirty.
Oh, absolutely they do. Yeah.
And people don't really necessarily want to be the ones cleaning them. So he's got like this machine and this. I thought it was too when he came up. I was like, God damn, man. And he has always been smart like that. And then kind of lucky, falls into things. He's that guy. And I'm the other one.
Mm-hmm.
We're yin and yang on that. But yeah, I mean, he runs a company. The thing that I really respect about that family is his wife is she's an emergency nurse on the helicopter, Flight for Life.
Oh,
she
wow.
goes to every accident, and she's the first one on the ground. So whenever she comes back and they visit here, I'm always like, man, I really respect you for what you do, because I can't imagine what you carry inside every day. So much respect to anybody on the Flight for Lives, anything like that, because nobody ever thinks about that kind of stuff.
Right.
But things they carry, oh my word, I can only imagine.
For sure.
I think they're rad. I think they're rad people to be able to do that, to help people like that.
Yeah, it's a gift, man. I mean, it's so funny how we get I almost can measure a man's softness by the way he's willing to argue on Facebook, including myself and what I was just a few weeks ago. You know what I mean? But it's like, you don't deal with life and death. You don't deal with addicts that you're trying to get out of a sober house and back to their family. You don't deal with people whose life depends on this helicopter flight and your actions. Like, clearly you don't deal with these things because you're taking silly esoteric shit that will literally change tomorrow. Headlines, the news.
Yep.
Something is horrible today. Today, the big argument is it's the worst economy since 2022. Well, in 2022, no one was saying it was a bad economy, but it was worse than it is now. You know what I mean? It's like, it's all a manipulation. Because I promise you, if you're a multimillionaire right now, you don't feel like it's a bad economy. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
So I know, but I'm definitely not a.
I'm just agreeing with you, bro. I'm agreeing with you.
So it just depends on the people, and I just see people so manipulated, man, and it's why I've kind of made the decision to step back from a lot of other things I was doing, because I am passionate about a lot of this stuff, and what I'm most passionate about, bro, is educating folks, right? Yes. Not even one side or the other, and yeah, I come down on sides on things, sure, we all do. But more so, it's like, just don't believe a lie. You can disagree with me all day long. And in fact, I want you to sometimes. I need to learn. And at this age, at our ages, over 30, you don't really, you're not going to school to learn anymore. The only way you learn is by willingly maybe doing what's cool about the internet nowadays is you can take a college course or look into that, which I still do. But the only way you really learn is by disagreeing with someone. Because if I go, hey, Vern, I love Nebraska, and you're like, I love Nebraska too. Hey, Vern, I love pizza. I love pizza too. Hey, Vern, I like rainy days where it's not too cool. I like rainy days where it's not. We don't learn anything from each other. You know what I'm saying?
You must question everything.
Yes.
Everything. Yes. And you need to learn it on your own. You need to do your own research, your own filing, your own work to learn knowledge. Because we were all cheated out of that as we grew up. At least my generation, we were cheated out of real knowledge.
Yeah.
We were just told a whole lot of nonsense. Yay, America, yay, America, yay, America. And I got to live through those great times. But and then in retrospect, it's like, what the, so I've had to do a lot. And I've graciously, I've had enough time. And I've had time to be able to educate myself and look at things. Leave things out of my life that were a big part at a time, just to do what's right, and get that knowledge. But, because there's a lot of things we're blind to.
Yeah.
But when you get that knowledge, then you just start living your life in that right way.
Best you can.
Yeah.
The idea of
we're all flawless. We all have flaws. Every one of us.
The saying or the thought, there's the thing and then there's the name for the thing. And that's one too many things. There's what it is and there's what you label it. And as soon as you label it, you limit it. Because you can't understand it outside of your understanding. And if you're not consistently self-aware that your understanding is severely limited, as any human, the smartest man on the planet, whoever he was or is, whoever you think to be, is still severely limited in his understanding. He sees it through his own filters of his own life and own experience. And so anything you look at, you understand, I'm labeling this to the best of my ability, trying to keep an open mind about that I could be incorrect. And so few people look at anything like that anymore. We live in a comic book world where it's like, are you a good guy or a bad guy? You're a good guy if you're on my side. You know what I mean? It's like, you don't even know your side, bro. You know what I mean? So
You're exactly right there. That just put a shine on some things for me. You know, just here in recent. I mean, yeah.
Well, man, one thing you've helped me remember is that one thing you definitely helped me remember in just the short time we've been kicking it, man, is that it's all a choice. All of it. Literally, I mean, not to be morbid or dark, and I know in our culture we look at it a certain way, and I, definitely I'm not me, but it literally is our choice to live. It's all a choice. So if you're feeling terrible, if you're feeling frustrated, angry, stressed, paranoid, whatever, that's a choice. Now, it doesn't mean that's not even a logical supposed choice. For instance, I, driven all around the country, thousands and thousands of miles. Haven't driven much lately because of work, you know what I mean, from the studio, and I basically drive around town. So a couple of years back, I started getting these crazy panic attacks, and I think, I don't know why, driving, right? Just out of nowhere, just white knuckle, and my hand would hurt. I would be gripping the wheel so hard, and, my jaws clenched, and just out of nowhere, like a panic attack, like I'm going to die, like out of nowhere, while I'm driving 75, 80 miles an hour down the road. And I can't explain necessarily where it came from or why, but it happened. And, one thing I'm thankful for my mental training and stuff, because I was able to step back in that moment. And that's a good thing about a long drive, I guess, a couple hours, is that I was able to observe it and go, watch your body. Look at how your body is reacting in a fight or flight panic mode. And I was like, wow. And instead of, shutting down or going, okay, now the world needs to cater to this condition I have, it's observe this condition. Is this something that you can get past, work through? Is this something you need help with? Is this something you understand because you have experience with? All of those things that you can't ask yourself if all you're doing is being there in that thing and not allowing yourself to observe you being in that thing, right? So
sometimes, man. Okay, because PTSD. I'll just go there. I'll go there. PTSD, it got, like you're saying, driving. I would be driving in a road that I'd driven for 5 years, 8 years, 10 years, and I'd get lost, and I'd forget who I was. So there's those times where actually there are people that actually are completely out of control and have no idea.
Well, and I'm sorry, I should. Neurological conditions are different, yeah, because I have seizures, and those are not a choice. You know what I mean? Yes, I
similar though.
Yeah, and I do. I have seizures.
It's a different level.
Not anymore. Knock on wood. But I've suffered from seizures. I take medication daily for seizures. That's not a choice. You know what I mean? No. That is my brain doing something that I don't have an option of now. I have an option of how I respond to it. Sure, you know what I mean. Yeah. Whether I make it better or worse, or how I let it affect me, but. Yeah, I understand. I didn't mean neurological issues. I meant whether we spend our days on social media, or whether we spend our days being angry, or whether we decide that because of a neurological issue, we are limited, or whether we decide I can't work through this one, so I need doctors and medication, like seizures, or I can work through this one with proper breathing, meditation, practice. It's just being in a place where you can even make that decision, right?
Yeah.
So, and I think maybe having the seizures and not having that control, brother, because you said you've been there, where when you wake up and you don't know your name, you don't you don't recognize your wife. She's you're in an ambulance, right? You're in an ambulance. You kind of know who you are. But the first thing you think, if somebody asks me my name, I can't tell them. I don't know I don't know my address. I don't know my social security number. I know this woman is like a positive thing in my life, but I don't know I can't tell you her name, kind of thing. Yeah. And
those aren't firing, right?
Yeah. So, and that's when you first come out of it. Then, a few minutes later, it gets better and you come back to normal. But, yeah, man, it's
which is a horrible thing to deal with.
No, it's no fun. I don't recommend it. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say is that's an absolutely terrifying, horrible thing to have to do.
So forgive me. I didn't mean to say that like it's your choice to have neurological issues because your brain is tricky. I did not mean that. I meant like the anger and the frustration.
That option too, you know. For those people out there that are like, whoa, and they really don't, because you know that situation.
Well, I meant being a recovering alcoholic. I needed help. That is a brain issue, and you don't think it until you stop it, right?
9/28/98, bro.
Yeah, bro. And you're like, oh wow, I was legit addicted to a thing. Like, I don't think most alcoholics I know don't realize they're bad alcoholics till they've quit drinking. You know what I mean?
Or are dead.
Yeah. Oh, thank God. You know, but yeah. So yeah, it's dead is no good.
No, it's not.
But yeah, you're like, whoa, man, I had an issue, and I'm glad I'm at a place where the only option is just grabbing a bottle. You know what I mean? The option now is understanding why I grabbed the bottle and what I can do instead. And I think that's what I realized is that certain things, no, absolutely. But certain things you can, if you're lucky enough, if you have the meditation, if you have the training, if you are seeing the right folks that are helping you, you know, and not with everything. And then if you have the panic attacks that literally lock you down and you can't function, I highly recommend getting help. I'm not saying that's a choice like that. I'm saying you can grow to a place where you can have a little bit more understanding and observe what you're going through instead of just going through it.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, you can get help. Go get help.
Yeah.
You know, there's medications, there's trainings. I mean, like you said, the breathing. If you feel something coming on, you can really connect. You know, here's what I'll tell you. That's a time where if you're able to and you feel that, that's a time to get grounded. That's time to get them shoes and socks off, stand on the earth, you know, and then breathe like you do and focus on that oxygen coming in and going out. And yeah, man, that's the time to do that if you're able to. Because I think that would just.
And it can take a while. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it might take 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Well, I mean, it might take 5-10 years. In the same way that now I drive by a bar and I'm like, ugh. But I can tell you the first couple of years, especially we have these bars in Norman in Oklahoma called Ask Your Boy Henry Hudson's Pubs. And they are just the Oklahoma. I'm sure Nebraska has a chain of locally owned kind of bars. You know what I mean? That are just, they're very Nebraska. There's maybe 4 or 5 of them that 1 or 2 people own. And they're just those, you go there. That's just where the boys go.
There's 4 of them.
And I could, yeah. And I literally tried to go to one about a little less than a year out, and I couldn't. I had to get out of there within 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then, you know, recently I went and had a meal, didn't like it, didn't prefer it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it wasn't. And now I drive by and I'm not like, oh man, the times I had in there, I could sneak in there and have a shot and a beer and no one would know right now. Now I would be like, man, could you imagine letting yourself down like that, bro? You know what I mean? Could you imagine letting the people that love you down like that? Like, that is the worst thing that I could do. Like, it's a horror film. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, it's yeah. So
yeah. I mean that, and you're right. It could take people 5 years, 10 years. For me, what I did was after a 30-day stint in Colorado rehab, 9/28/98. You know, and my therapist, the therapy guy that was my counselor was actually the medicine man. He had a long white beard. He was barefoot. He had a little leather attaché bag. He'd wear these 1970s shirts with chains and stuff. I mean, so yeah, I mean, it's all a choice after that when you do that, but it's not an easy choice.
No.
You know, that
not at first.
There. So I kept going to meetings for 2 years.
Yeah.
And actually, when I got back out of rehab, I had to rollerblade everywhere, everybody. This is back in the 90s. I lost my license.
The card man on rollerblades.
And here's another thing about my dad. At that time, I worked 60 miles away because I worked for the railroad at that time. and that was 60 miles away. Was the drive from my house to the maintenance building where we set up. My dad took me every day for a year. My dad took me to Alliance, and I was 25 years old.
That had to suck,
dude. And for him too.
Yeah.
I mean, he just got to start smoking his cigarettes a couple hours earlier in the day now is all. But, like me, I was a smoker. I couldn't smoke in there. And for my dad, it just, yeah. So that was a weird time of life. Rollerblading to meetings.
Right.
Rollerblading to a restaurant. Yeah, bro. Rollerblading to the grocery store.
See, and what's hard is you were an organist, keyboardist, pianist. So, like, I'm a guitarist. I could strap the thing on and rollerblade to the gig. You had like stuff.
Well, see, but at that time, I had nothing to do with music. There was a 7-year period in my life where music was just not involved at all. I guess I did do a little stint with a band for about 6 months, but that was what it was. And then I left, whatever. But yeah, I pretty much for 7 years didn't do anything music because I was working for the railroad, and that was the job. So I didn't need any other job. So I did. I stopped playing. The only time I would play was to try to get a girl.
That's why we originally play, and then you fall in love with the playing more than any girl, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But that was always the thing, man. If there's a room with a piano and a pretty girl that I liked, that I thought I could, hang out with, I'd just go sit at the piano and play songs. And they'd go, or they'd come, with their drinks and hang out. Like I said, it was just, that part of my life is great. The drinking part wasn't. That was standing up on bars, on pool tables, and pissing on them in front of everybody.
Yeah.
That was me.
May have done that a time or two. Yes, I understand. So
starting fights and just stupid, just an idiot. I was an idiot.
I
needed it.
I got kicked out of a Everclear concert one time for jumping on stage and mooning the crowd, full on dropping my pants, bending over and showing my ass to the crowd.
You are jamming.
While they're jamming, I jumped up on the stage, showed my ass to the crowd.
You're so damn lucky you have a wife. Holy shizzle. That's awesome.
I thought I was hilarious. I was like, I moved the crowd at the Everclear concert. I was like, oh my God. I got up on stage and did that, and then, then tackled, and then they carry you right off. So, but that was at the time when jumping on stage was everybody was like stage diving and crowd surfing. That was a big deal.
It wasn't last year. You got the shit knocked out of you.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not like it used to be.
Maybe
crowd
the
surfing.
Shot.
Yeah, exactly. crowd surfing is used to be a big deal. Jumping into the crowd. You know what I mean? Most bands, a lot of shows, it was like, do we suck? Why aren't you jumping on the stage and jumping off the stage? Like, what are you doing? We're supposed to be rocking here.
Just watch the last Woodstock.
Yeah.
When Limp Bizkit did play.
Yeah.
Why the hell would any sort of management or promoter go to a band and say, keep it down, don't make the crowd any more rowdy, okay? What are they gonna do? Just human nature. It's just stupid.
Especially a band like Limp Bizkit. Like like if you want them to play louder, that's what you do. Like you literally, if you tell them to play louder, they'll be chill. If you want them to play louder, you tell them to tone it down.
Because they may have been, hey, guys, this crowd's a little bit up. Let's bring it down a little bit. They could have in their heads been like that. But I know for a fact that somebody went to them beforehand and told them to
calm it down.
Calm it down, boys. Calm it down, boys. That wrong deal, dude. And then you see crowd surfing, bro. You see plywood crowd surfing, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the crazy time. You know, that late 90s, early 2000s.
I love that shit, man. As we said before, I love that. I miss
Yeah.
it.
That
It
metal
needs to
time,
come back.
that was intense, you know. I mean, it was great. It was real TV, you know. It was wanna see TV, that kind of stuff.
Well, man, I think we were better. Crime was lower, especially weird random crime. And I think it was lower because you got your aggression out. It was healthy. Nowadays, you're taught that any display of anything other than proper behavior is bad, and it's not. And kids get mad. Shoot, I'm an old man and I get mad. I'd still love to go to a mosh pit. It would hurt the next day way worse. But I don't know if I really want to go. But
I'd go. I'd take a few.
yeah, I'd take a couple licks just for old time's sake.
I'd like to have a guy. It'd be all right.
Yeah.
Just don't break my nose.
I got ibuprofen. I'll live. So yeah.
Yeah. Don't punch me in the gut though. I hate that
no,
shit. I'm not
no,
swinging
man.
down on me like that.
Nah, it's just, arms up. You know what I mean? Arms up. That way you don't like punch somebody. So
Oh,
just
but
watch
you
the
get those
elbows.
crazy swingers in there though, man.
Yeah.
It just, I mean, go wild, and they're swinging and swirling. It's like, oh, trip him.
But youth need to get their aggression out. You know what I'm saying? They need to go mosh pit up. They need to
They need to learn how to socialize in big groups. Because here, when was the last here? When was the last time you heard of a kid getting an MIP? MIPs have disappeared.
Correct. I don't even know what that is.
And that was the big deal when I was growing up, bro. You know, we'd have a big bunch of people and we'd go out to the lake and the trees. We'd find a little isolated, sneaky spot and we'd start partying and drinking back there. And then here'd come the park rangers and we'd be fucking running from fucking park rangers through trees and shit, you know. And that was what we did. And then we shared stories. I mean, we'd all get in a big van and get in the back of it, like 10, 15 of us, go to somebody's house just because we knew their parents were gone and start a party. You know, I mean, you don't hear that stuff no more. There's no need for MIPs because kids aren't socializing.
Right. Yeah.
I don't encourage it. I'm just saying that was the life back then. And it's so different now.
Garage jams where you played until the cops came. You know what I mean? We're gonna set up in this garage and we're just gonna jam the neighborhood until the cops come. So
I did that all the time. And cops never showed up.
You're Nebraska, so
I was pretty good. I was pretty good. So it's hard to call when you're hearing some good piano music live coming out of a garage.
That's fair.
Some funny jokes and whatever. So I was able to get away with that, but it was just me too. It wasn't like a drum kit. Well, actually, in later years it was because I did have a trap machine out there, and I was teaching trap to kids for a while. So
see, piano's easier. I'm thinking bass, drums, guitar. You know what I mean? Just raw, cranked, busted amps. You know,
broken paper.
Yeah,
off the magnet.
That'll get the cops kick you out. If you're doing jokes and playing awesome piano, that's a little different.
Yeah, but double Marshall stacks and double kick bass kit.
Wow.
And if you've got a flying V guitar, you're making some noise.
Bang on that thing, man. I want what is it, a Firebird? Yeah, I want a Firebird. So more than a V. Because a flying V just seems so impractical, so.
I know it does. But
like
it's
to play.
so 90s rock metal.
Yeah, that's true.
and 80s. It wasn't Eddie Van Halen that came out with the flying V?
No. I thought it was Zakk Wylde. Hold on. Let's look that up.
Yeah, let's do.
I thought it was Zakk Wylde.
And it might be maybe Eddie Van Halen just had a really nice customized one that I'm thinking of.
Let's see here.
Or he might have promoted him for a bit.
Huh. 1958, it said it was introduced. Hold on, let me pull up this.
Okay, so that ain't Eddie.
Yeah. Boom. The Gibson Flying V was designed by Ted McCarty, who's the president of the Gibson Guitar Company at the time. McCarty aimed to create modernistic space-age guitar designs, complete with Fender's solid body instruments, and address complaints from Gibson franchisers about the company's guitar designs being stodgy and dated. I love the Gibson Les Paul. I think it's a work of art. Anyway, way more than the Strat to me. He worked with local Kalamazoo. Yeah. And, you know, I mean, I love the Strat is the tool. It's the AK-47, you know, but some about the Les Paul. Plus, man, I'm, you know, a humbucker, man, that fat, thick quack, that, you know, that pink dig you get. The modern Explorer.
Grit.
Drew up plans for the Flying V, along with the Modern and the Explorer, all of which were introduced. Okay, now I have to see.
Oh, we got to see what the Explorer is.
I know, and the Modern.
Yeah, let's check. And we need a visual on that.
Heck yeah. Let's check that out. Oh. Hold on.
Okay. Oh, look at. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
See, there's I bet that, yeah.
Oh, is that
the Modern? So it basically is a V, but with a.
And then the one right below that. The one right below that, yes. Also,
yeah.
That's another Gibson.
Yeah.
Style. So those are those other two styles right there.
There's the Modern. Yeah, man. That's a cool looking guitar, though. It really is.
And I like the other one. And we both love that Sunburst. It's two guitars over. Guarantee you that.
Yeah, man. But for me, always, I'm going to take that every single day. And then P90s.
The red? You're going to take that red?
That red right there, the little darker red. Actually, that is like one of my favorite colors. That and of course black. I love the Les Paul Black Beauties. So
I like. Yeah. I just love the Sunburst, bro. The dark.
That's my next one. I want an SG so bad. That's my next guitar. So
that's mean.
You can find them used for pretty cheap. So I made a deal with myself. I'm going to stop, man. But I've made a deal with myself to. Because I have some, you know, great guitars, but they need love. They need setup. They need some work. And I'm like, before I buy another guitar, I'm going to take care of the three that I have. Yeah. So, I'm like, because it's going to cost about the same amount to get these kind of spruced up. You know, I mean, besides, because I clean them and I've worked on them myself. But I mean, I need like a little fret shave here and there and just, you know, neck tuning right, you know, to neck truss rod tuned right to a machine and all that. So
and that Fender amp you have back behind you, that's a perfect amp.
That's a cheap amp. My main amp is that PV. I have the Bandit 112, which is, if you know, it is like the club amp, the club guitars.
Yeah, but anybody can get away with that Fender amp you have right there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. $50 jam. Yeah. I more use it as a decoration because it just looks cool. You know what I'm saying?
It's awesome. Yeah. That is a very good amp, you know. And you just drop a mic right through the top loop and let it hang right over the speaker and put it into the mains. And it's such a different sound. You know, it's so cool. It's cool.
It is. It has this boxy sound. So when you pushed it out, if you crank it, but then bring your guitar down, it gives you that real vintage, like, yeah, man, it gives you an old, almost crappy like sound. But then if you got a rock,
almost like a Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah. So for a solid state, it's a great little $50 jammy for sure.
I love it. I absolutely love it. You know, and I think anybody starting a band, any young kid guitar player getting started, that's where you go right there.
Heck yeah.
So go get that, save up and get that. That's a great amp to start, and it's a great amp to keep, and you could use it forever if you need it.
And buy used. That Man, that is one thing that drives me crazy is, I mean, I get that there's the boutique market and all of that. But if you're just starting out, buy used. It works exactly the same, I promise. You don't need to spend $1,000 on a new guitar. For for $500, you can get you a great guitar, and you can get you a great amp and a great couple of pedals, maybe a wah pedal. You know what I mean? And your overdrive, which is all you really need, and you're jamming and you're ready to go. You can play full gigs like that. So I'm all about
but 80% of those that are in this group that are in a group that's going to start playing guitar are going to quit. Yeah. That's also why you want to buy used, so you're not spending a whole bunch of money because you just might not stick with it.
Or you might love it, but it become something that you don't do full time. You know what I mean? It might become something
like,
really
and then like 2 years down the road, you're like, why did I spend so much money on that?
Right. Exactly.
You know, but but on the other hand, if you do go out and you do buy high end quality, then it's gonna have a resale constantly.
And I highly recommend learning the market a little bit, because you can buy stuff used that's so cheap. You can buy something for $300 that you can turn around and sell for $600 or $1,000. I have 2 guitars behind me now that I didn't pay over $300 for either one of them, and I can turn around and sell them both right now for one for easy $600 and one for $800 all day. You know what I mean? So, and what's cool is I'm old enough now where now they're getting to be vintage. You know what I mean? My telly, I didn't buy it vintage. I bought it in the 90s, but now it's a vintage 30-year-old guitar. You know what I mean? So,
no, I love that background. That's so great.
Oh yeah, man. That's you
rad.
know how that works. Yeah. So, you know you're getting old when stuff you bought new is now considered antique or vintage and sought after and rare. You're like, oh, I'm old. So, I was going to ask you, what do you know about Pez?
Pez?
The collector's market for Pez.
I don't know about the collector's market. I just know there is one.
Yeah, we never had that conversation.
There's some that are
that's like the thing I collect, man. Like I haven't shown you, but I actually have a pretty decent Pez collection. So
holy cow, you're gonna have to bust that out sometime.
I just don't talk to people about it because now I finally know collectors. I never knew anyone that would care before. So
well, it's a collection. I had a Star Wars collection that I had to get rid of, you know, because of my situation. I needed some money. I mean, it was an entire room. Wow. And it had shelves coming off the walls, like aisles with stuff. It had the original Millennium Falcon flying in the ceiling.
Wow!
I had a rolling videotape on a little 13-inch color screen VHS of the first originals in that room. You know, I
remember having a Millennium Falcon, breaking it. My mom got me another one. I have no idea what happened to it, but I'm so angry because I know it'd be worth crazy money now.
I did keep a Millennium Falcon. I was like, okay, I can't let that go.
Yeah,
you know, I have to keep at least that.
It's special, man. Yeah, what's funny is I have a ton of Pez Star Wars stuff. I have like the Death Star package with like the stuff in there. Yeah. So it's right over there.
Dude, how many?
Oh, I probably have a little over 100 all in. Ooh. I have a lot of holiday ones because, so the reason it's special to me is because, you know, as you know, I grew up extremely poor. And so we couldn't afford a lot of stuff. But Pez back in the day was like 99 cents. And so coming from a poor single parent family, my mom, to make Christmas feel big for me, you know what I mean? She could buy me, you know, one $25 item where she could buy me 20 pesos. You know what I mean?
Awesome, man.
And so ever since I was very young, you know, and we were extremely poor, it kind of became a tradition that every holiday, you know, St. Patrick's Day, Christmas, Valentine's Day, you know, mom got me a Pez. And then she knew I was into Star Wars stuff, so we started getting those, and then just random cool Pez's, you know.
Dude, that's so cool. Yo, your mom loved you so much. That's so cool.
Too much. No, I'm kidding.
No, there's no too much.
Well, you know, it's funny, man, because, you know, we talk about it, and like you were saying about your dad, and I was thinking about how, you know, I have no point of reference. It's odd, but I have zero point of reference. And it's one of those. I mean, it is what it is, so it's not better or worse, but like, could it, I think it's very situational. But sometimes not having those bad habits or those bad things instilled in you can be a plus, even though the world and you may feel like growing up without a father is an overall minus. You realize it kind of freed you up to kind of do things your way, So.
Well, yeah, and I just look at without having a father around, it is. I'm very sure it's very difficult, very difficult. But I also don't think you get the same kind of mother that you get if you have a father around. Also,
I would say what sucked is no brothers or sisters, right? Like, I know kids that have a single family home, but they have brothers or sisters, so they feel like they have a little unit. You know what I mean? But just having me and my mom being gone so much, having to work, and that kind of thing. That's
kind of just like a lone wolf.
Yeah.
We're both. That's what we are.
Into our own thing, man. I was just into my own thing, So and did my own thing, and I'm happy about it. Because if I'd have done that, I wouldn't have lived in Hawaii. I wouldn't have been a professional comedian. I wouldn't have opened for Dave Chappelle and Cat Williams and Brad Williams and Steve. I would have never toured. I'd have never had two bands. I would have never opened for War and the Twinkle Brothers band. It was because I did my own thing and kind of blazed my own trail because there was no other trail to blaze. There was no path to follow.
No.
So
you just went. There was a wave that just carried you, and you just followed it.
Yeah, well, and music, man. I grew up in the hood, but I could rap back in the day. I was known, you know what I mean? I even had a little rap single back in the day. So being, there in the hood, there was a studio, and shout out James Bryant, man, because there was a preacher.
Where is this again? Where is
Oklahoma
this?
City. Oklahoma
City. Okay.
There's a preacher named Velvin J. Madison Jr. Shout out to him. And then James Bryant was a dude who had a studio, and he made jazz and stuff, and he liked what I was doing. And I spent countless hours at his house in his garage studio and learned about music and just hung out. And that's what kept me out of trouble. You know what I mean? I would go to his house and hang out there and just play music and produce and write songs and record. And so I remember the first ASR 10, and we had the Tascam record to cassette, if you remember, but it played quicker. You couldn't play it in a regular cassette, but it was a master. I mean, dude. So.
I had Fostex.
Yeah.
It was actually a 4-track, but it was a 2-track that you ponged.
Yeah, exactly. We even did the plywood sound booth. We literally, in the garage, we built a sound booth, with plywood. Yeah, man. Yeah. Put a little window in it and everything, man. So
that's awesome. That's cool.
It's one of those, I didn't appreciate that till so much later.
Yeah.
But I realized in those years, 13, 14, 15, 16 years old. And then, by 17, I was kind of already out doing my own thing. But those informative years, man, if it weren't for, those guys caring about me, who knows where I'd be? Probably in jail or dead. So
yeah. I mean, I feel the same way about my path. But I'm also getting to the age where you start looking at, hey, that path's about to end. It's gonna. You're on the other half of that path. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I get 15, 20 more years. That's pretty solid. That's pretty good for male these days.
Yeah.
To be quite honest. So that's why another reason I enjoy things so much, and I love looking at everything at so many different angles and trying to get information because I feel like it's what you should be doing if you're in a situation like mine. If you got the time, if you're able to, then you should be figuring things out and learning things about what's around you and what's a part of your life and really know it, and know yourself too. Take time to learn who you are and really look at that. So then, like you said, you can know those feelings coming on, and then know your brain and know how to do something about it before something you don't want happens about it. or the wrong words come out, or whatever, you know. So yeah, I don't know. I think more people need to search for more knowledge. That's my opinion.
No, I agree. Absolutely. Yeah.
On anything, any subject.
Yeah.
Anything.
It goes back to what you said on our first show, man, and it's so real, and it's something that if you keep in mind, it's such a valuable thing to keep in mind. And that is that we don't have internal dialogue anymore. And you were like, no one has internal, and I'm like, you're so right, because our internal dialogue has been hijacked, right, by social media and this and that. And so our emotions, which those things appeal to, are taking over are taking over our brain and then renting this space in our head, right? So our emotions and social media have teamed up to take over the sane thought and calm thoughts and better, healthier thoughts in our head. So we don't get those anymore, and we don't get what's best for us. We're told what's best for us and why this bad guy over here is not allowing us to do what's best for us and why we should be mad about it. And we're too busy regurgitating that on our phones to stop, right? And think, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What do I feel? What do I think? Is there more information that I could have that I don't? Why is this? This is clearly negative stuff I'm seeing here. Why do I feel the need to spread this? Who am I helping? Am I changing anyone's opinion? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is anybody going to be scrolling through Facebook and see somebody saying just horrible stuff, Nazi, communist, whatever, blah, 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 racist, whatever. And I mean, all sides do this, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, is somebody going to be scrolling through Facebook who diametrically opposes everything I feel, or Twitter, what have you, and see my angry, hateful post and change? Are they going to see a post that calls them a despicable, horrible person who shouldn't be here and go, I was wrong, my bad. I'm going to change everything I feel about myself and the way the world works in life now because of your hateful, angry post on Facebook.
Yeah.
Stop it. Who are you helping?
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
And also, in my opinion, is that everyone checks. Everyone looks to see what's being said. If there's something. I do. I'll admit it. I'll go through socials and some things and see if there's anything said bad, I don't let it affect me, but I do want to know, so I go through and see. And I think if anybody's on here and they're trying to grow and get bigger and be honest with themselves, I think everybody looks through that kind of stuff.
Well, and I'm not talking
it can become overwhelming and can get to be too much.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about personal stuff like you specifically or an issue with someone you specifically know. I mean, scrolling through and just,
everything. No, I check all the time.
Just random stuff that's like, I hate you, or you disagree with me and you're trash. And it's like, what are you doing that for? Who are you doing that for? You know what I mean? And if everything you're typing right now, I can turn on a certain channel of TV, right or left, and see the exact same thing you're saying on Facebook, you don't need to say it. You're literally repeating talking points on both sides, on all sides. So
that's just it. It's what everything is.
Yeah.
It's what everything is negative. You're lucky if you see a positive. And then if you see an interview or anything, they're trying to pull out negative somewhere inside, that stuff. But that's just human nature at this point. It's just the negative first, always. Always. I mean, there is no such thing as innocent until proven guilty. Up your ass. Up your ass.
Not at all.
There ain't no such thing as that. Even though it's written. It's written. It's the law. It's the law. It's how it should work. It's what but it's not. It is completely guilty until proven innocent these days.
Absolutely.
Everywhere you go. In the world.
It's almost about, okay, if we can not, did you commit a crime and will justice be served, but can we get you found guilty of a crime and then put you in the system as another money-making object in this system that perpetuates my employment? You know what I mean? And the system's existence, right?
Yeah, but it just exists so much everywhere. In every kind of system, whether it's a small town shop or Forbes magazine top 50 business.
Right.
You know? I mean, it just is out there. That's why I say you choose to be happy. You choose it. Because you step outside, it ain't happy. It really isn't for anybody. You know?
Life
I'm
is
not
tough.
just, yeah. I mean, 50% of the world can't even come up with $5,000.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I can't. Right now, at this moment, I could not come up with $5,000. There's no way. No way. So, I mean, I fall into that 50%.
No hate, dog, but you there's like a $5,000 jersey right behind you. But I'm just saying. It's hard to sit there and tell people. No, I know. I'm kidding. I'm just having fun.
I joke too, bro. But I give a good act.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're scary when you're mad, bro. I'm not trying to get there.
Dude, it's so awesome. It's so awesome. It's so awesome on video. Oh, it's great.
Yeah, I know. But hey man, I'd have to borrow. It's not like I just have $5,000 sitting around for any reason whatsoever. And if I did, I just have to pay down some debt, quite honestly, because they're revolving interest, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, man, it's not like I have 5 Gs. I'm sitting on 5 Gs. A lot of people are. There'll be people listening right now that'll be surprised I'm not. And,
Oh, boy, yeah, I know.
Listen, shut up. If you're watching and you're surprised I'm not sitting on 5 Gs and you want to help me, I have a Cash App. You can help me change that.
I don't want your help, but I just want you to know I'm at a zero balance. So word up. Stuff will happen. I'll be all right. Carter sell. Something will happen.
You know what I mean? Life happens. Life.
Yeah,
life
dude. I mean, I got a roof over my head. I get to eat food. I got a vehicle.
It's huge.
I got stuff. That if I had to, and I have had to in the past. I move things when I need to. Just like that Otani at the card show. I mean, but right now I don't really feel the need like I have to move anything. So I'll just wait and chill until I get that. I gotta pay that. I better get some money.
I feel like your business would be similar to like breeding and training horses, right? In that you love them all so much. And you put so much work and effort and investment into each one. But there is sometime, not with all of them, but sometimes it makes a lot of sense and it's a good time to let them go. And they'll be better off. You know what I mean? It actually makes the world better, but it's hard for you because of what you've invested. Yeah. So
yeah, I think this is the year that it's going to be tough. But this is the year that probably Jalen Hurts jersey needs to go. I think this is going to be the peak market year for Jalen Hurts. And I have just a supreme card of his. It's autographed, numbered, and PSA graded. It's a 9, but still, it's one of them refractors. It's really hard to get a 10 on. So, yeah, it's an auto and numbered. So that probably needs to go along with the autographed jersey this year. I think
that's a good package. It's a nice little package.
It is. So. Just get your wallets out.
And do you do like an auction for that? Or like, how do you do
I'll just find somebody to buy it, or I will put it on my eBay store. Because I've got an eBay store that I do card sales on, real card sales. There's no card art. You can't find my card art, so that's just with me.
Very cool. Very cool. We want to. Have you thought about? I walked into. There's a sports store in my town. I just walked by it all the time. It's actually off of a big grocery store that I go to that has other stores like in it, and it's really cool. They have, but they're basic pricing. It's like $100 per jersey, and they had like a Kobe in there, and then there's like there's I can't think of his name. Anyway, there's more expensive ones, OU players, of course, and stuff.
Yeah.
But do you ever do consignment? Is that something you do in your world? And I'm just asking because I don't know. I'm just asking,
not me, because I got the girls.
Okay.
The girls, they really, it's the girls are the ones that are running the eBay stuff.
Cool.
To be quite honest, they run everything on a computer, and they're so good at it, and they've been doing it for 7 years, and they've just got a system down.
That's so much easier. Yeah,
consignment is lucky enough that they included me in their system.
Well, that's awesome. Shout out to the girls. You know what I'm saying?
That's indeed. That's indeed. For sure.
Yeah. No, that's awesome, man. If you got the folks. Plus, consignment is tricky, right? Yeah. Because somebody could come in with greasy hands. They just ate lunch. They grab a $500 jersey. They stain it. All of a sudden, it's a $200 jersey, and you had nothing to do with it. Yeah. So, yeah, man.
And that's why most of my jerseys I have are in frame.
I see that. Yeah. Well, that's a Josh Allen, man. That's a.
Well, and then I got a Mac Jones. Oof. I got a Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. I got a Bo Jackson. I got the just said his name a little bit ago. Philly quarterback Jalen Hurts. Yes. Yeah. So then I got a couple jerseys that aren't framed that are laying around. Like I got a Bobby Witt Jr. jersey I need to get framed.
Nice.
Yeah, and they're all auto. They all have autographs on them. So,
or do you keep up with basketball at all?
Little bit. Now the girls, they help me with basketball when it comes to like pricing and knowing cards and players and stuff like that.
Only reason I ask is because it looks like Vegas is making a push for Oklahoma. We got the Thunder. Maybe we're 10, 11 years old now. The OKC Thunder, and it's done great things for the city. And I love the Thunder. They're doing great, and very happy with them. But that was. I forgot where it was that they came from. It wasn't Indiana, but it was another team, and basically Oklahoma City bought the charter for them. But Vegas is looking for a team. We are trying to decide, man. I think the Clippers make the most sense, right? The Atlanta Hawks have the lowest attendance NBA wise, but the Clippers make the most sense to me because you're always going to be in the shadow of the Lakers, or you could go to Vegas, sort of like the Raiders. The Raiders were an LA team. And Oakland team, and they didn't really have a home because of the Niners, and there's 100 teams in LA. So, or 3. So in that area. So they go to Vegas, they have a home. So I'm wondering, I think the Clippers, I think the Memphis Grizzlies.
It'll be a California team. It should be a California.
I agree. And I think they should have one. I think it'd be good for the Clippers to go.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, especially with their dirty history there in LA with previous owners.
Yeah.
Just completely separate from that and go to Vegas.
Because then you'll have the Vegas Raiders, the Vegas Clippers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they just got a baseball team, right? Vegas? Didn't they just get a baseball team?
I think they're just working on it.
Working on it too.
Yeah. And they may have, and I don't know. But yeah. Oh, that's gonna spread out that talent.
Let's move to Vegas, Vern. What do you say?
Dude,
Let's just move to Vegas.
Oh, dude, though, for me, it's just not my spot. It moves so fast.
Okay, fair.
It's not fun.
Okay, fair, but hear me out. We don't move to Vegas proper. We move to Pahrump. You know what I'm saying? We move 30 miles outside of Vegas, where it's desert and beautiful, and you move close to a desert oasis, a natural desert oasis.
Dude, there is a camp spot. One camp spot in this town that you drive to off this highway. It's like 13 miles off the highway. You go down, and it's like a trailer, another trailer, and then 3 motel rooms that look like a little motel, and then a camper spot. And I'm like, that's 30 minutes out of Vegas. I could buy a camper and I could park it there and just live there. But dude, you're going for real. You're going like low grade Hunter S. Thompson style there, bro. You know what I'm saying?
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Might not be.
We might make some of the best work of our lives, bro.
Oh,
you know?
dude. That's the thing, is you put me in the middle of some shizzle and something goes down. You know,
I'm saying a cool little suburb. We're close to all the action. We got people there already. You know what I mean? So everybody coming into town want to hang out with us. It'd be great. So I just know everybody seems to want to meet up in Vegas. It's just like that spot. And I think it's a great spot for that. It's why they built it. But it's like, imagine living there. Like I said, I almost did. I almost lived in Vegas. So
I mean, and like I said, I really think Circa took the couch out because of me in their lobby.
Okay.
Their big S golden double-sided couch. At PS10, it was gone. After PS6, 7, and 8, and PS10, it was not in the lobby at all. Nowhere.
We got another power slap coming up. Yeah, let's get the couch out of here. We can't. Those boys can't.
You don't want that. No, kid. Here's the thing. Because what I would do is I stayed at the Four Queens, but I'd get up every morning and go and sit on that couch with my case of cards and just sit there and wait to give them to the fighters. You know?
Yeah.
So management, I don't think, thought very highly of that.
What would be the problem? I don't understand. But, you know, because, hey, man, I'll tell you, no, but, hey, man, I mean, slap fights.
It is.
It's Vegas. But, I that's silly.
I ain't pretty, and I ain't trying to be pretty. That's
you're beautiful. Don't let him lie to you. Don't let him lie, Vern. You're a beautiful man.
No, let's go. Come on, baby.
Let's get it.
Movie shit, you know?
It's the beard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the beard. Well, the beard stands out in the hat, you know,
and the personality. You know what I mean? The whole package, baby. The whole package. So is what it is.
Pretty big package to have to handle. Not talking about my thing.
You might need a vaccine afterwards, but we won't get into it.
Yeah. Just one pill every 2 weeks. You'll be all right.
Until the swelling subsides.
Yeah.
If you have nausea or vomiting, you might want to call your doctor. But anyway, you know what? That's a good place to be. Man, we've gone 2 hours. Wow. So I didn't realize.
You, bro.
I know it. This is too fun. And I felt like the last 2 shows, I was like, we could have gone longer. I didn't know we were going to go a full hour plus longer, but we still could keep going. But this is too fun, man. So
right on. Yeah, dude. I mean, I love talking to you. You just, it makes my week. It really does. It does.
Me too, man. There's some I got to thank everybody listening, but I honestly feel like we've discovered something here, man. What we do is different. It's different than anything else I do. I think it's different than anything else you do, really. Even though we kind of have our own go lives and other stuff, man. But what we're doing, man, I think is cool because I've already had more than one person say it means a lot, and that they've already been a little inspired by what we do, and I think that that's the goal. That's the goal. Yeah. Is to show people that, hey, man,
and see if they catch it.
Yeah. Hey, and it's okay if you don't fit in. Neither do we. It's okay if you haven't found your groove or you've been in many grooves. Life isn't always about one groove forever. For some people, it is. For us, it's not, and that's okay. That's actually pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
So
it's freedom.
Yeah, man.
It's freedom.
My term for our show, when I'm like, they're like, well, what is it or what is it? I tell them I'm just like, it's white trash esoteric. That's the only way. We are white trash esoteric. We take everyday things and find the meanings behind them from a white trash perspective. So yeah,
and it's a happy one.
yeah.
That you know, you don't find very many happy white trash. They're rare. We're rare to find in the wild.
Not unless there's like WWE on and a barbecue going, and then
that's a different story.
Guns
That's a
shooting.
whole different story.
Speaking of that, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and then you do have Sturgis, the rally. Yeah.
I'm scared to go to that. I literally.
Dude, I usually walk down the streets. It's awesome. I did the 70th and the 75th. I did the 70th at the Full Throttle and the 75th at the Knuckle.
Nice.
Yeah. Nice. So they were great experiences.
I was more of a music guy, but yeah, I know they have awesome music there. But I went to the festivals, you know what I mean? So, because I've seen all the bands, right? Korn, Kid Rock, Metallica, you name it. Limp Bizkit,
and it's different in an entire crowd of 10,000 bikers.
See, exactly. That's why I didn't go. Though, yes, you're right.
It's so different. Oh my word!
It would be in this. If I didn't like coffee and I went to Starbucks, it wouldn't be their fault. It would be my fault. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm the one that doesn't belong there. They're fine. Everybody else is great.
Yeah.
I'm the one that should have thought about my decision. I'm not hating on Sturgis. I feel like
but you're
lovely
right.
people having a great time. It's just maybe not my cup of coffee.
No, and I get that. I get that. I mean,
motorcycles scare the hell out of me, man. I
don't ride them. I don't ride them. My sister got hurt real bad and had brain surgery because of a motorcycle accident.
I've never met anyone who rides a motorcycle consistently who hasn't had a bad accident.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Whether it's a knee or a shoulder. Oh, my bad. I didn't.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Anybody passing, that's part of life. You shouldn't be sad about that. That's moving on. That's getting out of here. That's going to a different place. So that's where that's when your energy changes into something else. So that's a pretty cool moment. So I'm not one of those that really, I don't really get down about dying, because I just think it's another step.
I keep getting this overwhelming feeling that when I die, like one of the first things I'm going to do, and so I'm trying to keep that in mind now, is that when I die and I look back on my life or whatever moment that is, when I'm no longer here and I'm on the other side fully, and I look back, I'm going to regret all of the time I spent worried and stressed out over stupid shit. And I mean it, man. Things I'm angry about. We talked about it a little bit last week, but when you go into the program, the first things you do are make a list of everyone you feel that you've harmed or aggrieved via your addiction. And then you also make a list of everyone you feel you have issues with and problems with, that you feel maybe have hurt or damaged you. And something really cool happens about halfway through the second list. And that is that you realize all of these things and all of these people have one thing in common. You.
Yeah. You're the cog.
Yeah, you're the key to your and you realize, man, I spent a lot of time on this stuff, and I think that's and in addition to that, Chase Hughes, great guy, everybody should follow him, behavior analyst, psychic dude, was just on Rogan, not psychic, but psychoanalyst guy, excuse me. And he talks about the best thing you can do for your life is forgive yourself. The best possible thing you can do right now for your life is forgive yourself for past mistakes. He's like, the difference. He's like, and he's dealt with, he trained boxers, like he hypnotized boxers to be better at boxing, like Floyd Mayweather, like real, you know what I mean? And he deals with big time CEOs of major corporations. And he's like, I can tell you the absolute core difference. And he's like, and I get that people say CEOs are psychopathic. He's like, because it almost needs to reach a crazy level of self-forgiveness, of understanding that if you have a good heart and you mean well, and even if at times in your life you didn't, that you have to forgive yourself and understand and learn and grow from that. And he said the number one thing he sees, and what I'm starting to see, I feel like, is that what holds us back is not necessarily anything else, but it's or one of the main things, I should say that instead, that holds us back is how we feel about ourselves, right? And how we see ourselves, because we see all our flaws. I look at you and I can guarantee you I see something completely different than when you look in the mirror. I bet that if we had to describe when you look in the mirror, if you, without saying the name of the guy, if you described the guy and wrote it down 5 sentences, and I described you, not naming the guy, 5 sentences, they would be completely different from what you see and what I see. Same thing with me, right? Same thing. And that's so important to remember, I feel like, is forgiving yourself. And so much of the time we got to forgive ourselves of what expectations we had on ourselves we didn't meet. And we're still beating ourselves up for not meeting made up expectations that we made up that no one else expected us to meet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But we still allow ourselves to be held back by that. So I'm sorry, go ahead. Go.
No, I was just gonna say, I relate to that a lot, to be honest. And I don't know. I feel like, even though you might set a goal and not reach it, sometimes you still go further than you ever really should have.
Yes.
Sometimes you actually go a lot further than you ever even realize. You might not get that goal that you wanted, but you take a look back and holy shizzle.
Yeah. Not to be country, that Garth Brooks had a song called Unanswered Prayers. And I still think about that song. I thank God for unanswered prayers.
Yeah.
Because there are things I thought I had lost or I had failed at that if it wasn't for those situations, I wouldn't be where I'm at now. And I wouldn't have some of the wonderful things I have now in my life if I hadn't utterly failed at the other ones.
Yeah. But see, that's the thing is you always here. I'm a firm believer in like rise from the ashes.
Yes.
I'm a firm believer in that, and that honestly 7 different times in my life I've had to reinvent myself. That's a part of life for some. Some do it slower, some do it faster. But for real, you got to rise from the ashes. You got to figure something out, and it doesn't always have to be, going to the want ads or going to the classifieds and looking. Sometimes you can think outside the box a little bit, maybe come up with something that's gonna fulfill you more and make you happier to do it. It's not all brick and mortar, man. It's not all brick and mortar. Step outside, look around, do something, find something that makes you happy.
Find something that makes you happy, absolutely, and don't beat yourself up so much.
No.
The one thing also we learned in recovery, man, is that everybody's white knuckling it through life. Nobody's thinking about us the way we think they are. Now, sometimes they are, especially people like me and you, because we're public figures, so it's a little different. I had to learn that lesson. It is a little different, but at the same time, just live your life like nobody cares. Nobody cares about your failure. Live your life like no one cares about your failures, to the point of it's odd if you would bring them up or allow them to have any effect on you today. You know what I mean? Because nobody, live your life like, nobody cares. Everybody's going to fail. People are going to fail today. People are going to fail to hit their signal when they turn. You know what I mean? People are going to fail to be nice to the register person at the gas station because they're in a hurry and they're having a bad mood, and it's not that guy's fault.
When I'm behind that guy or that woman in that line, I always apologize to the cash register what she just had to endure.
Yeah.
Because it's not proper human behavior.
I always try to crack the joke.
I do. I apologize for the asshole.
Yeah. I do that a lot. I try to make a joke of it now. You know what I mean? I was like, that guy's having a good day. They are not paying you enough. Thank you. You know what I mean? I try to do something like that.
Yep.
So,
Yep. But they do put up with a lot. I mean, there are a lot of people that are just, come on, be better. Do better.
Bro, I had an impending fear. Oh, we haven't even. Do you have how much time do you have left, man?
I can go till Saturday.
Okay. Okay, cool. So the next 15, 20 minutes is good. All right, rock on.
Can I grab my soda though, real quick?
Absolutely, sure. Absolutely.
Let me
brother.
grab my soda.
Yeah, you grab that soda. Shout out to Vern. Let's see here. What are we pulling up? Let's look at some guitars while we wait there. That we're looking at right there is called a Gibson SG. So basically, Gibson and Fender are the two big guitar makers in the world. And this was the Gibson's answer to the Fender Stratocaster. So basically, you had the same weight and a very similar body style to a Stratocaster versus the Les Paul, which is that red one right there that we're looking at. And my favorite guitar, it's like that black one right there, and then that other black one on top there. But they made an SG, so it would give you more of the Fender feel, but with those bigger pickups in it, give you more of that fat sound. And
are those
he's back.
Those
yeah, those are humbuckers in that one. Yeah, for sure, brother. And then humbuckers in that one. See, humbuckers, and then let's see. I saw one with P90s in it, and then the original.
I love that turquoise.
Yeah,
because I remember I had that '65 Fender Strat Daphne blue.
Yeah,
you can actually look that guitar up in that color, and I think there was like 699 made.
Don't tell me that. I'll go get it. I'll go find where that guy lives and get it.
I don't even know, because I gave it back to the guy who gave it to me, because he was needing some money, and I'm like, dude, then sell this. If you need money, sell this. I go, you can probably get 50, and this was at the time where you could get $15,000 to $20,000 for that guitar.
Wait, you still, man?
In China.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, the market's gone crazy, dude. So yeah, the market's gone crazy lately.
We're talking '90s, though. We're talking late '90s.
Wow.
During Bill Clinton's time. For real. I mean, the markets were not bad.
No, not at all.
Life was not bad.
That COVID,
and that's pretty much where I think that the real sort of negativeness on the news started, was during the Clinton presidency, because of the cigar and stuff. I think that really is where all that sort of real dirty dirt political shit started. I know it's always been dirty, but in the media, it got real bad right then and since.
Well, yeah, and that's when you think about it, that it was societal climate at the time too, because that's when Jerry Springer came out. Remember, there was no trash TV like that. People weren't fighting each other on TV. Remember, there weren't body cams and cell phone cams, so there weren't full shows of just people acting a fool in the streets. Like, you had to tune into Jerry Springer to watch people be crazy. Now you can go on the internet and there are, you know what I mean? There are a million hours of people being crazy and fighting. But it was Jerry.
TV was so awesome, man.
Huh?
TV was so awesome. TV, I loved TV.
This is why me and you would be good TV buddies. One, because we both like, pizza. But two, because you can ask my wife, like, because I don't like modern TV, but like, you just put something on, like we're hanging out, we just want to watch something and chill, half the time we talk through it. I am addicted to Storage Wars reruns because they have them. They have a whole channel. There's on Freevee, which is a free app, but they have, because you're like, oh, my streaming stuff, and you're like, there's only so many episodes, blah blah blah, and there's just, of all my things, I try not to get caught up in too much TV. But Freevee is free, and it's like they just show random stuff. And so I'm addicted to game shows, like old Price, Bob Barker Price is Right, to look at the hairstyles. And they love brass, bro. The brass. Everything was brass back then. And then Storage Wars. Like last night, a dude got vintage gaming stuff, and he had old Nintendo and Coleco, $40,000 he pulled out. And I mean, games on games on games.
Dude,
he's like, this game is so hard to find. Yeah, I was like, see, I bet you would love Storage Wars.
I'm gonna have to send you some pictures. I got the original Atari hooked up downstairs.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I can play my Atari right now downstairs. And I also have hooked up to it a Wii. I have a Super Nintendo and a classic NES. along with the miniatures of them that play.
Bro,
Yeah, dude. I went
that's
off.
like 10 grand easy right there, dude.
I
Easy.
loved it. But
Wow,
see,
yeah.
that was my dad, dude. My dad, he collected tools and pews. That's what my dad did. Just collect tools and pews. And them tools is heavy. I mean, we're talking, he's got the trucker toolbox set up. You know, the big red snap-on
Yeah,
one?
yeah, with the wheels. You got to roll it. Yeah. It's probably a
Wheels that,
ton.
like, that big around.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's heavy, and I mean, and then he has the old like he used to make his own rounds. So he has all that equipment and stuff out there too.
Wow.
You know, it's just it's kind of insane, but my dad, he was that way. He would collect.
Yeah.
And he would have his like specific collections, and that's what he'd do, and then he rubbed off on me.
I was gonna say, I wonder where you got it from.
Yeah.
No, and hey, man, Wise, I get it, and I think maybe that's why you have an eye for it, because you know a lot of people collect and man, I forayed into cards for like, I don't know, I was in my early 20s and maybe 6-8 months, and I just lost my ass. I lost my ass. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't really have any friends into it, and I just lost my ass. I lost, like, you know, at the time I was in my early 20s, and I remember losing like $600 all in. Like I thought I had money and I didn't, and I had spent money on cards I thought I could sell for more, and I didn't know what I was doing. And maybe I could have, and I bought, you know, I just didn't know what I was doing, man. You know what I mean? So,
see, and my thing is I never I always got things because I liked them.
Right, yeah.
I never got anything with intention to flip ever. So I lost my ass, period. Because I was just paying, buying, and not selling, and then just doing my card art and selling whatever card art I could here and there. But I just, until this last card show that I went to in Denver, kind of opened my eyes a little bit, you know, because I do have cards. Because like I sold that to me that Otani was my nicest card.
Oh wow.
To me it was, I think. But then I look, and then I have this Jalen Hurts, a rookie card auto that's numbered. Then I have, I mean, I gotta sell stuff, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, because it has, I gotta look through my stuff and get the things that have increased. Because what I saw from that Otani, you know, I mean, making $800 profit on a card.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's crazy to say no to. You know, because I know there have been people that say, "Oh no, I'd have held it," because in 5 years, you know, it could be worth $2,000. And I'm like, well, you know, it's not 5 years; it's right now, and it's over 200 from comps, so I'm taking it. You know,
in 5 years it could be in Mad Max times. Okay, so calm down.
Yeah. I mean, just let me be happy about getting $1,200 for a card. You know,
I don't care, man. My rent is due next month. Okay, so whatever your card thing is, bro. I don't know about 5 years, but I'm with you. Man.
You know, and for me, it was like, especially when I want to buy a $385 card that I saw.
Yeah,
you know, because it's like, especially because I want to put back in to get another rookie autograph. You know, I mean, it's this cycle.
Well, and
you make some and you bring some home, but you still at the time put back in and buy some stuff.
And then certain ones you're probably more attached to, right? I'm assuming like my guitars. There's a couple guitars I could sell, no problem. You know what I mean? And be like, okay, yeah, cool. And there's a couple guitars I will never sell. You know, I can't. Yeah. So, you know, yeah.
I got in a situation. I mean, like I said, I don't make money. So I had to sell my 75 Camaro.
Yeah. I hope you got a good deal. I hope you got. Yeah, I bet.
But I knew the guy, and the reason they were getting it was for their son for high school to kind of, look different and cool and stand out. And I was like, right on. It's going to a good place. So
that's cool. That's something.
Yeah, but it was sad. That was sad.
I bet. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But it also was fun when I had it. And right now, it would probably kill me to try to drive it with the clutch, the 3-speed. You got to get down low to get in it. I mean, it right now it would be a pain in my ass.
Well, it's I I looked into, believe it or not, they have in Scotland and Ireland, they have cheap castles, right? Because and they're not huge castles. It would be like a big house, right? But it's a castle. You know what I mean?
There's
as far
no
as it's
plumbing,
a legit.
There's no electricity. It's just stone hallways and rooms and little fireplaces.
And and they have them for relatively cheap. And we were looking at one, and I was like, but you got to remember, just like you're 75, man, it's not so much buying it; it's the cost of maintaining it that it will get you. Yeah, it's going to be. I was like, you understand, to maintain a castle, just the yard bill alone would probably be $10,000 a year just to keep the yard. And then you've got what it costs to heat it and cool it, and then the electricity costs to run power to a castle. And I was like, you understand, it's not buying the castle. That's why they're so cheap, because
you
not
can't
getting
get
it. Yeah. So having a 75, look, it's a great ride, but every 200 or 300 miles you put on it, you're gonna have to put a couple $100 into it. When you break it all down. So you might go $2,000 without having to do anything, but just to keep it in the shape you need to keep it in, something that, old, you gotta drop dollars quick when anything starts to act up.
Yes.
And those old ass 75 parts that they don't make anymore, you got to hunt down parts. So man.
Because the clutch actually went out on me. It went out. I went down to the store to Family Dollar, and it was acting weird, but I was able to get it back home. But once I get home, that clutch was completely stripped. The inside of a clutch is supposed to interlock, and then they can change. But this one was just completely flat. Completely flat.
There's metal on,
It had to be towed to the garage to get a new clutch. And so, I mean, it is kind of difficult, because then you have to find the right mechanic that can work on it anymore.
Yep.
Because, you're not going to find somebody that just got out of tech school 3 months ago and is hired at a garage that is trained on 1975 Camaros. You can't just put a chip in.
Yeah, I was going to say, nowadays they just literally hook your car up to a computer.
Yeah. See, that was the thing about that car, though, because there was nothing computerized on it.
That's cool.
So I would have always been able to have a way to get around without anybody ever knowing. Toss the phone out the window, hop in the Camaro. Ain't nobody know where you're at.
Man, I'm not going to get too tinfoil hat on you, but I believe we're probably already all chipped anyway, man. I personally, I'm not going to go, look, here's the thing. We know for a fact.
Do you think it was in the vax? Do you think the micro or the nanos?
Water. I think it's in our water.
I don't drink
water
it.
supply. So,
well, I guess I drink soda, so they're going to use the same water for soda.
And not only that, man, if you bathe in the water, it still hits your skin. You still get some of it in you. Your body absorbs water if you shower, if you bathe at all. And you cook with that water. You know what I mean? You wash your hands with that water. Yeah. So they don't need they don't need you to orally ingest it. You know what I mean? Think about how if you put water on your skin.
Brush your teeth.
Yeah, exactly. And we know, our body absorbs water in the same way that, certain pills you put under your tongue and it dissolves. Water dissolves in your mouth if you don't swallow it. And I think, we know that they have, nanobites and little things that are the size of atoms that you cannot see, that are undetectable to the human eye. All 6 human senses.
We're getting into the quantum realm, I mean, they're talking about quarks, and quarks are running through us. We've said that before. So, yeah, there's There's all kinds of things that they can catch that would fit inside of a syringe.
It goes, man, look, I have a friend who's really deep into this stuff. Shout out Shane Caspi. He wrote a couple of great books, but the way they feel about it is, okay, so we know they're manipulating the clouds. We see all the streaks in the sky, right? And so he believes that the cloud stuff, the same stuff they're putting in the clouds, has to do with aluminum and metals that are in our water, and we drink that, and then they put the things in the sky, and they can control behaviors and things like that. I'm not saying any of that's true. I'm just saying if we're gonna go there,
no, you can because I think it does influence.
Yeah,
but it influences the we.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, if you know who you are, you know all these things, and you look at the universe, and you know the earth, and you know this and that. Doesn't matter what they dump on you.
Yeah.
You know, but if you're just Miss Mary Sheep walking down looking for her white fence and her nice pink house and her groceries and, you know, going on their softball tournament during the weekend. You know, I played that game. You know, you're not seeing some of the reality that's out there.
Yeah, and even worse, if you can't wait to jump onto social media to talk about how mad you are about who the senators are or governor or president is, because you've just spent the last 3 hours having somebody scream at you how mad you should be and how you should be getting on your social media. And as you've said, that internal dialogue is that screen, that filter is taken from you via emotion. Then you're behaving and you don't see what's going on because you're too busy doing what you're told and fighting with people. And you invite that into your life, man.
That emotion oozes through. It just oozes through that.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it does. You know, it doesn't remove it. That's still there. It's just like a barrier that's, you know, diamond plated fence that's open, you know, graded. So it's just oozing through there.
Yeah.
You know, that negative. So but you got them two slides, you know, I'm always capable of blocking that, making it a solid wall instead of the little picketed block off those connections.
But just, yeah, man, when you become awoken, when you just realize, oh man, this is like, nobody wins at this game. I can play too, but this is, you know what I mean? This is a monkey knife fight and we're the monkeys. You know what I'm saying? And people, and they're enjoying, people are profiting and benefiting from us behaving like two monkeys trying to stab each other. You know what I mean? And that's crazy. Yeah,
we're
man.
In the Petri.
Exactly.
We're under the scope.
And they want us to fight each other. That benefits them.
Yeah.
So
I mean, they have to have war. They have to have war.
Yeah.
Period. If it's not between us and somebody, it's us causing it between somebody and somebody else. But there always has to be war. That's what keeps that's what keeps the dream of a one world government alive. Is war.
Yeah. What? And it's what you say, it has to be a war, and I feel like because there has to be sides. Because if you're not on a side, you know the old thing they put in your brain. What are you standing for then? If you don't stand for nothing, you fall for anything. You know, it's like, but what if what I stand for is this is all BS and not good for any of us? What if that's what I stand for and no one is representing that? That's it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just, there can never be peace. It just isn't in the cards for our breed. Our breed has been for thousands and thousands of years bred to be a carnivore, a hunter, a predator.
And we humans are the predator. Uber, yeah, we are the uber predator. If you think of, there is not besides whales, and even they don't. I mean, besides whales, there's really
we can
not
still
an
fuck
animal.
up whales.
Yeah, you can eat whale. We kill whales all the time. Actually,
Yeah.
we're uber. There's not not another living thing on this planet that we have not killed and eaten.
Nope.
So, it's true.
No, only the things we haven't found. And then we find those, then we'll kill those too.
That's the theory of higher life, man. One of the theories is that they came and they were here and they realized we are a breed of creature that if we can't kill it or have sex with it, we're not interested in it. And so, and so they were like, we're out. Like we don't. You guys are way behind. Come back to us in a few 100,000 years because you're still in that kill it or breed with it phase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Killer hump.
And I makes sense, man. If I was I'd be like, yeah, no. Working with these, it's just like working with somebody that it's only going to be problems. You're like, they're just not there yet. I'm gonna let them do their thing, man, and maybe they'll come along later. But right now, there's no good here for us.
No. There's nothing to happen. So let's just stay away.
Exactly.
No friendship. There's not going to be any understanding. There's not going to be any communication because we're just going to stand and look at each other cross-eyed because we don't understand why the other one's in the place where they are.
Yeah.
Thinking with the thoughts that they do. That's just how it is.
Where sometimes you feel like you do understand because you've been there.
And they don't.
And the good thing is you've been there. You're like, well, I didn't listen when I was at that place either. So I have more compassion for this dude or person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I understand where they're at. I was there.
Put their shoes on. You can put their shoes on.
Exactly.
Because nobody knows the burdens of another man. Nobody knows what another man carries. Or woman. Man or woman.
Man or woman, exactly.
Yeah, man or woman.
Or purple alien. Even.
Yeah.
Purple alien.
Oh, you're talking about Michael Hall? Go on, stop it.
Yeah, but no, everybody has their own challenges. And it's like I say, man, like it's for lack of a better way to say it, because it's not that times are easy. It's that survival is easy. Times are harder because survival is so easy.
Yeah.
If we were neighbors and we woke up, and I'm very thankful for the internet because we're doing what we do. Yeah. But if it was one of those, we woke up and, I had to tend to the field so your cows had grass to graze on, and you had to tend to your cows so my family had meat to eat. And we all had to work on that creek that was leaked, that a little dam so it didn't leak into this other place. And we all had 8 hours of hard shovel work to do before we started our farm work. Wouldn't be a lot of fighting over this stuff. We would just know we needed each other and that we had to work together. It didn't matter your color, your age, your creed. It was that if we didn't, feed these animals and tend to this grass and, help each other out, neither one of us would live. And
it's just different because they like the internet, right? Like you don't have to care about anybody on the outside. You can have that connection on the internet now and completely disconnect from that outside. So when you're outside, you're shut off.
Yeah.
And then when you come back inside, you turn back on. That's kind of the way the world is right now. Because when they're outside of their home, what are they doing? What they're told, they're working. Whatever their job is, they leave their home, that's what they're doing. Or they're going to a function for their family. Or church. Or flipping ever.
Mm-hmm.
Forever. And then that's what they know. I mean, and they learn other things along the way, of course. But that is the basic things that they know.
Right.
And then they get on one subject and they start preaching. Because they don't like this or they don't like that. Educate yourself. And then you'd realize that you might not be saying the right thing when you say you don't like this or you don't like that.
Or you do.
That's internal dialogue.
Exactly. That not enough people have. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely
It's
right.
being bred out.
So much easier to control you when you don't think for yourself, right?
Yep. And they got it figured out. That's where all the technology came from. They couldn't just keep it at simple synthesizers and guitars.
Right.
And then even in basic just Nintendo. Just keep it 16-bit. What the heck? It was great. I mean, for real.
Yeah.
The arcades. How awesome were the arcades for kids?
They were the best.
Dude, W.C. Frank's here had the best hot dogs. Big old foot-long hot dog. You get that, and then you go up and you play Centipede, or you play Asteroid or Pac-Man, and the real machine. And, everybody's standing around. And, I mean, come on.
I loved Bad Dudes and Galaga. I was a Galaga man. I love that in Bad Dudes. Bad Dudes. Yeah. That's probably where I got it from.
That's great.
All right, man. Well, we've got almost 3 hours now. So tell the people what you got coming up this week. Are you doing any card shows or anything?
I'm not, man. I'm not. I'm doing exactly what I said I was gonna do. Take a few weeks off.
Okay.
This to me is what I enjoy. So this isn't like a thing to take off from. This is a thing to be a part of.
For sure.
But everything else, I'm just setting. I'm just gonna practice what I preach. Right? Step away, think, ponder, figure, then get dirty again.
Do you ever do the mind exercise where you'll lay there and you'll kind of in your mind live out your life taking this path that's before you, kind of live that out in your mind and see kind of where that would take you and what feelings you have.
That's where my goals form from.
Yeah.
That's where my goals form from. Is thinking, okay, if I do this and I do this, then it's going to take me to this place. Then I'm going to be able to have this opportunity. And then if I get this opportunity and I can really show them, then, that'll be a good thing. Yeah, that's where my goals come from.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, and I do that on both ways, and it helps me. It does, because sometimes I'm like, oh, that's cool, and then I stop, and I'm like, and then we do this, and then we do this, and then oh wait, and this person, and that you're trying to overlook something about this person where it's going to be difficult to work with them in the future, and you're going to be mad at yourself out of experience because you tried to overlook this same thing in someone else, and it became an issue, or you in yourself, or you're going to let people down because you really want to do this other thing, or you don't have time to do this other thing, or whatever the case, but you play it out. And I feel like that's one of the most, what you're talking about doing right now. And that's one of the most effective ways to kind of understand and have confidence in your path, because you've thought through it and you're kind of prepared for what may happen. Yeah, man.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's time to step back, look at things. And then when I come back, it's going to be another big thing.
Heck yeah.
I mean, this is just another time where for me, I'm trying to rediscover myself and get bigger and grow, right? So I'm building again.
Me too.
Starting over. Yeah. It's a constant cycle, and I am so grateful to be able to be here and talk to everybody and talk to you and hang out and just bullshit. I mean, it makes me feel good,
Yeah.
So even though, technology, this, that, the other, this is a healthy thing for me. To be able to talk to you and your people and and just share some things, you know.
Hey, bro, this is like cheaper than therapy, and they don't kick us out after an hour.
Yeah, yeah, I know. And the thing is we get to talk about whatever we want.
Yeah.
You know, and of course, you know, we're smart enough and intelligent enough to know the boundaries and lines of where to take things. But we also see holes, and we might go down those holes.
Absolutely.
You know.
Well, and I think it depends on what your goal is. Like, if I got off into a specific, you know, like I've mentioned arguing about politics a couple times today. But if I started naming names of politicians and why and how people feel, now we have a different show. I already do that show, and I'm trying to not do that show. So, you know what I mean? Like, I don't.
The problem is that my dad was very, very, very political. Very political. And I couldn't sit in the other room on the other chair with him. He's sitting in his chair. I could not sit in there and have a talk with him and have it not be about politics. He would just, I mean, that was his thing. You know, except he was a Fox News guy. You know, I'll say that, you know, but he was loyal. And I mean,
hey, I have good friends that work for Fox News. Literally, good friends.
Yeah, he has I now have every what was his name? Bill O'Reilly. I have every Bill O'Reilly book.
I read one of his books. It was good stuff. I didn't think it was a bad book at all. I was
My
like,
dad loved him. Loved him. So bought every book. Got every book for Christmas.
I like Alex Jones. So.
Oh yeah.
I still listen to Alex.
He goes places, man. That dude goes places now.
He's a little. Hey, look, man. You got to love him for what he. You know, to me, Alex Jones is like metal. It's like death metal. It's
good,
like, yeah.
And he just whatever else is just whatever else. But there is some good. There is some good in there. There's something. There's something you can gain knowledge from, get some wisdom from.
Well, and you know,
so you have to be smart enough to separate.
And now I'm of the opinion that whether the man is wrong or right, he should be allowed to say what he says and does what he does because, you know, and it's so odd that so many people can say such crazy, hateful, inane, untrue things and get away with it day after day after day after day. But for some reason, the people he's talking about and the topics he's talking about, well, then you get attacked. And I'm like, okay, well, now I'm interested in those topics. Why don't you want him talking about that stuff? And it doesn't mean he's right. Doesn't mean that he's like my Jesus or anybody. It's just that I enjoyed listening to his show. Sometimes it's clearly crazy and out there, and sometimes it's interesting. So, but yeah, I understand. I used to be that way.
It doesn't give you a certain stereotype to fit into.
You're right. Exactly.
You're just looking at something.
Well, hey, man, and I'll tell you, you know, because of what I do, and I'm trying to do much less now. In fact, it's a big change in my life because, for the last year, man, politics was probably about 75-80% of all my conversations.
Yeah, dude, you should be real flipping serious, bro. Like you lighten up a little bit. You know, I mean, I've watched some of those shows.
Oh yeah, those, yeah. They get,
dang, dude, you whoa. You know, take a walk.
Stuff.
Take a walk. Breathe, please.
Bro, and hey, man, you know, not for nothing, but, you know, we gotten threats. You know, we got death threats and all of that stuff just because we were in the wrong to some people. And that's, you know, that's the kind of thing people don't understand about me is that if you want me to keep doing something, threaten me or tell me to quit doing it or you're going to hurt me or I'm not allowed to do it. And then I'm going to prove you wrong every time.
I love
every
that.
So you threaten me and tell me I better not do this or that or you're going to hurt me. We'll watch. Well, now I'm going to do triple that. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna make you enjoy it. So, but
I
truly you're right.
Enjoy those. Those are fun. They really are.
You're right, man. The political show is very heavy. It can get very heavy and very negative. So, you know, like I said, man, it's time to learn. And I, like I was saying, I watch all the news. You know what I mean? I'm reading CNN, and then I'm reading Fox, and then I'm reading MSNBC, and then there are a couple of really legit podcasters who they're not covering any of this stuff. I read Wall Street Journal, and then I read the New York Times. Like literally, I'm checking all this stuff on a regular basis, and it's not great. Got to back off it, but
yes,
disappointed in all of them. You know what I mean? You're on one news channel, and it's got to be this way. And if anybody says it may not be this way, or you guys may be a little bombastic, they all attack that person. Then you go to the other channel, right? Yep. And it's, hey, we've got an issue or a question here. Then it's interrupted, and you're a jerk. And anyway, moving on about how great our guy is. And it's like, well, I'm disappointed in both of you because neither one of you are allowing any free thought. You're saying this is what it is. And what I hate the most, this is what you got to be careful for. This is how you know somebody is trying to manipulate you. Everybody watching. It's very important. You know somebody is trying to manipulate you when they start the premise of their conversation by telling you what their opposition thinks, telling you how their opposition feels, or giving you the reason or motivation for the opposition. Well, they think like this, and that's the whole problem. And the reason we are A, B, and C is because they are like this. You haven't asked them. You're telling me what other people are. You're not allowing me to ask other people what they are. And if you're telling me they're bad and evil, it's because you don't want me talking to them. If you have a vested financial and personal fame interest in keeping eyes on you, right?
Somebody quiet.
Yeah, it's but you know what I mean? It's all these conversations start out with the assumption. You know what I mean? They all start out with they think this way and we're right because they're bad because this is what they think. And I read some like, this is not what we're thinking at all. What you're saying we think or how we feel is not correct at all. No. You're creating a fake person to fight against to justify your behavior. Because if I am Hitler, then whatever you do to me is okay. But if I stop you and go, but wait, I'm not Hitler, well, then you're all mad and ready to treat somebody like Hitler, and that energy and emotions got to go somewhere.
They are just deflecting whatever they're doing wrong.
Yeah.
Upon the other side.
Yeah.
Because that's all they know. That's all they know. Because the majority of them are narcissists. So that is all they know. So they deflect what they do onto the other person. And they're so influential that they're able to do that and get people to jump on board also. I mean, you see that all the time from Washington, D.C., all the way down to the swamps of Louisiana, man.
Cults. Your basic cults. You know what I mean? The Halebach comic. You can get people to cut off their balls and drink poison Kool-Aid. That's influence.
Mm-hmm.
How you can convince another man to castrate himself. Wow. Whatever sales skill you got. Man, I want you selling insurance for my company. You know?
I mean, all this stuff that's going on in the world right now. I mean, think even Diddy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care. Anybody can say whatever. Don't talk. Come on, man. Another man that is able to convince all these people to have some sort of relationship with him in that way.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on, man? What's this world coming to? This is Sodom and Gomorrah, bro. That's pretty much what this place is. And if you can find a little light somewhere and find some shine somewhere amongst this, then you're lucky. And there's a lot of lucky people out there that don't realize they're lucky amidst a hell of a mess for humankind.
Yeah.
And they don't even get it.
It's and something that I just thought of is, what do we call people who make a living being famous, internet famous? What is their name? influencer.
Yeah.
Influencer. This is a social media influencer. This is a big time influencer. Ooh, this is a, million follower influencer.
No, I'm Vern White, motherfucking card man. That's who I am.
Exactly. But I mean, that's the title. And you think about that. So, okay, what are they influencing? What you know what I mean?
It should be something positive. Or at least a positive message. If they're going to influence, it needs to be some sort of positive learning message and not a bunch of jumping around dancing bullshit.
Yeah, so let's check this out. Influence noun. Let's see here. Is it up? Is it up? Let me check. Did I pop it up? Yeah. Influence noun. Power affecting a person, thing, or course of events, especially one that operates without any direct or apparent effort. The pervasive influence that TV has on modern life, young people falling under the influence. Number 2, power to sway or affect based on prestige, wealth, ability, or position. A person who exerts power. Anyway, so an influencer, yeah, exactly. An influencer is someone whose job it is to basically manipulate you or change your life's normal course of action to do something that they want you to do.
No.
Influencer.
That's not my message at all.
No, me neither. What I'm saying is this whole system is set up to take your internal dialogue. The whole system is to take your individuality away. The whole system is set up to get you to not think for yourself, because these aren't celebs that are separate from you and you live a life instead. No, these are influencers. They're influencing you with their brands and their talking points and what they're told to say and how they're told to push. And the fact that, I personally know some influencers who got paid in this whole soda thing. They got paid money to promote soda, right? Because RFK was talking about
that bubbly one.
No. RFK is talking about taking soda off of the EBT cards, right? So RFK is talking.
No fucking way.
Wait.
Are you kidding me?
No,
that directly affects me.
I'm not. Look, hey, bro. I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm not making an opinion statement. I'm just telling you
Take my
that
Ruby Road squared away.
I know. Look, man. Just see. That's why it's hard to talk about this stuff. But because everybody's like, I'm like, here's the thing. It's like, whoa, it affects me. I'm like, I know it affects you, dog. Anyway, but this happens a lot with these topics, right? But anyway, so and I'm not even like getting in and arguing about the topic. I'm just saying it is a topic, right? But yeah, so RFK is talking about pulling all sodas from EBT cards, right? Just whether you like it or hate it, whatever, it's a thing that the federal government is talking about doing. The head of Health and Human Services is talking about no longer allowing you to buy Coca-Cola with your EBT card. Period. The end. No opinion made. That's something that you can easily Google right now and see they're talking about it, right?
That's a fact.
So anyway,
you don't want 100% healthy, Vern.
Yeah,
you don't want that.
I want as healthy as possible, Vern. Okay. But regardless of that, so then come to find out, some people I know on Twitter were getting paid by Coca-Cola, or basically it's a PR firm that Coca-Cola pays, right? And these people have these agents that the PR firm calls. The agent is like, you have this person and this person, and I want them to tweet out about taking soda away is wrong. I want them to tweet out how soda is only 8% of all EBT expenditures, and why are we going after poor single mothers, and their EBT sodas, when there are big evil and big money we're supposed to be going after, And I'm not saying it's a wrong or right statement. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with the statement. I'm not saying any of this. I'm saying these people were paid to not say on Twitter, hey, I am paid to tell you that. They're saying, hey, why is RFK going after soda? That sucks, man. And they don't feel that way. We don't know how they feel, but we know they were paid to say that. We also know
it my way.
Yeah, exactly.
Get on a message.
Exactly. But I'm saying that's
on each shoulder.
That's the key. That's the influencer thing. You think you're agreeing with someone organically on Twitter that you like, and you like the information they put out, and they've got a well thought out opinion they're laying out to you that you're going to side with and retweet and share and copy and paste, or then put your own sauce on it and type it yourself because, yeah, man. And the whole time they don't give a crap. They're just getting a bag to tell you this. Influence, man. They've influenced the next few hours of your life and the next few interactions with people online. Influence, man. So, yeah.
Influence with a different style of wisdom and a different style of knowledge. And, you know, with how I think about things, I don't want to tell somebody to go and drink something or not drink something or eat something or not eat something. And I know that's how sponsorships work, but that's not what I've ever been about. You know, I know Ren is popping off real big, which is bad. The singer Ren.
Mm-hmm.
I really like him. I liked him a lot because he wasn't mainstream when he first came out as public after those other albums he already had. But then when he went public, it's gotten kind of, you know, weird with Ren. But I did. If that's a good song to listen to, though, if somebody ever really wants to kind of look at the inside through a song, there's an artist called Ren, and he does have a song that really sort of connects with that inside battle of the internal dialogue that I talked about.
Yeah,
it's beautiful for that. I mean, it's intense. It really is. Have you seen it? Do you know who Ren is?
I know who Ren is. You gotta dig into the music. Haven't heard.
You gotta see that video when he's. I can't remember the name of the song. But it's him sitting inside of like this factory in a hospital gown on top of a wheelchair with a guitar in front of him like this.
Wow.
But check that song out because it's 100% about internal dialogue and the battle that people that have an internal dialogue actually go through in order to get through life and make the choices they make. Because there is that internal dialogue. When you make a choice, it's telling you it's the wrong choice to make every time.
And maybe that's why we so willingly give it up, because it's hard. It's so much easier to look at my phone to get an opinion and say, this is the opinion that my group agrees with. Let me shine and get my participation badge today by not thinking. You know what I mean? It's so much easier for, you know, influencers to tell me what to drink and what to eat. Now, you know, in anything we sponsor, we will always say, try it for yourself. I will never represent a product and go, this product or nothing. I understand everything is for some folks. Nothing is for everyone except for maybe water. You know, other than water, nothing is for everyone. So,
and I promise for my friend Mike, I will always play good.
You play very well. That's why you made a living at it. But yeah, no.
That was a great way of putting that, though, man. Come on, that was some good shizzle right there.
Makes me feel good, and I know the musician double entendre, but it makes sense to know, man. It's easy to see that stuff. Like, holy if I start thinking of myself and my accountability and responsibility and the moves I make and how the ripple effects of my behavior, instead of going, well, this person said it and I'm just agreeing with them and repeating their thing. So there's safety in that. And I'm not really accountable. I'm agreeing with this person. You know, instead of that, it's I, like you just said, have my internal dialogue. I know there's that small voice inside of me that I need to listen to more. Even if it's saying things I don't want to hear. Like, get up, go to the gym. You know what I mean? Get up, you know, work harder.
Shit. Where'd you go?
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, shit. I was saying, to the gym. Fuck that. You can throw that in your own list.
Yeah, no, everybody has their own list. No, everybody has their own list. For me, mine is go to the gym. Everybody has their, once again, everybody has their, dude, if everybody played guitar, there'd be no keyboardists, drummers, bassists. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has their own thing, and I'm not hating. For me, it's literally making the phone calls I don't want to make, because that's the problem with what I do. I can just make all the calls I want to make and hang out with the people I want to hang out with and talk to the people I want to talk to, but I don't get anything done. In life, there are calls you have to make, and there are business things you have to get done, and it's being disciplined enough to focus on those as well as the things I enjoy doing. But that, and like going to the gym, these are things that I know I need to do that are good for me, even if I don't want to. Don't eat a box of cookies.
Yeah, I think that's great for you, though. I mean, I would never say, "Oh, you and your gym."
Yeah, no,
I just say, "Hey, man, I walk to the mailbox, bro."
And hey, and that's a win. And look, man, I go to the gym. I don't lift weights. I swim. And the most important thing I do in the gym, I do sauna training. I do 30 minutes in the sauna to where I'm real uncomfortable, and sometimes 40, depending on the heat, until I'm so uncomfortable I practically can't see straight. I come out for 7 minutes and I go back in for 10 to 15. Why?
Should really try to meditate during those times.
Yes. And it's one of those, I'm putting myself in an uncomfortable situation where my body is screaming, get out. My everything in me is screaming, danger, danger, red lights going off, get out. And me going, no.
Yeah, that's a cool point, though.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, meditate to that point, to where that pain,
it becomes
a part of you, and you realize it, but it isn't going to kill you.
Right, exactly. Well, and you're what?
I said, except the sauna might.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you get to walk out. You can walk out. It's a public sauna. It's not like I'm by myself. So if I did pass out, no, I've never passed out. Because you can always walk out. It's not a big thing. It's 2 steps and you open a door and you're fine.
Just roll out.
Yeah. And it's right off a big cool pool. So if it's too bad, I just, drop right
roll into that.
Yeah.
But
awesome. The idea is, if you put yourself through enough uncomfortable situations where your body and your feel-good mind is telling you, stop all of this so you can feel good and be comfortable right now, and you have all the power you need to do it, and you choose not to, you're training your body, you're training your mind to control your body versus your body control your mind. I hope a little bit. I find it helps. And if nothing else, it's just look up Dr. Rhonda Patrick is a doctor, and she gets deep into sauna therapy. And it's just so good for cancers and, sweating out toxins and fighting infection and all of that stuff too. So, yeah.
Though some people come by it naturally by getting beat as a kid too. Being used to pain and taking pain and saying, "Oh, really?"
Yeah, but that's involuntary. I'm talking about voluntary pain.
Oh,
voluntary.
What about when they get hit in the chest by a bull and they say, "Oh, okay."
Hey, look, man, I've done some dumb shit myself. I understand. You know what I mean? I literally fell off of a car that I was trying to surf. And
pain is relative. Pain is relative to the person that is receiving.
Right.
I mean, I've seen people with their elbows hyperextended, sticking the wrong way with their hand right next to their shoulder. And they're just laying there because they're in shock, but they're not bawling or crying because of the pain or anything. It's really odd. It's really odd.
Yeah, what our body does. And it's in fact, I was watching the thing the other day. They're talking about it's when you can see it. Like if you're disfigured, when your brain can see your body be disfigured, it releases shock to take you out of the pain. But if you can't see it, a lot of times you'll still be in pain. Like you won't go into shock because you don't know where it's coming from. Right. So I don't know if that's true. So I really don't. But yeah, no, pain is absolutely relative. Another thing you realize in situations like that is time is relative. You know what I mean? I promise you.
Word, I know it is.
Minute 34 in a sauna to minute 35, that 1 minute, you know what I'm saying? Yep. Versus 2 hours of doing something you love. You know what I mean? I can tell you that minute goes by longer than this show has. You know what I'm saying?
I can tell you that you can live in a different timeline on this earth and still be a part of I can be a part of Mike's life. Mike can be a part of my life. But when nobody else is around, I get to go to a different realm. because I don't sleep. See, you guys, hey, you guys are all lucky that I hop on here at noon, because that's usually sleepy time for Vern. Because I sleep during the light hours, and then I stay awake at night. Like I said, I believe that all the energy that is negative, 98% of it's asleep. So it's internalizing its own energy while it's asleep, not putting it off out into where I am. So I love dark hours. And it's specifically because of energy, frequencies, and tones. And I'm just telling you, I know nobody can really live that life, but I get to.
Well, a lot of people work graveyard. Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's real. It's real. So yeah, there's a lot of things if you step outside that box I keep talking about and really just read a bunch, and I know you do, and study, you can learn a lot more about yourself.
Yeah.
About who you are. And I really think that's what life's about. Yeah, you can have kids, you can have a family. But you can't ever give them pure love if you never accept who you are. Be who you are, tell the truth about everything about who you were, and not try to lie your entire life about anything.
Yeah.
Just be free, be honest, be kind. It's really easy. Now, there's times where people wrong you, and you have to make a statement. Well, you can also make that statement, and then that's done and over. You made your statement, done and over. You said what you had to say. It's done. And then you can move on and still be happy and enjoy whatever those people are doing. Because that there's an end point. You left it in the past.
Yeah.
You walked past it, and now you can be okay with everybody and everything. And it was a space and time, and this is a different space and time.
Absolutely. And yeah, man, it is the past, and you hope people grow. And whether they grow or not, it shouldn't affect your ability to enjoy your life. You know what I mean? Like, right? If if it's just a falling out, now, crime is different, blah, blah, blah. But if it's just what we're talking about, which is people having misunderstandings, disagreements, people screwing you over, actually, even. That shouldn't, if you're able to kind of come through that and heal. And one thing I was thinking when you were talking is in getting to know yourself, don't be afraid to be wrong. Don't be afraid to make mistakes.
Oh, but be afraid you make them.
Be afraid if you feel like you're never wrong or you're never making mistakes.
Or never say sorry.
Yeah. That's rough, man.
I've heard 8 people never say I'm sorry. And I'm 51 years old.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's the narcissistic stuff right there, bro. That's straight Dallas from 1983. Friday nights, 8 o'clock, following the Dukes of Hazzard. Because I watched the Dukes of Hazzard. Then I had to leave the room so they could watch Dallas.
JR, just a good old boys. By the way, that's a great song.
Oh, I love that. That was a song I used to do in my show.
Really?
Because you talk about like driving around, right? I used to drive around. I had a trailer. I had a Avalanche, Chevy Avalanche. I pulled a trailer, had all my gear in it, and I drove from South Dakota to Colorado to eastern Nebraska, down through Oklahoma into Austin. I was getting Kansas, northern Kansas. I mean, I was getting fun little bar gigs, but my name was enough solo that I could play every weekend in a different town if I want.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's fun.
That was nice. That was fun.
That's fun. It wears on the road does wear on you, but it's fun. It's fun for a while.
It really is. You can have that experience. If you get a chance to have that experience, take it. Because it teaches you a lot of lessons. You know,
the road is a game changer. So
yeah,
for sure,
it's your forms who you become. You know, and it usually is pretty good unless you get really hooked on heroin
or alcohol and pills. Yeah, either way, it's bad. But getting to see people and talk to people and really understanding how different people feel in communities than what you may be getting in the media from people. And you're like, wow, people are really different than what being told they are, you know?
Dude. Oh my word, dude. Nail, hammerhead, boom.
Yeah. So you got to experience it for yourself. But guys, speaking of experience for yourself, I hope you had a lovely time.
Word up, everybody. Thanks for hanging so long. We were on a ship ride today.
Yeah, man. It was great. Screw it, man. We were doing good. So it is 4:20. It's a great time to go out. Guys, once again, thank you so much for tuning in. We surely appreciate you. And tune in next week. Remember, go to PTPOD on Instagram. We're going to have great clips uploaded. Definitely by Friday is when we upload all the clips. This is a long show, so
look for
plenty of
things. Upcoming things will be happening.
Here's the trivia I thought. If you can tell us